Folks, as you probably noticed, we have a lot of people in the room today. So if you like to have a vacant seat beside you, you don't have that option today. Move over and love your neighbor. Sit close and make room so everybody can sit down if possible. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see all of you. My name is Becky Humphreys. I'm chair of the Natural Resources Commission. And we have a full agenda today and lots of public signups. So in interest of saving time, I moved the presentation on the parks budget to another meeting because I figured we had enough other presentations to go through this morning. So we are going to start with the Fisheries Committee, and we'll go through and introduce all the commissioners when we start the formal part of the commission meeting after Fisheries Committee. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Commissioner Fewens.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure today to introduce the next presentation to the Fisheries Committee, what is on the topic of the proposed sale of Consumer Energy's 13 hydro dams to Confluence Hydro. I would like to welcome Rick Blumstock, Adam Monroe, Jillian Lawrence, Natalie Jobert from Confluence and Consumers Energy. Good morning and welcome. I have to say my mother actually used to work for Consumers Energy way back in the day, so I have a lot of fond memories of Consumers. Ready to start? At your discretion.
No, green.
Green.
Okay, I'm going to start our comments here today. Hello, appreciate the time this morning. My name is Rick Blumenstock. I'm Executive Director of Engineering at Consumers Energy. And I was involved with the sale transaction negotiations, as well as a witness in the case before the Public Service Commission for approval of the sale. So I'm going to provide some background context on how we got to where we are today on selling the facilities and give you a little preview of the road ahead in the next 6 to 9 months. So our effort to sell the river hydro fleet began about 4.5 years ago, and we agreed with our Public Service Commission that we would do a roadmap study for our river hydro fleet. And a roadmap study is simply what are the options that we have for ownership in the future? Should we decommission them? Should we continue to operate them? The roadmap also looks at the impact of each of those options. So the impact on the environment, on communities, on electric rates, on safety. And so we also agreed with our Public Service Commission that we would hire a third party to do an independent roadmap. Took them 12 months to complete that roadmap. And during that time, Consumers Energy visited with all 13 communities for which we have dams in the community to hear input and solicit input from the community on what their thoughts were around the future of the river hydro fleet. The consultant came back and recommended that we attempt to sell the river hydro fleet. If we could do that at a cost lower than our other options, being decommissioning or continued operation, it would make sense financially for our customers to do that. If we could put it in the hands of safe operators, that would be another box we'd want to check. And the silver lining is we keep the impoundments that the communities have relied upon all these years. Next slide, please. So in 2024, we conducted a solicitation to try to sell our river hydro assets. The transaction was very unique in that it involved consumers selling the assets to Confluence Hydro, along with all the liabilities. And in return, the company would sign up for a 30-year power purchase agreement. What that is it's a 30-year commitment to pay for every megawatt that's produced from those hydro facilities. So we would pay Confluence for that production. That was a long-term assurance of a revenue stream for the new owner to ensure that they had sufficient revenue to fund safe and excellent operation. We did vet the buyers significantly, and Confluence Hydros, who we've agreed to sell the assets to, but we looked at their safety record, we looked at their FERC history, we looked at their qualifications, their experience, and their financial wherewithal. And these dams mean a lot. Our brand is on it. Everybody will remember them as Consumers Power Dams, even though we sell them to Confluence. And so we wanted to put them in the hands of a capable operator. After we took us about 12 months to negotiate the transaction, and we wanted to get it right, so we took the time to do that. And in the end, we arrived at a price that was lower cost than decommissioning or relicensing. There's two other aspects to the transaction I want to mention. The first is all of the properties and water rights that go along with these facilities that enable them to operate will be transferred to Confluence Hydro. The other thing I want to mention is about 60 of my coworkers at Consumers Energy who currently support River Hydro will transfer to Confluence. So they'll have a ready-made, excellent workforce. So that's looking in the rearview mirror. Looking into the windscreen ahead of us, we have made filings for approval of this sale. And there's two filings that we had to make. One with our Public Service Commission for approval of the transaction. And we will get an order from our Public Service Commission in August, either approving or denying the sale transaction as we presented it. We also have filed with FERC for a license transfer. In order to generate electricity from a dam, you need a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license, and we filed with them for a transfer from us to Confluence Hydro. There's a prescriptive process on how that license transfer is analyzed, but there's no time frame that goes along with that. Consumers Energy is estimating that the FERC process will be resolved later this year or early next year. I'll turn it over to you, Jillian.
Thanks, Rick. Today I wanted to introduce you to Confluence Hydro and myself. My name is Jillian Lawrence. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Confluence Hydro. Here I'm also, next to me is Natalie Joubert, who is our Vice President of External and Regulatory Affairs. On our first slide, safety is foundational to everything we do. And it's not just a slogan, but it's a mindset that each one of the leadership employees at Confluence brings with us. And to give you a little bit of a background, as I started my career, I was a state regulator in New Jersey, overseeing dam safety and flood control for over 1,800 dams in New Jersey. It was in this role that is where I got my safety mind. Everything that I did in that role was to bring dams into compliance with the state standards, which is very similar to Michigan and the Federal Energy Regulatory's regulations. Some of the accomplishments that I did have was to permit over 100 dams to make spillway upgrades and improvements so that they could A, protect the public, and B, have a longer service life. Another aspect of that is providing training, not only developing, but implementing the training and giving it to owners, consultants, public. Those trainings were emergency action plans based, operations and maintenance, public safety based. All that to say is, having lived and breathed that culture for nearly 15 years, that's not something that you lose. It's something that we bring to Confluence Hydro, each one of us, including our leadership, that has in their own experience, decades of experience owning and operating not only hydropower facilities, but other generating assets. Some of our near recent experiences, we owned and operated 47 hydropower electric facilities in 13 states on 20 river systems, operating in 4 of the 5 FERC regional offices. Some of our demonstrated successes with that hydropower company was that we invested multiple millions of dollars into making spillway upgrades and enhancing water conveyance structures. We also oversaw and completed rewinds and overhauls of over 27 units at 15 different facilities. And we have experienced successful relicensings and procuring 4 new licenses and starting the process of several others. It's that demonstrated success stories that we bring to the Consumers Hydro assets. And partnered with the world-class hydro force and facilities, we look to maintain them and keep them in the outstanding compliance and shape that they're in, continuing to modernize the dams and invest in them for the future. Our vision is based on the foundational resource that hydropower was. It was the first energy resource, the energy that produced electricity in residential homes, lighting the first light bulb in Appleton, Wisconsin, fueling the industrialization in Lowell, Massachusetts. It's a long-lived baseload resource that we look to continue to invest in. Specifically here in Michigan, we're excited for the opportunity to invest in the resources here at the 13 facilities. That means making those necessary spillway upgrades, committing to that. It means upgrading century-old electrical and mechanical infrastructure so that it can efficiently extract this more energy out of this water so that we're efficiently using Michigan's natural water resources and including to have safe, clean, reliable energy, putting those clean electrons on the grid for Michigan. In that, I will turn it over to Natalie and just to say that we're proud to invest in Michigan and continuing to use the valuable water resource that's available.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jillian. And thank you so much, commissioners, for inviting us to be here today. Again, Natalie Joubert, I lead external affairs for Confluence Hydro. I wanted to focus my remarks today on some of the community engagement that we've been involved in since the sale was announced, some of the feedback we've heard, and share with you our vision for the future here. As Rick mentioned, consumers did a fantastic job meeting with community members over years to inform what the future of the hydros will be. Once the sale was announced to Confluence Hydro back in September, we eagerly joined with them to co-host a series of public meetings with all the prosperity groups and host dozens of one-on-one meetings with elected officials, other organization, resource agencies, again, to introduce ourselves, share our vision, but most importantly, to hear feedback. Coming in as the new owner, we want to be well informed of the priorities of the community and make sure that we're continuing to contribute to their prosperity. Three things that stood out to me amongst all of those conversations. One, majority of people are eager to see the dams remain. They've been great resources for economic and recreational opportunities. Second, certainly questions about, do we have the resources to ensure that we can be capable and safe operators? And third, is recreational access or going to change with a sale? So those final two things I want to focus a little bit more deeply on today. First, a capable operator. Rick talked about the extensive review that they did, the RFP process on our track record. We have deep experience in the sector. Jillian also mentioned what that looks like, so I won't reiterate that. But we're really excited to layer on our experience with a very capable talent from the Consumers Energy Hydro workforce who is conveying over. So the same people who have operated these facilities safely for decades are going to continue to operate them in the future. In addition to this expertise, we do have the financial capabilities to ensure that we have the resources to invest in these facilities, upgrade them, and relicense them when that period comes in the next decade. A really key part of the sale is that 30-year power purchase agreement that Rick talked about. That provides for us at Confluence Hydro stable, secure source of revenue to ensure that we upgrade these facilities, relicense them, and remain here as the owners for a long time in Michigan. We have heard questions, is that revenue going to be sufficient? We know there are large capital expenditures coming with these dams. You know, our team spent well over a year assessing the quality of the dams, doing site visits, working with independent and internal experts to assess their quality, understand the OPEX and CAPEX expenditures expected for these dams. We took all of that information, came to the negotiating table with consumers, and set a PPA price that we know will have sufficient revenues to ensure that these things can operate safely. If you move on to the next slide, I want to talk now about, our commitment to communities, understanding recreational access land management are important. I want to underscore that we are absolutely committed to being good partners as Consumers has been. That is part of our vision, part of our North Star. As part of that, what I've said to residents who are concerned about this transition is continuity really is our end goal. And when I say that, there's three things I think of. One, continued safe operations. It's the same workforce, but also the same safety regulations we're going to have to uphold, and we have a long track record of being in compliance with all federal and state regulations. It's continued recreational access. That recreational access is codified in the license agreements that are transferring to us, and we have every intent to uphold to the fullest degree those access opportunities. We're actually really excited about it. We understand with the privilege of being able to use the water to generate power, we must provide project-related recreational access. We enjoy that opportunity. We've learned through these conversations with the community about some of the really unique cultural opportunities provided through these dams. We're already partnering like with the Sable Canoe Marathon to continue support for that. We're excited to get out on the Dragon Trail this summer and really live and breathe those recreational opportunities because we, again, are intent on making sure that that access continues on into the future. And the final point is on the land. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. Yes, we are committed to full implementation of those land management plans, again, which codify how the land around the dams is utilized for the purpose of recreation, habitat conservation, and other ecological purposes. If you go to the final slide, I do want to talk just a little bit more before we wrap up on the land. As Rick noted, yes, there are 32,000 acres associated with the sale. Nearly all of that falls within the FERC boundary, and I gave an example here. It's maybe a little hard to see for some of the audience, but as you can see, nearly all falls within that boundary. Much of that is actually submerged to date. And the reason those boundaries exist, again, is to further the recreational and habitat conservation, other ecological priorities with those licenses. We have no intent of changing the land, of divesting from any of this property. We have been very transparent with that intent. We understand folks may not want to take us at our word, and if they choose to do that, please understand there's an extremely robust stakeholder-driven process if there were to be any change with these boundaries. The last thing I'll wrap up on in terms of stakeholder, you can go to the next slide is just another image of a few more facilities, just again highlighting that the property is all within the FERC boundary. Wrapping up, as we look to the future relicensing for 11 of these facilities, those licenses are up in 2034. So as soon as we become owners, we anticipate those conversations will kick off in earnest, and we look very much forward to engaging with folks like yourselves, other resource agencies, and other stakeholders to understand what has worked well with these license agreements and what we might want to improve for the future. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Adam to close it out.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm Adam Monroe. I'm the Executive Director of Hydro Generation at Consumers Energy. I'm responsible for the operations, maintenance, engineering, and dam safety of our 13 river hydros. I've been working with the river hydros almost 20 years now. Majority of that career working in dam safety and just really ensuring these facilities are safe for the public. I will be transitioning over to Confluence Hydro along with my team and just really want to, reassure the team that and the communities that these dams will be operated safe. The teams that you see, the faces, the operators, our engineering staff, myself, we will still be out in these communities, maintaining safe operation, maintaining the recreation opportunities that are out there. It is really our top priority. When we go from transition, one day will be Consumers Energy, the next day will be Confluence Hydro. All we want the communities, the public to see is a change of a logo. You're not going to see a change in how these facilities are operated or the opportunities that are there. These dams are truly, very important to these communities, the opportunities, the fishing, the hunting, the recreation, the canoeing, everything that's built up around these facilities. And our goal is to keep those there, for the future moving forward. From an overall safety perspective, still be regulated with the FERC, still, be working with all of our partners with the state of Michigan and operating these facilities. Do not want to see any of that changing and continuing the partnerships as we move forward. And at this time, I just want to open up and see if we have any questions from the commission.
I do. Appreciate the four of you sitting down and giving that presentation today. It's my understanding that CMS previously have said that it would be irresponsible to sell the dams after the Boyce Hydro incident. Can you confirm or deny this?
I'm not aware that Consumers Energy made that statement.
Okay. It's my understanding that Consumers did make that statement. I happen to be a consultant and I know how consultants work. Within the cost estimates that derived Consumers to the point where it was in the best interest to sell, within the filings with the Michigan Public Service Commission, has there been any objections noted about the consultants overstating any type of environmental costs?
Yes. So the filing before the Public Service Commission, many of the interveners, several of the interveners did object to the decommissioning costs that the company had developed. So their criticism was that it was higher than what they needed to be. Again, the decision to sell was based on a sale transaction being lower cost than decommissioning. So the tactic taken by interveners in the case was to show that the cost of decommissioning would be lower than sale. So they had a couple criticisms. One was around the overheads, the corporate overheads that would be applied to a decommissioning. And also the company's estimate of what it would cost to remediate sediment at all 13 dams. So both of those costs were criticized, and there were a lot of recommendations to ignore those costs, but they're real costs. Company does have overheads, and there will be a cost associated with sediment remediation.
Why wouldn't CMS bring in another consultant to try to verify those numbers?
Yeah, so we did have multiple consultants that helped us with our decommissioning studies over the years. So we have been producing decommissioning studies for many, many years. I'm not going to say 107 years on average, but many years. And so we had hired Mead and Hunt previously to do decommissioning studies, and the most recent rendition that you're referring to was done by a company called WSP. So we have had multiple looks at decommissioning costs. We did not bring in another company for this effort. We bought in WSP. That was the company that we bought in to give us a cost estimate.
It's my understanding that all those dams combined bring in about $13.3 million worth of revenue from energy sales. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And it costs about $13 million to operate, leaving a slim margin of $300,000 in profit. Is that correct?
I think you're referring to numbers that we had shared with the public a couple of years ago on our first visit with the community. So I do recall, maybe Adam was at those meetings. I do recall that the revenue we get from energy and capacity was about $13 million, and the annual run rate on operation maintenance expense was right around that $13 million too.
The Hardy Dam spillway is expected to cost between $350 and $400 million to upgrade. That's accurate number still at this point?
That's accurate, yes.
So between all the dams, $300,000 operating profit margin, and we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars worth of upgrades in one dam. You can see why there's some pretty big questions about the financial viability of this project. I'm pretty familiar with what happens in certain dam situations. I professionally was involved with Voice Hydro and what happened in the aftermath of that. Separating out into 13 LLCs is being done for one reason. Now, it's a business that makes business sense, and I get it from a business standpoint. You're separating out in 13 LLCs to divest your liability as much as possible. And once again, that makes business sense. But what's going to happen is the same thing what would happen in Voice Hydro. If there is some type of catastrophic event, that LLC is going to declare bankruptcy. It's going to be the state of Michigan. It's going to be the residents that live along that river. And most importantly for me right now as a natural resources commissioner, it's the public resource that will be devastated from this type of an event. We know what the playbook is because we've seen it with Voice Hydro. Once again, from a business standpoint, makes total sense. From a natural resources standpoint, in good conscience, I cannot see how this is good for the state of Michigan. This is bad for the state of Michigan and our natural resources. Right now, we are in a weak enforcement environment on the federal level. So my confidence in FERC is decreasing right now. I appreciate you coming in to give the presentation. I really do. Consumers Energy has been a good community partner throughout the state of Michigan. I know a lot of folks that work with consumers. They do a lot of good. So I'm not here to beat up consumers. I'm not here to beat up Confluence. In my opinion, this is not the right option for the state of Michigan. At the end of the meeting today, during the commissioner's report, I'm going to move forward with my resolution. I do thank you for spending time with us today. And I would just open it up to my other commissioners for other questions. Thank you.
What's preventing consumers' ability to recover in rates? The the money that you guys need to operate these dams?
So as your fellow commissioner noted a few minutes ago, the dams do require a significant amount of investment. And they provide a relatively smaller amount of revenue for our customers. So a few years ago, when we embarked on getting cost recovery for our Hardy Spillway project, the $360 million project, through our electric rate case, we asked our Public Service Commission for recovery of those funds. And at that time, we were denied recovery, and we were asked to develop a roadmap. That's the roadmap I had prefaced in my initial comments. So it was clear at that time that there was a disproportionate amount of investment for these assets, that since they produce relatively little amounts of energy and capacity for our customers.
Okay, I'm not sure
Then
that, I don't think that answered my question. What
Can
so you made application some years ago for cost recovery in a rate case for maintenance on your dams. And the commission asked you to provide basically a road plan for continued operation of those dams. And I guess the question again is, why are you unable to recover in rates through a normal process before the commission the amounts of money? I mean, if you provided them, presumably they were trying to figure out how long these dams are going to operate, what's going to be the long-term cost of them. I mean, I used to work over there, and it's not unusual for something to get denied and there'd be a request for additional information and it to eventually become, approved. And so I think you guys, I don't know, but it sounds, my understanding is you're paying a pretty heavy price in that power purchase agreement and so why would you not be able to run the dams yourself?
Yeah.
With cost recovery approved by the commission?
But back to the cost recovery, we do recover a vast majority of the capital and the maintenance that we put into our hydro facilities. It was the Hardy Auxiliary project with the 360 million price tag that led us and the commission to step back and say, how does hydro fit into our future generation portfolio? Again, the consultant had made the recommendation that if we can sell the assets at a price lower than it would ultimately cost to decommission or continue to operate, it would make financial sense for our customers to do that. So when we made our filing before our Public Service Commission, we showed the math on how much the power purchase agreement is going to cost our customers.
It's a hefty price, right?
It is. It's hefty as an adjective. It's a price that we've agreed through in negotiations.
Relatively compared to other sources of energy, it's high, right?
It's hard to compare the price of this power purchase agreement to just the market price of energy. So when you buy energy on the market, you're just getting capacity energy, renewable energy credits. And in this transaction, we are transferring all the liabilities to Confluence Hydro. So part of the value of that power purchase agreement, the value to our customers, is absolving our customers of the future environmental liability. So that's the piece of the cost.
That's one way of looking at it. The other one is making a company that's not accountable to the commission responsible. I mean, the thing with having this under your ownership and having it regulated by the Public Service Commission is you're responsible to the Public Service Commission, which is responsible to the people of Michigan. This corporation is not. And they are going to be largely unregulated by the state of Michigan. They're not going to be responsible to the state of Michigan. And as was noted earlier, we're relying on federal regulation to maintain a dam, which is a bit on the weak side, given, especially with the history in this state, as we've seen that, we had a major disaster with a dam, with a company that chose not to follow federal regulations and a federal government that didn't feel obligated to enforce it. And the danger I see is that the people in this state are no longer protected. And these are major resources, major consequences to the people of the state. And I mean, you guys are paying a high price for a cheap source of energy. And I get that there's maintenance costs that would be incurred by by consumers if you continue to own them. But you know, why is it consumers can't run these operations as efficiently as Confluence?
We have a different business model than what Confluence has. So that was a question that came up quite a bit in our regulatory proceeding. You know, how can Confluence make this work when consumers can't? The fact is consumers can make this work. It's just that we are selecting an option to sell, which is lower cost than decommissioning or relicensing. And we've agreed to a power purchase agreement price with Confluence Hydro, as Natalie said previously, is sufficient to cover their revenues necessary for safe and excellent operation.
And so you are of the opinion that purchase agreement, that price is cheaper, just in terms of energy. That's really all you're measuring is the energy cost to your customers.
It is the power purchase agreement is based on megawatts produced. So if they produce energy, we pay for it. But the value in it is more than just the energy capacity and renewable energy credits that'll get produced. Again, it's a avoidance of future capital that you noted earlier, as well as a full transfer of all future liabilities associated with the dams.
Is the cost of that energy going to go up to the consumer? Because the only thing I can understand is if you're breaking even and you've got a long liability in front of you, right, that you don't see your way out of it, and you pass it to them, how do they make sense of it if they don't increase revenue? And where's that revenue go? Who's going to pay for that?
So Consumers Energy's electric customers will pay for that power purchase agreement. The payments under that power purchase agreement come from customers.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, honestly, the math just doesn't work for me. You know, I mean, I live in a private equity world, so if I looked at this deal, it'd probably get shelved before, we would give it any consideration, because it just doesn't, if you can't make sense of it and you own the asset today, debt free, how can they make sense of it? So that some cost is going to get transferred to somebody else, somewhere else, so they can make money.
That was a theme, a key theme in our request to our Public Service Commission for approval of the sale transaction. So we showed the business math over a 50 or 60-year period on what it would cost to pay for this power purchase agreement for 30 years and then replace it then after. That was one cost that the company could pursue. The other was decommissioning, which would be about a 23-year period, going to all 13 dams and paying to have them decommission, remediating the sediment and all that. That was another cost. And the third cost was continued ownership. And again, there are some large expenditures in the near-term future, the spillways, the $360 million one that was bought up earlier. There's other, investment that's necessary. So of those three options, we showed the annual revenues that are required to fund those options. And it turns out that sale is lower cost than the other two options.
No, I get why you want to sell. I get that. I would too.
There's a growing trend in our country with private equity coming in and buying infrastructure. And then they mine it for its assets, and then they flip it and get the heck out of town. We see it all over the country right now. And so now we're taking something that has oversight, and we're flipping it to private equity where there's less oversight and ability to manipulate these assets. And we're saying this is the best thing for the state of Michigan. Once again, good thing for consumers. But this is not what's best for the state of Michigan. It's just simply not. It's not acceptable.
I think I know, Jillian or Natalie. How many dams does Confluence own? How many have you purchased over the entirety of this company?
Under ownership, we had 47. We have 2 currently under ownership presently.
Okay, what happened to the other 45?
We sold them
Sold them to who?
to LS Power.
And what have they done with them?
They are owning and operating them presently.
Okay, and you're getting 30,000 acres of land with this, right?
Yes.
32,000 acres of land.
The land that's associated with the FERC project boundaries, correct?
Okay, and then, so there's substantial. According to consumers, there's substantial needs for reinvestment in these dams to continue to operate. Are you obliged to operate the dam? You're required to produce energy?
In order to extract the value out of the PPA, we have to produce energy.
No, that's not what I asked. Yeah, if you produce energy, consumers is required to purchase it from you.
Correct.
Yes. Are you required to produce energy?
Under your federal regulatory license, you have to operate your facilities within a certain time period. I believe it's somewhere between 3 to 5 years. And if you cannot operate your facilities, then you have to proceed with the license surrender and decommission the facilities.
Okay, so
So you can't consider, you can't isolate a power
you're
plant.
not required to produce energy.
You have to produce energy within the 3-year period. If let's say you have a single unit in a powerhouse and it is on an outage and you cannot restore it back after that 3-year period, you have to make a decision either to replace the unit and get it back into service or to surrender your license.
Okay, but there's nothing to stop the new owner from decommissioning. There's no obligation to produce energy.
It would be the similar process that is to relicense a facility with extensive stakeholder engagement as
Well-
it would be to decommission.
Okay, so I'm not sure this is that complicated a question, maybe it is. But if you chose to decommission, if it became more profitable to decommission and say, get rid of a dam and sell off 20,000 acres, that's fully within the right of the corporation, right?
I guess you could do that, but that's not our intention, nor do we have a demonstrated track record of doing so. Our goal is to revitalize the hydropower industry.
Apparently have demonstrated track record of purchasing and then reselling, so.
Right, which was a distinctly different business model. Those 47 assets that we owned and operated many of them were not partnered with the power purchase agreement, and they were subject to kind of the winds of retail and wholesale energy markets. It's really that power purchase agreement that we've structured over the year that we were in negotiations with consumers that really puts our footprint in Michigan and keeps us here. And I'd offer to kind of in contrast that private equity is not unique to Michigan, neither is independent power producers, neither is decommissioning, neither is owning and operating a facility. I do have a lot of sympathy for the Boyce Hydro incident, but that's not something that is replicated in many other states. And
It's not like you can predict that. I mean, if you would ask Boyce Hydro the day before the dams breach, those dams are in perfect condition.
I don't think that they met this federal requirement.
No, they didn't. Neither do these current dams.
They meet your state requirements, and we are committing to making the improvements so that they do meet their requirements. And I think.
Okay, so they don't. So they don't.
Well, one of the facility is lacking its billing capacity,
Okay.
but has a means that is under study and evaluation with the Federal Energy Regulatory Committee, and we are committed to making those improvements so that it will.
So that's in the same situation as what Boyce was then, roughly.
Distinctly different is that I think one of the findings in the Boyce Hydro case was that it was not an economically viable project, which is why there was a delay in rehabilitation, which is why the PPA is so
A lot of
critical.
people are saying this isn't economically viable either.
That's why the PPA was structured and negotiated such that it has sufficient funding so that we can invest in that spillway project and all of the others of the other 12 facilities. It's a key finding in the forensic report.
For Natalie, you mentioned, I think you used the term that land usage or land management would be codified. What do you mean by that?
Yes, so as part of the existing FERC license that were negotiated finally with stakeholders many years ago now, because those licenses are coming to the end of their period for 11 of the facilities in 2034. All of the terms of those agreements are part of land management plans. Those are essentially the implementation roadmaps to ensure that consumers is holding up their requirements in terms of recreational access, habitat conservation, et cetera. And parties to that include agencies, including the DNR, Eagle, federal resource agencies, and others. So when we talk about this transition that will take place, no change in how those land management plans for 11 of the 13 facilities are implemented, change for the existing terms of that license. We are updated and look forward to upholding to the letter of those agreements, all of those conditions.
What do you mean by codified though? What?
Sure. Under federal law, right, in exchange for our ability to utilize the water to generate power, right, we must provide recreational access and other project-related uses for the acreage associated, right, within that FERC boundary of that 32,000 acres. Much of it is submerged. The areas are not submerged are within the FERC boundaries, as you can see here on the screen. So those license agreements tie us to make sure that we are managing those properties in concert with the agreements that consumers made with the communities, with resource agencies and others to ensure that land is managed appropriately for the purpose, again, of recreation, of habitat conservation and other ecological purposes.
And but that's not written in stone, right? That can be changed.
There is a process at the FERC, yes, that if you wanted to request a license amendment to change some of that access, you could go through that process. It is an extremely robust, stakeholder-driven process. For many of these land agreements that would require approval from the MAC team, and I'm sure Adam can talk a little bit more about that process, but that would ensure that the DNR has a role in that decision-making process. As I noted, we have no intent to do that. In our history, in our prior ownership, we have never requested a license amendment for the purposes of shrinking the boundary or divesting of the land. We are not real estate developers. We're not condo developers. That was not at all our intent as part of this acquisition. We are focused solely on being hydro operators and looking at the dams as a key part of our investment here.
Okay, but this, if I understand then, I mean, that's where you guys are today, right? But historically, that's not what you are. You're a company that's purchased 47 dams and sold 45 of them. So you're, kind of that, I don't know, just that, I suppose, stereotypical viewpoint of an equity firm that's purchasing up something and I don't know, I don't know any of the details about those transactions, but it just, kind of looks like the ones that come in and tear the place apart, sell off the assets. But again, that's, that's what it looks like, right? I don't know any,
Fair.
again,
No,
I don't
we
have
understand the concerns and we sympathize with
don't have any
communities who've been
details.
affected by bad actors.
This is, I'm sure you can understand a concern when a major asset like this is being turned over to a firm that is actually doing something that they don't normally do. This is something new for you all, it sounds like.
Hydro ownership?
Maintaining long-term ownership of a facility, yes.
That is why consumers did the smart thing of identifying and having part of this deal as a 30-year PPA that really ties us here for the long term. If we want to make money,
if you want it, if
we want to,
but
yeah.
at some point, I don't know anything about your structure of your company. I don't know anything about the management other than I met you two for the last 30 minutes. You seem like nice people. You seem like,
Thank you.
You have this vision that you have for the company, but companies like this change. And when you're sitting on top of 30,000 acres of land, all of a sudden the value of this company isn't this PPA anymore. It's 30,000 acres of land that can be developed. And that's, that's like, you guys may not see it that way right now. But I think the part of the concern is that, once consumers has washed their hands of this stuff and the state of Michigan has very limited control over what happens next, that anything can happen. And that that would not necessarily be as a private equity firm owning this property. Your duty is to your investors, not to the people of the state of Michigan. And I think that's the real concern here. I can tell you that'd be my concern.
No, we
And
certainly have heard that.
And it's,
Sorry,
I mean, I don't know what anybody can, that's just kind of a reality about the situation, so.
Right. And while we, raise equity the way we raise from private markets, I will say, since you're not as familiar with our parent company, Whole Street Energy, we are a team of former power company executives. We've all worked in large independent power producers, utilities. We understand the power generation, the hydro business very well. That's what we come at this with, is being responsible, safe owners and operators of all different types of power generation assets across the country. Jillian talked about our hydro experience. We stake our reputation on being safe and capable operators.
Well, the investors. And on the point of the acreage, I will be very clear, I am not as familiar with the Michigan rules and regulations in the process of dam removal. But what I do have familiarity with is in the state of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. In fact, when I went to get my master's degree, my thesis is on dam removal in the state of Pennsylvania. And that acreage that is underwater right now typically ends up being deed restricted when a dam is removed and is unbuildable for several years after that. I don't know if it's in perpetuity or if there's a defined time. And again, I'm not familiar with Michigan's because it wasn't our intent here, so I did not investigate what that could look like here, but it is not an easy drain the land, put condos on it process.
At 10,000 an acre, that's $320 million right there.
Again, that's not something that we looked in our business case or investigated in, so.
So of the,
Still the reality,
But it's not our reality.
so of the 45, so you've purchased 47 dams. Is that right? Okay. You sold 45. You sold 45. Okay. How long did you hold those dams
On,
on average?
because it was built up through 3 separate transactions. So the first one, we bought 5 in 2017.
Okay.
We purchased the next, I think it's 9 from the New Hampshire Public Service Commission, and then we did our last acquisition of 30, and we divested from them in early 23, late 22.
So it's safe to say you won't even own these dams in 3 years.
Well, again, that was a very different business model, and I was part of the team. I was part of the individual that was sold over to the new ownership. But to speak very candidly, those were under different revenue streams. Those were, much subject to the shift of market energy pricing, which is distinctly different from this.
Do you have a strategy of buying and holding, or
That is what we're looking to do in this
are
opportunity.
you required to hold it for a certain period of time?
That I'm not an investment, I'm an engineer. But I do know that maybe we should tell a little bit about the background of our founding partner, where she has been in the hydropower industry. She was raised on a power plant floor. She has deep interest and expertise. They still have family hydropower assets. This purchase comes in our Fund 3. Our Central Rivers Power portfolio was in Fund 1, where we were really getting our legs underneath of us. But Fund 3, the investors actually liked hydro as an asset class. They liked the environmental attributes and benefits, community attributes, so much so that they're looking for a more permanent, long-term presence in the industry, which is how we're able to do this transaction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I live in the world of private equity. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when we're entering into a deal, we're already talking about how we exit the deal. Right? I mean, that's Unfortunately, that's the truth. So
And-
I anticipate that you guys won't even be the state's partner 3 years from now. And really that partner, whoever you sell these things, the dams to, should really be part of this discussion. Because I'm assuming you already have a line of people that purchase these assets or.
No, that was part of, I think, the MPSC discovery process. We were asked that question and very transparently said, no, that has not been a discussion that we have had because we are here for the long term. To the point of the PPA, really tying our stake here in Michigan, that requires us to relicense these facilities. That doesn't occur for 11 of these facilities until 2034 or later. You know, it's only 2026 right now. There are some large capital improvement projects that we talked about that will come up in the near term, right? So again, this notion that we would, you know, be here today or tomorrow and be gone in 2 to 3 years does not align with the investment thesis for these facilities for us. It aligns with us being here for the long term and really seeking the full value of that PPA.
Even though you haven't demonstrated that in the past.
Again, the
Fund one and
difference
fund
with
two
that
will
prior
function
ownership,
differently.
they did not have these long-term PPAs. I'm sure Rick can talk a little bit about it from his perspective in the industry. 30 years is a long period of time to have a PPA. That provides us continuity and certainty from a revenue perspective and is going to allow us to make these large capital expenditures in the near term with that goal of recovering those costs over the long term of the 30-year PPA.
Jillian, so you're telling us you have no interest in the land that comes with these dams?
We have no plans to divest of the land. We have interest in maintaining the lands because they serve a purpose for the safe operations of the facilities, as well as to ensure the recreational access that is tied to the license agreements for these dams.
And did the other 47 dams that you purchased, did they come with substantial land like this?
They came with land. As I noted, we did not petition the FERC to change the FERC boundaries for the purposes of divesting of the land.
As Chair of the Fisheries Committee, I want to conclude today's presentation. I do once again thank the four of you for spending some time with us and answering some very pointed questions. I've been on that side of the table before, and it's not always enjoyable. So I do sincerely appreciate your time. I want to kick it over to Director Bowen for any comments he may have.
I just thought, since this is a unique thing, we've never done this. The DNR's never intervened on a PSC case before. I don't know as though we ever will again, but this one was particularly troublesome. We have the, Autrain experience, the Edenville experience, the Song of the Morning Ranch. There's a history of private equity mismanaging dams in the state and having catastrophic results. And so given that, and given the fact that consumers, this is essentially the rock that consumers was built on, these dams, the rocks. And in a way, they've been super partners and super stewards of these assets. And to take away the protection of the Public Service Commission and allow private equity operators from outside the state who don't, we've met twice now, so we have 98 more times to go. It is just difficult for us to see in my private life, personal life. I bet some. I'm a gambler a little bit, and I would say the odds of you guys being here, owning these dams, and not kicking them downstream are, I don't know, 1 in 3. And so we have to trust that the next owner, when the next owner is going to be good stewards, not just you guys. And we haven't met them once. And so with that, I wanted to invite you guys to stay as our owners and continue on and continue the good stewardship of these assets. Thanks.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you for joining us today. All right. Does that complete your Fisheries Committee?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
It is 9:54, and I'd like to call the April 8, 2006 Natural Resources Commission order to call it to order. I'd ask that everybody silence these so that we can hear one another today. We're going to start with each of the commissioners introducing themselves, doing a roll call, and we're going to start with you, Commissioner Walters.
John Walters, Indian River, and I welcome everybody. This is probably the largest group I've seen at an NRC meeting since I've been on the commission. I do want to suggest, however, we do have opposing views relative to yours. So I encourage you to please be respectful to all people, regardless of their view, and listen attentively. Thank you.
Mark Eister from Williamston, Michigan, and great to see a big crowd. It's gonna be a long day, but it's kind of what makes this country great. We got people who can come up here and let us know what they think. So welcome, everybody.
Now, Pete Erdley from Grand Rapids.
Again, I'm Becky Humphreys and I live north of Lowell.
Scott Bowen, Grand Rapids.
Brandon Fewens from Traverse City, and I'm sorry to add an hour to your day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dave Nyberg from Marquette.
Jim Laporte, Highland, Michigan.
And Nate Gamble from the Attorney General's office.
All right, well, the gang's all here, as they say. The public opinion or public comment period is going to be lengthy today. If there are groups of you that have come in and would like to pick a spokesperson and consolidate your comments, you are welcome to do that. And you can talk to Brooke, who is standing in the back of the room. She'll help you coordinate that. We have a table so other folks can come up with you. But we're going to move through the agenda quickly. I came with no voice today. You can tell I've talked to many of you already. All right. Can I have a motion to approve today's agenda? A second?
Second.
Any discussion or edits? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 The agenda is approved. Can I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from March 11th, 2026?
So moved.
Any edits that have not been submitted previously? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, Director, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Wildlife Chief Sarah Thompson and her staff that are presenting today to the speakers table. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Director, Chair Humphreys, Commissioners. I'll be starting off this morning with the chronic wasting disease update for you. And I'm going to jump straight into that. Obviously, we have a lot to cover. So I want to start first with a brief refresher on the CWD surveillance plan we've been following for the last 5 years. In 2021, we began following a rotational plan for conducting CWD surveillance across the state. And so the reason for this was simple. There had been several years of intensive surveillance in and around the Montcalm County area where we knew the disease to be established, but a lot of the state had very little, if any, sampling that had been done. So the map here is showing the conceptual plan that was developed for this rotational approach to surveillance. And so the work was broken into 5 phases. And the counties in gray are the ones where CWD had been detected prior to starting work on this plan. And then the other colors represent the 5 phases of the plan. Phase 1 began in the southern part of the state, which is shown in yellow, and then we progressively moved northward each year. So we allowed for overlap in the phases because we knew not all areas would meet objectives on the same timeline, and this just allowed us to be adaptable as we moved along. As we moved through this work, we also found ways to sample more efficiently and collect those high-value samples to make our work more efficient as well. Another important note of the plan is this guided our focus surveillance efforts. So in addition to this, there are a lot of other ways that we're also collecting samples, and I'll talk about that in a few slides, but they include things like collecting sick-acting deer, hunter submissions that go directly to our diagnostic laboratories for testing as well. Another note I want to make is that the goal for this was to build a baseline of data for our entire state. And so while we wanted to be able to detect CWD if it was present, obviously it's good news if it's not. And what that did was tell us that through our sampling, we built confidence that either the disease was absent in these areas, or if it was present at a very low level. So over the course of the work, we used what was called a weighted surveillance model. This model was developed by a number of researchers. The two main ones on the project were Chris Janelle and Dan Walsh, and Dr. Janelle was with the Minnesota Wildlife Health Program at the time, and Dr. Walsh was with USGS at the National Wildlife Health Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Some of you may know him from previous work he's done here in Michigan on elk. To develop the model, they analyzed the data set of 90,000 sampled deer from Wisconsin. The data set contained over 1,000 positive samples. And so they looked at these samples and they grouped them not only by gender and age, but also by the collection method. And what they did was look at them for the likelihood of an animal to be positive within each of these groups relative to the sampling effort. And then they were able to assign a value or a weight based on those likelihoods. And what this did was really give agencies a way to sample more efficiently when trying to determine if CWD was present in new areas. So before describing what the results are on this map, let me first provide an overall picture of the strategy. Our general objective was to take a group of counties, and we call that a sample population. And this could be anywhere from 1 to 4 counties, and typically it was usually either 1 or 2 counties. And we would test a subset of deer within each sample population until our sampling allowed us to confidently say that if CWD was present, it was present at 0.5% or higher, we would likely detect it. If we did detect it in an area, then we would, the remainder of the sample population would be looked at more closely. So what we would do then is basically exclude the now positive township, and those are noted by the little gray squares on the map, and really just test at a higher level in the surrounding areas. So the map here shows the sample populations outlined in the bold black outline. And then the ones that are in the medium green color are those that we needed to achieve a model output of 0.5% or less. So if you look at all the numbers on those sample populations, you can see they are all at or below 0.5%, meaning we've met the objective for those areas. Those that are in the lighter green are areas where we either had detected CWD prior to the work that was happening through this plan or during the course of the surveillance guided under this plan. And for those, all of those you can see are well below that 0.5% mark, and some of them are even at or below the 0.25% mark, which was our ultimate goal. Now, there are a few exceptions to this, and that really has to do with either timing of detection or the level of infection in the area. And Montcalm County is a good example because there's only 4 townships where we don't have a documented case of CWD. It's very unlikely that it's not present in these areas. And so this metric becomes less valuable in that area because it's really meant for detecting CWD in new areas. So this is the same depiction for the Upper Peninsula. And with those sample populations in medium green needing to meet that 0.5% mark or get below it. And while that northwest portion of the UP is not quite at 0.5%, it's so close that really continuing focused surveillance in this remote area for another year would really require some intensive resources for just a few samples. So instead, we do plan to continue to monitor this through the submissions, through the hunter submission straight to the VDL, as well as, of course, any sick acting deer that might be reported from the area. So what I've been talking about in the last few slides is really targeting specific areas with efforts to collect some samples that are meant to help us gain more information for these areas. To do this, we enlisted partners such as processors and taxidermists to help us increase our sample collections in these areas. However, while the goals that we present to you each year that you see on our maps really only highlight our focused efforts, there's a lot of other work that's going on as well that are important to our surveillance efforts. So beyond this focused surveillance, we do have an 11-county area in the Northeast Lower Peninsula that you're all familiar with that is our TB area. And in this area, we ask hunters to submit the entire deer head for testing versus pulling the lymph nodes themselves. And that's really to reduce the risk of TB exposure to themselves and to support our TB surveillance goals. So from this area, we will accept heads for CWD testing on request, which we do get. Then there's the clinical suspects, and those are sick acting deer that are reported by the public. And those really have become some of our most informative samples that we receive. We also receive deer from approved targeted removal efforts that are tested each year. And then there's the hunter submissions that go directly to the VDL, as well as the donated deer that are tested from certain counties. And we receive data on all of those samples as well to track across the state. So through all these testing streams, here are where the CWD positive deer were detected in 2025. The gray counties really note just the any county in the lower peninsula that has had one or more cases of CWD since 2015. And the red deer are showing the locations of deer from 2025. And the relative size of the deer just kind of gives a general idea of the number at each general location. And I will note that there were 61 positives detected last year, and there are 13 that could not be plotted just due to incomplete submission of location data. So this map then is the cumulative distribution of positive deer since 2015. Again, not all deer are plotted because of that incomplete submission of location data, but as of now, we have detected CWD in 18 counties across Michigan. And you can see the relative distribution on this map, and notably the main focus of infection there around Montcalm County. To put it into even greater context, we're definitely not the only place dealing with CWD. This map is showing the distribution of CWD across North America. The gray areas are counties where CWD has been detected in free-ranging cervids, and the yellow and red dots are locations of captive cervid facilities that have tested positive for CWD. You might note that this map was last updated in April of 2025 due to changes at the federal level. The updates were paused. There is work to try and reinstate these. It just hasn't happened as of yet. So to wrap up, we developed and implemented a 5-phase plan for our CWD surveillance, and we completed the objectives outlined in this plan. And in doing so, we built a data set for the entire state. An evaluation of the data collected during this surveillance provided confidence that CWD was not present above 0.5% in new areas of the state. And then with the completion of this 5-phase plan, our goal in 2026 is to revisit the Montcalm area. Now, this area was under previous intensive surveillance, and it's remained the most highly infected area that's known in the state. So we'd like to take this year to assess current CWD prevalence in Montcalm County and potential increases in transmission to the surrounding areas. So in order to accomplish this, we'll be collecting or conducting focused surveillance in the 5 counties you see highlighted here in yellow. And then in addition, we'll continue to collect data through the other work that I also mentioned, which means heads that come from our 11 county TB area by request, as well as any sick acting deer, targeted removal efforts. And of course, we get all of that data from those the submissions that hunters voluntarily submit straight to the VDL, as well as tracking the data from donated deer that go through the HFM program. And basically all of this then lends to our efforts in 2026 and information statewide.
Can I hop in with a question?
Yeah, and I'm pausing right here.
Oh,
for
okay.
questions. So
I just want to make sure I heard you right. So right now for 2026, we're going to work on getting a prevalence rate for Montcalm.
correct, yeah.
Right. And we don't have one right now.
We have data there from the years we were there previously. And
Okay.
so we have some pretty intensive sampling from 2017 through 2019 there. And then we took a break while we did this rotational surveillance. So now we're going to go back and reassess it.
Yeah, I think that's great. I know from my point of view, one of the things I'm very concerned about is I feel like, the department needs to be putting out a numerical benchmark to the NRC regarding prevalence rates. And then if we hit a certain threshold, then we have choices of A, B, and or C to make decisions on what to do. And I feel as a commissioner right now that I'm flying a little bit blind because we don't have any numerical benchmarks. And it's of the highest importance to me as a commissioner that we establish benchmarks like that, not only for for disease mitigation, but for what we want our herd to look like, and really by zone, what the appropriate herd should look like. So we really need to start developing these numerical guidelines for us to make appropriate decisions off of, because right now I feel like I don't have any.
Sure, understood. And I think that, from the data we have previously, we're happy to go back and I can't recall it all off the top of my head right now for each year, but we can go back and provide that information to you from our previous surveillance there. So you have that. Obviously, we'll report that when we report what we find this year as well.
And it's really, also supplying us with the mechanisms of options, that range of options, what to do when we hit certain thresholds.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm really hoping that we can get to that point.
Sure.
At some point in the future.
Yep.
But thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You mean our section, me personally?
Response plan.
So we obviously have not had an updated response plan. One was began in 2019 and it did not gain traction. And then through just some changes within our section, it was not picked back up. So there is a plan to do that. We do have hopes to get that started. But this 5-year plan to build a baseline of data was in the hopes to help provide some information for that plan as well. So that way we had a better idea also of what we were dealing with across the state. Being able to build that baseline of data was really important because what it did was reduce concerns that there were other hotspots out there, like there was in Montcalm, that we just didn't know about. And so now that we know, at least at this moment in time, that they're not there, that gives us a better idea of kind of how to approach this on a statewide level. Surveillance and monitoring, yes. And so, in terms of management, I think all states kind of struggle with what's the right approach, right, to that. Like there are a lot of things that we can encourage people to help with to reduce risk, which is not moving carcasses, disposing of them properly. So we're not introducing this to new areas. But I think now the problem to tackle is to go in and now how do you deal with it in the areas that you have it and you have it at a higher prevalence?
Pretty early on in the process, and if I remember correctly, they were handing out, you could get 10 doe permits or something to hunt year round.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Ister. And we still continue to work very locally with landowners where CWD has been identified, especially in what we call emergent areas. So the map that Melinda was showing previously shows the distribution of where we have positives. And one of the important components of developing the baseline surveillance across the state was to help identify whether there were places like Montcalm County elsewhere where we would now consider that disease, and correct me if I'm wrong, Melinda, that's endemic there. I mean, it is established in that area. And Commissioner Fewens, to your question earlier, once it becomes endemic and established, our management options become extremely limited. There is not much that can be done once CWD becomes established in a place like Montcalm County and Northeast Kent County. We do have options where it seems to be emergent. So finding these positive areas in these newer locations and doing a lot of surveillance to understand that we are not dealing with a situation like Montcalm County in places like Genesee County, in places like Allegan County. Because of our surveillance history, we can go into those areas and work with local landowners and try to do a more localized removal area to try to alter the trajectory of what it would look like spread long term. Again, it is polarizing to do that. Some people are very much interested in that. Some people are not interested in it, but we work very closely with landowners to provide more opportunities and even some additional assistance to remove deer locally to try to remove those really localized doe groups that are likely harboring some of the initial infections in those early stages.
Okay, and I'm just kind of curious about, so with the Ingham County, do you know when the last case in Ingham County was? I thought it was just that one solitary deer, but it was.
We actually just had a recent case there, so there had not been any. That was the initial case in 2015. And then we had not seen any until just recently. We had a new case there.
When was that?
We had one this past year. So what, two?
Okay.
I'd have to look back, but
So,
two.
and it looks like it was in same location.
Same location, yes.
Okay, I mean, because that is kind of interesting because in terms of a plan, because I know that, so I had actually inquired about those additional doe permits for that area, and I was told that they were no longer available because there had not been another case in that area. And so, you know, it's I think you guys need to get something. I mean, and I realize you got to do you need to get the base information. I get that. And I also get that you have limited resources to do all this work. And so it's probably, you know, I mean, I guess I'm a little concerned and that, you know, this is where we are right now. And it's a decade later. And now we're talking about, well, we need to get a plan. And it's a decade later. And now you're seeing stuff pop up in places where, you know, that somebody had made a decision that those permits were no longer available. And then all of a sudden you've got another case right there. And there's no place, there's nothing in set. No plan. And real quick, just kind of another thing, and I guess this is kind of a debate that something you guys have to sort out with a plan is, you know, once these, in my opinion, once these things get established, there's no putting them out. Like you're stuck with it. And then the question becomes, are you going to try and just slow it down? Or are you going to let it just run its course? And I think those have big implications for what we have to do here because, you know, I think the science shows that it's the larger matured bucks that are the primary spreaders of it. And so do we let it just run its course? Do we encourage big bucks out there that are more likely to carry it? Or do we try to eliminate big bucks to limit the spread? Big questions, little guidance.
There are best management practices that the Association of State Fish and Wildlife Agencies put together. They're in the process of updating those right now. I asked for copies of those for the commissioners. Did we bring them, provide them?
I gave them to Brooke. Did they not get to you? I have a copy here.
They might be here. Are they on the table? I didn't want to rifle while we were talking.
Yeah, so they are there. And that's what I was going to say. There are best management practices that we are using and those will be updated and those will help also tell us, you know, the latest science that we can use to try to combat this based on what all states have done. The thing with Ingham County is we did some targeted removal to try to really get that, we call it a spark when something shows up and we just initially see it. So we did targeted removal to kind of remove all those family groups to try to get rid of the deer that were likely positive to try to, you know, keep it out of there as long as possible. But remember, this disease infects, you know, contaminates the ground as well. So even if we did remove the family groups that were actually carrying the disease, the land was already, you know, contaminated. And so it's not unusual to us that has popped up again. So again, we'll need to go in there, try to remove family groups. Possibly that might be our plan. I don't know. We haven't decided yet, but we have so many sparks now around there. We are resource light in being able to manage all those sparks. So we're going to have to determine where we're going to move to try to decrease those sparks and what we're going to do. But just wanted to make sure you understood that the ground was already contaminated by those deer we found previously. So we're not surprised that it sparked back up there.
Chief Thompson, real quick, is there any environmental conditions that will kill off the prions?
Not that we know right now.
Right.
There's
Just-
still
that's
lots
what I
of
thought. I
research
just wanted
going
to
on.
Refresh, yep.
But we've lost a decade. Some states are taking a more aggressive approach. Missouri director is at the health committee last week of the North American Conference talking about their concerns. They've been able to keep their prevalence rate below 2% in their most infected area. But it's tough. It takes long-term persistence. And, you know, I hear rumbles in our hunting community that we're going to be able to release strains of deer that are genetically immune to this disease. There's just a hearing on Tuesday in Oklahoma because they have legislation that their legislature is considering allowing release of this genetic strain. And USDA was there, who worked with the researcher on this. They actually provided grant funding indicating these deer are not immune to CWD and is 100% fatal. So some of the genetic strains that we've used for scrapies and sheep have been, that's how we've gotten rid of it in domestic flocks. But we're not there yet, folks, on deer. I wish we were. I wish we had some solution to this. But right now, slowing the spread of the disease is what we have. And you know, what we have seen, we brought in the modeler. We brought in Dr. Mike Miller, gosh, a long time ago now. I was involved with Dr. Jonah Arnaldi. We wrote the first CWD response plan in Michigan. And we brought in Dr. Mike Miller, who had done most of the modeling on CWD, but it was done with mule deer populations, which if you worked with muleys, they're found at very, very low densities compared to Michigan whitetail. And it's alarming. And that's our biggest concern is how do we keep the densities down as well as the infections? Are there other questions?
Okay, we will move on to our TB update. I have Dr. Shannon Cervini here. She is the Assistant State Veterinarian TB Program Coordinator with MDART. She'll be providing the cattle health update alongside me. I'll start us off with our 2025 deer surveillance update. And so just as a reminder, as part of the Memorandum of Understanding that the DNR has along with MDART and the USDA, our annual deer surveillance is outlined in the 11 counties that are shaded here in gray. And the red outline is Deer Management Unit 452. This is our TB core area, and it's about where on average 78% of our cases in deer originate. The 5-county endemic area includes the 4 counties that DMU over 452 overlaps with, as well as Presqu'île to the north. And this accounts for about 97% of our cases in deer. The remaining counties that buffer this area, we call the buffer zone, kind of form an L shape around the 5-county areas to the west and to the south. And we monitor these as well for any spread out of the 5-county area. Efforts in 2025 for sample collection and awareness were done in several ways. There were 10 staffed check station locations where hunters could visit and work with DNR staff to submit a sample. There were also 20 self-service drop boxes, and these were available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that hunters could fill out their own information, bag the head and leave it in the box at their convenience for staff to pick up at a later time. In addition, we worked with 24 different processors and taxidermists that voluntarily enrolled in the cooperator program, and they assisted with our sample collection efforts. And then deer were collected from permits, in particular disease control permits, where sample collection is required on those, or submission is required for those. Efforts to communicate the sampling needs and locations were done through local radio, TV interviews, and the government delivery e-blasts. Here we have a comparison of the sample submission routes from 2025 to 2024. And the main takeaways here are that while check stations still take in the majority of samples, traffic at these does continue to slow. However, traffic through processors and taxidermists is growing. Deer submitted through permits has remained steady, while drop boxes continue to get minimal and decreasing use. There is an annual mailing done each year to processors and taxidermists, asking them to enroll in the voluntary program to assist with sample collection. As a result of deer testing in 2025, we identified 18 TB positive deer in the state, and the general locations are shown here on the map. All but one of them were from the 5-county area, and the one that wasn't was in Crawford County. You can see it there in the northeast corner of Crawford, just right along the Oscoda border. However, how we look at these is really in terms of disease prevalence. So from years of work, we know that TB is established in this 5-county area of the state. And while cases do occasionally occur outside of the 5-county area, they don't happen frequently enough in order to calculate prevalence, nor is there any indication that it has established elsewhere. So you can see here in the table on the right that prevalence in 2025 was estimated at about 1%, and that's down from 1.5% in 2024. And then prevalence in the 5-county area was at 0.5%, which is slightly up from the previous year. But in order to evaluate the significance of these changes, we test for trends in the data. And so when we evaluate prevalence for 452 overall years, we can see that we have had a significant decreasing trend. So in the first year of its discovery, it was estimated that prevalence was around 5%. And as I mentioned last year, it was around 1%. But we also look at the most recent 5 years to assess for recent changes. And here you can see that apparent prevalence has remained between that 1% and 2% mark, and there is no significant increasing or decreasing trend noted. The bars on each of these are our confidence intervals, and what that means is that while we provide a point estimate, we have 95% confidence that true prevalence is within the range of these bars, and that just helps us account for sampling variability. If we take a look at prevalence for the 5-county surrounding area over the last 5 years, we can see that numbers look like they're slightly up. And while estimates are leaning towards an increase, there is no significant trend that's detectable at this time. I normally wouldn't show this slide in the presentation, but I think in light of the previous slide, it's a little bit more relevant this year. So this is prevalence in the 5-county area over all years. There's no trend in this. You can see how often it jumps around. We see highs and lows over time. And at this time, what we're seeing fits within the norm, but really only time will tell whether it remains to be in the norm or a trend begins to emerge. So a lot of this comes really from sampling variability. This can be the number of samples, the composition of samples, or really just the basic probability of detecting a positive at such a low prevalence level. I wanted to quickly acknowledge our elk sampling. It often gets left out of our presentations, but I think it's important to note we do have mandatory TB testing of all hunter harvested elk. Any other elk that are collected are also TB tested. In 2026, in 2025, we tested 181 elk and detected no positives. The years and the numbers that we have detected positives are listed there on the slide. You can see most of those were in the early 2000s. Then the last one we had was in 2017. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Cervini for the cattle update.
Good morning, welcome.
Okay, I think I'm on now. Good. All right, so I'm going to talk about the cattle portion of TB control activities that were conducted in 2025. So since 2004, Michigan has operated under a split state status where we have this 4-county area in northeastern lower Michigan that is designated as the modified accredited zone. Presque Isle County has many of the same control activities as the rest of the modified accredited zone, but is technically considered in the accredited free zone. And the rest of the state is all considered accredited free. And what this means is that in this 4-county area, all cattle herds need to undergo annual whole herd tuberculosis testing. Any cattle 60 days or older need to complete pre-movement testing to move to any location within or out of the modified accredited zone. They need to obtain a movement permit so that we can track the movement of those animals. And also any animals that would like to move to any destination other than to slaughter need to be enrolled in one of our herd protection programs, which I will talk about in a minute. So there are about 600 cattle farms in the modified accredited zone and Presque County. And then we have the central core area in the MAZ that is designated as the Enhanced Wildlife Biosecurity Area. This is the central core area where we see the majority of TB infections in deer and in cattle. And there are about 161 cattle farms in this area. And any cattle herds living in the EWB area, if they want to move cattle to any location other than to slaughter, they are required to be enrolled in our highest level of protection, which is the Enhanced Wildlife Biosecurity Program. Maybe you'll find a switch for me. MDARD supplies the majority of veterinarians that do the testing in the modified accredited zone. We also have some fee basis veterinarians that will charge us to perform regulatory TB testing. Correct. This is all performed by MDARD. So in Presque County, there was a case of tuberculosis in a cattle herd in 2019. However, we did not see another case. And as of 2024, which was when our zoning order was up for renewal, we were able to roll back some testing requirements in Presque County. We divided the county into a northern and southern portion, with the southern area is right up against the modified accredited zone, and herds in the southern area are still required to complete TB testing every year. However, herds in the northern area only need to test their cattle every 3 years. Also, if herds in Presque County enroll in our Enhanced Wildlife Biosecurity Program, which is our highest level of protection for cattle herds, and they also give USDA Wildlife Services permission to access their property and remove deer if they are seen on the property, then they can roll back their testing requirements even further. Herds in the southern area can roll back from testing every year to every 3 years if they are enrolled. And in the northern area, they can, rather than testing every 3 years, the testing requirements go away altogether. The other part of the state that we do perform testing is this area that Melinda mentioned, which is the buffer zone. You can see here on the map in purple. So this is the 10-mile buffer area outside of the modified accredited zone. There's about 72 cattle farms in this area. And per our memorandum of understanding with the USDA, in order to keep our split state status, all cattle farms in this area are required to perform whole herd TB testing every 3 years. We are right in the middle of a testing period right now. Testing began in September of 2025, and we aim to have all herds tested by August 31st, 2026, and we're right on track with where we need to be with testing. I think we only have like 26 herds still needing to schedule, so we anticipate being finished testing all the herds by that due date. So our herd protection programs take the form of our wildlife risk mitigation program and our enhanced wildlife biosecurity program. The wildlife risk mitigation program consists of one of our wildlife biologists going out to visit a farm, and they perform an independent evaluation of each farm, and they look for risk areas where cattle may be coming into contact with free-ranging deer, especially focusing on areas of shared feeding or shared watering sites, and looking at deer attractants on the property, such as apple trees. And then they make recommendations to each farm and come up with a herd plan. And then each farm gets a verification twice a year to make sure that they are compliant with those elements of the herd plan. This has been a pretty successful program, and we have about 81% of cattle herds enrolled in the MAZ, as well as in the Enhanced Wildlife Biosecurity Area. And as I mentioned, the upper level of protection is the Enhanced Wildlife Biosecurity Program, which is where USDA Wildlife Services will also, in addition to all the mitigation measures, they will visit each farm monthly and perform nighttime surveillance to see if there are any deer that are still able to get access to the property. And they will perform deer removal of any animals that they find on the property if given permission by the landowner. So this is a chart that shows all of our surveillance activities in 2025. You can see we performed over 14,000 caudal fold tests, and these are tests that were performed for any reason, whether it was an annual whole herd test, a retest, a movement test, a traceback test, which is when if we find TB in another area, we trace that animal back to their origin herd and perform whole herd testing on those animals. The caudal fold test is very similar to the TB test that's performed in humans, in which a small bleb of tuberculin is injected by a veterinarian into the skin of the tail. And then 3 days later, the veterinarian returns to see if there's any reaction in that spot. If they see or feel any lumps or bumps, that animal is considered a suspect. And you can see in 2025, we did have 92 suspect tests. Generally, what happens if an animal is a suspect is that we will perform follow-up testing. Typically, this takes place with a comparative cervical test. And with this test, there are 2 different types of tuberculin that are injected into the neck of the animal, a bovine tuberculin and an avian tuberculin. And this test needs to be performed by a regulatory veterinarian. So then the regulatory veterinarian will again return in 3 days. They will measure the size of the reactions with a caliper, and then they plot it on a graph called a scattergram. Animals with intermediate reactions are classified as suspect, and with animals having a higher reaction to the bovine tuberculin and less of a reaction to the avian tuberculin are classified as a reactor. And per the uniform methods and regulations for TB by USDA, any animals that are classified as reactors need to undergo a complete postmortem examination. And any animals that are classified as suspect either need to undergo a postmortem examination or have retesting performed 50 days later. So you can see in 2025, we did have 2 suspect animals and 1 reactor. And these suspect and reactor animals that I mentioned in the previous slides were traced back to a herd in Presque County. So they did undergo a complete postmortem examination at Michigan State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. These animals did have gross signs of tuberculosis, and this was confirmed histopathologically, which is where we look at the under a microscope at the tissues, and you can actually see the mycobacterial organisms living in the tissues. And then a PCR is performed, which is the test that actually identifies the DNA of mycobacteria. And when we get a PCR positive, that is the test that is considered the confirmatory test that allows us to declare that that herd is TB positive. So this herd was confirmed positive by the National Veterinary Services Laboratory. And Presque was declared the 84th TB infected herd since 1998. So this was the first herd that has been seen outside of the modified accredited zone since 2021. Whole genome sequencing, which is looking at the genetics of that isolate from that animal, related, and what's most closest to ancestor of an isolate that was seen in a deer in Alcona County in 2020. We had a relative lull in TB activity in cattle between 2022 and 2024. We did not see any positive herds. However, unfortunately, in January of 2025, a small beef herd in Alcona County was confirmed as infected, and this was declared as the 83rd TB positive herd. This herd remains under quarantine and is currently undergoing test and remove testing of the animals on the property. In November of 2025, unfortunately, we did also receive diagnosis of a herd in Presque County that I mentioned in the previous slide. So I already talked about that herd. And then on December 29th of 2025, MDARD received word from a slaughter plant in Pennsylvania that an animal with gross lesions of tuberculosis had been identified at a slaughter plant. So when this happens, we trace that animal back to the herd of origin. And this was traced back to a herd in Charlevoix County. So to a dairy in Charlevoix County. And so this is a county on the west side of the state. It's not an area where we typically see tuberculosis. So we are performing epidemiological investigation to figure out how this organism got into the herd. We're currently evaluating all trace cattle that came into and out of the herd. And this is an area of the state that we really don't have a lot of information about the prevalence of TB in deer or in cattle. We're currently working with the Michigan DNR and services to perform deer removal and test areas. U.S. Wildlife Services has been knocking on doors of property owners in Charlevoix County and getting permission to remove deer from properties. So far, people have been really receptive to this. And so far, I think we've removed about 60 deer, and the program started March 1st. It's a 12-mile radius outside of where the positive deer or the positive dairy was found. We can't, under 466, we can't location because it may lead to identification of the positive herd. It's just for confidentiality purposes for that owner. So cattle testing and traces remain ongoing. While this is outside of the reporting period, that we did have an announcement come out on Monday with the state vet statement that we did have an additional herd in Presque Isle County that was declared TB positive this March, and it did not make it onto this slide. But we also had a dairy in Alpena County that was confirmed infected, and this will be the 87th herd in Michigan to be TB positive since 1998. So MDARD is currently operating with 5 TB positive herds. We are concerned 3 of these herds have been found outside of the modified accredited zone. And we look forward to working with our partners in the DNR and implementing strategies to control this disease in cattle and wildlife and preventing transmission to people. Thank you.
Question, and probably for both. During Governor Engler's time, there was a goal put out, an expectation that we were going to eradicate this bacteria. So where are we? Has there been a modification of that expectation?
I'll talk on my next slide about a strategic plan we're working on, but we have not stated a date for eradication.
That is still the goal,
Yes.
is to eradicate tuberculosis.
The overall goal is eradication, but there's not a new date on it. That obviously Engler's date has come and gone.
Okay.
Okay. So both direct and indirect. So animals in contact with one another obviously can pass the bacteria back and forth, but indirect is also an issue as well. So whether it be on foodstuffs or environment, an infected animal that is in an area can leave the bacteria behind, and then another animal can come in and pick it up indirectly.
This is being maintained by the deer.
It is maintained in the deer herd, yes. It's endemic. Yeah, I mean, transmission can happen both ways, obviously, but yes, that happens often. Yes, we tend to see that, and I know that Brent will touch on this in his, and I do have a slide hidden in the presentation. I don't know if I can get to it from here, so we'll wait till Brent brings it up in his. But Deer usually have kind of equal odds of being positive until about a year and a half of age. And at that point, then with bucks, they increase in their odds of becoming positive increases yearly with each age that they go through. So it continues through life. Whereas does, their odds seem to kind of even out around 3 or 4 years old. Correct. Yes. Correct. Yes. Okay. Okay. So just to wrap up here, I wanted to swing back to deer to talk about what we'll be doing in 2026. So we will obviously, as part of our memorandum of understanding, continue monitoring prevalence in DMU 452 and the surrounding 5-county area, as well as monitoring for cases in those buffer counties. In addition, this year we will be adding focus surveillance in Charlevoix County in light of that positive cattle herd that Dr. Cervini just spoke about. And hopefully this will give us a better idea if there is local transmission happening there so that we can address it. We will also continue to test deer from anywhere in the state that we receive at our lab. So we do screen all deer that are received at our lab for TB. So for example, any of those that come in through our CWD surveillance are also examined for TB. So we do have some level of annual surveillance across the state each year because of that. And so it's more than just the areas you see highlighted here on the map. We do get statewide testing done as well. These are just our focused efforts.
Sorry, real quick. What is the cost to the state of the monitoring that's going on? Do you know the overall cost, the entirety of it?
For the whole program?
For both agencies?
Yeah, what's the cost of monitoring and not just monitoring, but the active programs that you have for trying to limit and eradicate TB?
Your mic, if you would, or speak closer to it, so people can hear you. Thanks.
I don't have a dollar number for MDARD, but it is one of our larger programs that occupy, I would say we probably have the majority of our staff that are occupied with tuberculosis related activities.
So it's a lot of money every year.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay. So to wrap up, I just wanted to highlight some interagency partnership work that has been ongoing throughout 2025. The DNR and MDARD, along with our colleagues at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, collaborated to develop a revised TB strategic plan for Michigan. This effort helped facilitate our renewal of our MOU in 2025, which was also due. So it helped that we were able to complete both of those plans during the year. The strategic plan outlines short, medium, and long-term goals for the program, and it includes 3 main objectives, each with suggested actions to support progress. And so I won't go into specific details of the plan today, but we'd be happy to share those with you later, given additional time. And part of the reason of not going into too many details yet is that during this year, the work will continue. So the agencies are going to begin development of the implementation plan to determine really how best to accomplish these identified actions. And so during this process, we'll be identifying partners that can also help us implement these actions as well. And finally, the 3 agencies have committed to meeting annually to review and revise the strategic plan. And so this will help us with continual improvement and adaptive management as we move along. With that, we can take any other questions.
I have a quick question. Oh, go ahead.
When will you know with the Charlevoix herd, whether that was introduced to the herd from another deer or from another cow or from interaction with deer?
And that is always a tricky question to answer because even when we perform the genetic variations, we can say it's most similar to another isolate that we saw that doesn't give us information on how it got into the herd, whether it came via deer, via cattle, on someone's shoe. So it's definitely a pretty comprehensive examination, but we are continuing to test cattle that have come in and out of the herd to see if that gives us answers, as well as testing deer in the area. So that should provide some more information.
Yeah, so one of the important things on the deer side, obviously, is to see, is it there in the local deer? And so, obviously, as Dr. Savini mentioned, they're looking into, any movement of cattle that they can, kind of discern if anything is happening that way. But we also want to know, is it in the deer? And so how it got there in the first place, if we were to find it in the deer, will still be a question, even if we were to find it in the deer. It's not, you can look at that sequencing and you can see where it relates back to. A lot of times these often relate back to deer over in, they're all part of the Michigan strain of TB. Seems to a lot of them point back to old isolates in Alcona County from the 2000s, and so early 2000s. We only have enough information on the animals that we're able to test. Obviously, aren't able to test every deer that's ever been positive for TB. So there are always gaps in that information too. So.
Okay, and these are, I think these are really serious issues for our deer herd in the state. Okay, and something that needs to be addressed. And the memorandum we were provided, I think, has 4 lines in it in the first 20 pages that reference but don't really discuss this issue. And I'm curious as to where in the hunting regulations there can be something to do to assist with the control of these diseases, which can have with chronic wasting disease catastrophic consequences for the herd, and with TB maybe not so much with the herd but certainly with agriculture. And I don't see that being anything that's been considered in the recommendations that are being made. And I'm curious as to why that is and what could be done.
Chad, are you going to speak to that?
I'm trying to think through the answer.
I
think maybe the simplest and maybe the hardest answer is that it is increasingly difficult to manage disease through our recreational hunting opportunities. So I think we start to understand that there are limitations to what can be done to manage this disease through the regulation. So if there is a de-emphasis in some of the disease language in the order, it's probably intentional because we understand that there are limits there. That's not to say that things can't be made worse by doing this or that. It's not to understand that there can be some benefits, but I mean, if we're talking about eradicating bovine tuberculosis and creating deer regulations to achieve that goal, I don't think it will ever happen. We have to come up with some sort of creative alternative approaches to managing bovine tuberculosis, to responding to chronic wasting disease that is somewhat aligned, but still very different than what we create with our deer regulations. And that's why I think some of the stuff that we're doing with bovine TB, with some of the vaccination trials, have a lot of promise. I think we have to think through these diseases in a new alternative and creative way than how we've previously adopted it, because what we have been doing in the past has not yielded the fruit to respond to reduce these diseases. I mean, we've had success with bovine TB. When we first started finding it, I mean, it was 5%, 6%. We have had success in reducing it to the current levels, but we have not had success at getting it below those levels.
Also, if I may, so I don't think there's a direct line, but there's an indirect line that you're not seeing. In all these disease cases, we need to lower the population. So we are continuing to say we need to reduce the population, which means increase antlerless harvest in all of these areas. In many cases, we need to reduce the level beyond what hunters are willing to accept. So if there was a regulation, it would be something to try to get us to reduce further than hunters would be willing to accept. And I don't know what that regulation would be.
Well, I guess, here's my concern. All right, these are big issues, and we get a memorandum from the department stating their policies, and it's not mentioned. I mean, 4 lines, you got to mention, but it's not discussed. And there's no there's no endpoint, there's no goal listed, all right? And you've got, you know, clearly, and these are some of my concerns, I just put it out there, you know, clearly you've got, and it's not gonna be popular with a lot of people in this crowd here, but, you know, the big bucks are more likely to be spreading this stuff. And you've come up with a policy to try and make more big bucks. And it seems to me, we either say, we're not going to control these diseases. You know, if we're going to say chronic wasting disease is just going to run its course, and if that's a policy the state's going to have, then we don't need to worry about that. But if the policy is that we need to control these diseases, then these need to be part of the consideration that's made. And I don't think there's a clear, the department has not presented a clear, you know, picture of where we need to go, why we need to get there, and how we need to do it. And that's my concern. And I guess for me, you know, I don't know what the best course is. I don't know if we should be trying to control this stuff as best we can, which means throwing everything we can at it, which would say target certain deer and lots of other programs that may partially been in effect for the last few years or may not have been done or that you're considering. But you know, you guys are looking at making major change to the deer regulations. We got major issues that aren't being addressed. And it really concerns me that we're going in a direction that we might not be wanting to go. But if the consensus is that we're never going to stop this stuff, you know, I mean, the ash borer never got stopped. You know, the state spent all this time trying to stop ash borers, right? Well, you know, maybe chronic wasting diseases like the ash borer, it's not going to be stopped. Let it run its course. Don't worry about the consequences. Maybe that's where we go. I don't know. I'm not a
Outside of the
biologist.
Hunting regulations, part of this that we'll be working on this year does identify other actions. These are, you know, outside of just what we do with hunting, but all of these things have to work I'm going in and out. So there's not one single answer, obviously, to doing this. And so it's kind of a multitude of different solutions that we have to come up with. And so some of the things that are outlined in the strategic plan are identifying actions that we can take to help combat this. And so those are the pieces that this year we will be working on starting to flesh out some of that too. So really address exactly what you're talking about in terms of the upcoming hunting regulations, but there are other things, as Chad mentioned, whether it be vaccination or other, you know, targeting certain groups of deer, those things will be starting to be fleshed out within that implementation plan this year. So there is gotten that, maybe not addressing exactly what your concern is right now, but just I wanted you to know that those are in there as well. So
I share concerns. We've got a outdated deer management plan, an outdated surveillance and response plan that we are not following. And we're struggling to get rid of TB that we've been working on for quite a while. We need some attention to it beyond surveillance. And I don't disagree. We need some alternative ways to address this, but we got to slow the spread of CWD in order to have that ability to address it. If we come up with something.
I have a quick question regarding those 11 counties. Has the department ever looked at creating a separate zone for deer management in those 11 counties?
what do you mean by a zone, a DMU?
Well, we get zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. I mean, is there ever been any conversation about breaking off those 11 counties to look at it as from a regional perspective?
We did 452.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then okay.
We did it below the zone. That's part of zone 2. But we did area 452, which is a 5-county area.
We already treat that area special for this exact reason.
Other questions? Comments? Okay, proceed.
Good morning, directors, commissioners, and chair. My name is Tressa Hubbard, and I am the acting privately owned cervid coordinator. Today, I am going to talk about the history of the privately owned captive cervid program, the different regulatory laws, roles, the different regulatory laws, roles, and authorities, as well as different registration types and a few program updates. In the interest of time, I will be referring to the privately owned cervid as POC and Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development as MDARD throughout this presentation. DNR and MDARD's regulatory authority to oversee the POC program is derived from Act 466 of 1988, also known as the Animal Industry Act. Act 190 of 2000, also known as the Privately Owned Cervidae Producers Marketing Act, and the operational standards for registered privately owned cervidae facilities, which will be referred to as the operational standards throughout the remainder of this presentation. Act 466 of 1988 provides MDARD's authority for POC oversight. This act governs all livestock species in the state, not just cervids. It authorized and required the appointment of a state veterinarian within MDARD. And this act also outlines disease testing and animal movement requirements and provides MDARD with the authority to enact importation bans and quarantines. Dr. Wineland will provide more detail on MDARD's authorities in her portion of this talk. Act 190 of 2000 requires anyone possessing a cervid to be registered and follow an established inspection process. This act defines captive cervids as livestock, and while this act originally gave authority to MDARD to issue registrations and enforce regulations, an executive order transferred these authorities to DNR in 2004. Additionally, this act outlines penalties associated with the violations and references the operational standards document, which we'll be discussing next. The operational standards required under Act 190 were originally developed by the DNR, then revised in December of 2005 with input from the POC industry. The revised document was adopted by both Michigan Commission of Agriculture and the Natural Resources Commission in January of 2006. It functions as a handbook for POC facilities and is provided to all new facilities. The document includes descriptions of the 4 types of POC classifications, fencing standards, tagging requirements, cervid escape protocols, record keeping and annual reporting requirements, decommissioning steps, and descriptions of violations. The DNR authority is limited to fencing and regulations and the enforcement of the standards associated with both of those aspects of the program. We approve new facility locations, perform inspections, issue registrations, investigate industry violations such as holes in fences and inadequate or absent records, and handle cervid escapes. MDARD's authority is specific to animal movement, disease testing, and identification requirements. They oversee the cervid health program, including the chronic wasting disease herd certification program and tuberculosis accreditation. MDARD staff assists with investigating animal welfare complaints at the request of local law enforcement agencies. They monitor animal movement, provide oversight of CWD surveillance, provide identification tags, and issue quarantines. You will hear more about their role during Dr. Wineland's presentation. There are 4 types of POC classifications. The first, Class 1 or hobby, covers facilities where cervids are held as pets. The 2006 revision of Act 190 prohibited further issuance of permits under this classification. However, existing facilities were grandfathered in, resulting in a few remaining facilities under this classification. All animals within a hobby classification facility must be tagged with 2 tags. No live animals can leave the facility, and only naturally produced additions are allowed into the herd unless prior approval is granted. Class 2, or exhibition, is issued to facilities where animals are exhibited off-site for up to 60 days. Examples of this classification include a reindeer farm, petting zoos, or other small zoos. All animals within an exhibition classification facility must be tagged with 2 tags. Only naturally produced additions are allowed into the herd unless prior approval is granted. Class 3, or ranch, is issued to hunting preserves. This is the only classification where all animals within the facility do not need to be tagged with 2 tags. These facilities tend to be large, often hundreds of acres or more, making the tagging of naturally produced additions very difficult. However, the original animals and any additionally purchased animals must be tagged with 2 tags. No live cervids may leave a ranch facility. The exterior pen of a ranch classification must have either a double gate or an electronic gate system to ensure automatic gate closure. Records must be kept of all animals culled in a facility, as well as all products that are sold. The final classification, Class 4, or full, is issued to the breeding facilities. These facilities can buy, sell, trade, exhibit, or propagate products, including antlers and antler-based products, velvet, urine, semen, hides, and scents. All animals within a full classification facility must be tagged with 2 tags. Live cervids may be removed from a full facility. Records must be kept of all animals brought into and out of the facility, as well as all products that are sold. This table outlines various situations we may encounter in the event of an escaped captive cervid and outlines the course of action the DNR would take. Based on legislation, there are differences between how we would handle native versus non-native cervids. When we are notified of a cervid escape, we gather information including species, escape duration, and tagging information, which helps us to determine the next course of action. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wineland now.
All right, good morning. So my name is Nora Wineland, and I am the state veterinarian. So thank you for the opportunity to speak before this group of commissioners. So let's see how right. Okay. So I'm going to try not to repeat some of the things that Tressa went over, but also give you a little bit more detail on some of the things that are in our law and our responsibility in MDARD. So I will talk about surveillance. I'll talk about our health program approach. And then I think what this committee is, or the commission is probably very interested in, is what we do when we find this disease in these facilities. Buttons to push. All right, so we'll start with the laws, which Tressa already went over, so I just want to give you some highlights. So the animal industry, or we know it as Act 466, outlines how MDARD handles these facilities as well as many other facilities. So in there is a reporting requirement for disease. One of the earlier questions from the commission was about why things are confidential. So we need confidentiality when there's livestock disease, or we will not get good reporting. No farmer wants to be labeled as having a diseased herd. So that maybe will help people understand a little bit about how that works and why that's written that way. The act also gives us the authority to quarantine for disease and address the disease. But in that, the language is very clear that state employees are not allowed to share that information for that reason that I just described. In addition, the act was updated in 2019, and at that point, it established the requirement for all full facilities. So what we call a full facility is the class 4 that Tressa just mentioned, that they need to participate in the USDA herd certification program. So as she mentioned, there's a requirement for ID for animals to move. So our law is written indicating that an animal leaving a premises, many different classes, but deer are in there, must have identification tags. So that's in there. We also have a requirement that any movements be notified to MDARD when any facility is going to move a live animal. They can notify post the movement because, as you know, they may intend to dart one and they may end up with a different one or have some changes at the last minute. So we do allow them to notify us after the movement, but they have a short time frame in which they need to make those notifications. Our law also outlines the TB testing requirements and those that are requirements associated with being able to move these animals. All right, so I'm going to shift gears and talk a little bit more about our surveillance approach. So as you all know, controlling CWD is not easy. It's not easy in the wild, and it's definitely not easy in our penned or privately owned cervids. And it takes all of us working together, state ag, state natural resources, and the federal government and producers, all working and cooperating together to address it. And still, as you all have been speaking of and know, it is not an easy ask to do. You've seen this picture before as well. The purpose in putting this up, we are not alone. Other countries, this disease is out there. There are others who are dealing with it, and we are doing everything we can to leverage the knowledge that is gained by all these different entities that have been working with it, both in the wild as well as in the privately owned situations. So this is our statistics of our farm facilities that have been positive. I'm not going to go through each one of these in the interest of time. You do have this information, I think, in your packet, so you can look back, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have some. We have had approximately 17 privately owned cervid facilities. I say approximately because I want to draw your attention to number 7. We were unable to trace to the origin that animal because of some issues with tagging. So, and those kinds of things do happen. As you understand, animals lose tags, and sometimes they're not required to have tags in these big ranches. And so that complicates the picture that we have to address as we're trying to figure out where a positive came from and identify or address any differences of opinion that may come during that investigation. So our approach to surveillance, this map should look a little bit familiar compared to the map that Melinda showed you of where we have seen positive CWD cases. So we identify a special surveillance as any county that is within or touching a 5-mile radius around a privately owned cervid or within a 15-mile radius around a free ranging. And so we call that a special surveillance area, and privately owned cervid facilities that are within that special surveillance area have a little bit more surveillance activity that they need to conduct. So we're making sure that we're looking in areas where we should expect to find it, and we're monitoring for changes in where the disease is found. So this chart outlines those differences in the surveillance requirements. For full CWD HCP refers to those category 4. I don't know why I struggle between all the different terminology that is used between our state and federal ways of referring to these, but those full facilities, 100% of cervids that And so our law in the Animal Industry Act requires them to join the voluntary USDA herd certification program. 100% of animals that are 12 months of age and older that die for any reason need to be tested for CWD. And there are requirements specifically for what tissues need to be tested. Those samples are supposed to be received within 7 days of death. Those samples are to be pulled by a licensed practicing veterinarian within the state of Michigan. So that's our full or breeding facilities, right? So then those herds that are not in the CWD HCP program, which is going to be our ranches, the exhibition, and the hobby ones that are still remaining. So for them, if they're in the special surveillance area, they have increased requirements for testing versus the ones that are not in the special surveillance area. So they have to do 100% of cervids 12 months and old that die due to illness, injury, or that are euthanized versus any reason for the full facilities. 25% of those that are slaughtered, hunted, or called, or 100% that are slaughtered, hunted, or called if they're in that special surveillance area. And up to 30 per year is the max they have to do versus the full facilities have to do all of them. They have a little bit longer to submit those samples. Those are supposed to be submitted within 30 days of death. If someone owns a full facility and they own a ranch, they cannot move animals over to the ranch to avoid doing that surveillance. They have to get 100% of those animals that moved over to the ranch to be sampled. So just wanted to point that out as one of those sort of safeguards around not missing animals. So this has equated to around 1,500 to 2,000 animals that get tested out of the privately owned cervid stream of samples per year. So you can see those individual numbers here on this chart. All right, I'm going to shift gears one more time to talk about cervid health programs. So as Tressa mentioned, the Animal Industry Act gives me as a state veterinarian the authority and expectation that I identify reportable diseases, and we keep that list updated. So there's a lot of different diseases that are on that list for different reasons. So some are on there to help veterinarians with giving advice to producers of how to address a disease. This can apply for a privately owned cervid as well as other types of livestock populations. Some are on there for trade purposes. Some are on there because it's an emergency, it's a foreign disease, it's something we don't have in this country and we want to be monitoring for it. And if it should occur, we want it to be reported. So that's the reasons that we have some of those diseases. Particularly in the cervid area, the ones that we focus on are the two that we've been talking about this morning. So tuberculosis and chronic wasting disease. Oops, wrong way. Okay, and that's listed here. So those, as I already mentioned, the full facilities, they have to participate in the USDA voluntary herd certification program. There are requirements in the law for the TB testing. Movement of animals requires additional TB testing beyond that which is required for herds in general. So the federal HCP program is intended to control the disease and prevent spread. So it's not an eradication program because of the challenges that we've all been talking about with this disease. It comes with many of the requirements that are also embedded in our state law. So many of the things that the federal government requires are already coded into our state law, which addresses breeding facilities on our side, but not the other types of facilities. If a facility ends up with a detection, it is a minimum of 5 years before, hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself. So to become certified within the USDA herd certification program, it takes a minimum of 5 years doing all of the right surveillance for a herd to get there and be considered a certified herd for CWD. Okay, now we'll get to the response piece of it that I think you're all probably interested in. So the initial test, so we're doing all this surveillance in these herds, right? The initial test is going to go to the MSU Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. Those are identified as a suspect. And then that sample is sent out to the USDA National Veterinary Services Lab in Ames, Iowa for confirmation. That generally takes a week or two, depending on how busy they are with other things. In the meantime, the herd is quarantined pending that confirmation. And all movements, if they are a class of herd that can do movement, are stopped. So exhibitors would not be allowed to exhibit, full facilities would not be allowed to sell or move animals. Once we get that confirmation, then the herd is required to share records with us to understand and do all the tracing that we were just talking about with TB. And we go back around 5 years and we look at movements of animals through herds, because sometimes they have a birth herd, they go through a herd, and then they end up in another herd. So we're going to be looking at all of those herds and putting restrictions on those depending on when they were there and how long, and all of the factors that might be at play in terms of figuring out whether the disease has been dropped off, if you will, at some of those other pass-through herds, as we call them. So once we've done that work, and sometimes we're not done with all that tracing, we will put the herds under a herd plan, wherein we outline the expected length of quarantine based on what we're finding, as well as any other kinds of actions that they need to take in order to address the disease. And it could be that it is a depopulation. All of those kinds of options are discussed with the owner to determine what is the best right course of action. And like I said, the 5 years then comes into play. They cannot get back into the herd certification program until it's been 5 years since the last positive left. And then they start back at day 0 and they progress through the program, and it's another 5 years before they could become a certified herd again. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions as long as this microphone holds out, and happy to hear any questions you have. Thanks.
Commissioner Nyberg.
Thank you, Dr. Wineland. I'm curious if either Act 190 or Act 466 have any provisions that require, either through licensure or otherwise, that these facilities contribute to support for broader herd surveillance in the wild animal population. So if there's a escape, or if there's a wild CWD positive that could be attributed to cervid population, is there any mechanism that's helping to support that cost that the department and the citizens of Michigan bear?
That's a weighty question. So our law says if an animal has been out, I believe it's 48 hours, it is considered wild. And I believe then DNR will make every effort to capture and harvest that animal. I do not believe there is specific funds that come from the privately owned cervid facilities to support those activities. I mean, the activities of both departments are funded through the state of Michigan.
Commissioner Walters.
From each department, who does the inspections?
So it's the it's the responsibility of the DNR. Our field staff go out locally to each facility every 3 years when they're required for their renewals to do the inspections.
How many inspectors does the department have?
It depends on the local field staff. It's handled at their level, so it's a biologist, each biologist in their area.
So it's the wildlife biologist that does it?
Yes.
And for the full facilities, it's the responsibility of the producer to get inspections done, If they request, we will do inspections for herds that are in the herd certification program. So remember, that's the full class 4 facilities.
And we're talking the fence inspections. Did you mean some other inspection? That's
No, I
what Sam
mean-
told you,
I mean, captive cervid inspections.
the animal itself.
Well, not just the animal, but the facility. I mean, if there's a hole in the fence, somebody has to observe that.
Yeah, that's our staff, each biologist, sometimes technicians.
Okay. And what is the penalty for non-compliance?
Non-compliance with fence inspections or non-compliance regarding this HCP program?
If they're not in compliance of anything, what are the penalties?
It's outlined in Act 190. There's different levels of fines and citations that get issued, depending on the severity. So if we're at a renewal inspection and we see maybe there's some burrows where animals were digging under, or maybe the fence is leaning down a foot or so, we'll usually give them a week or 2 weeks, maybe 30 days to address those issues, and then we go back out and reinspect. And then if they have not addressed those issues, then we follow up with law enforcement division and they help us kind of coordinate what the citation will be.
And over the past 12 months, how many captive cervid facilities have been non-compliant and enforcement of penalty been conducted?
We have less than 50 that are currently standing as non-compliant.
And how long have those been non-compliant?
It kind of depends. There's some that are just non-compliant in the last few months because they haven't sent in their renewal inspection applications yet. So we send out reminders to those individuals. But for the most part, it's
Chronic?
no, I would say in the last year or two, it's the people who are delinquent in sending in their renewal applications.
I guess my question really evolves around the rumor that each department really doesn't want to do this. Is that fair? Yes, it is fair. That being said, we have a bigger problem because we have disease in some of these places, not all. And we have escapement. And though that escapement is putting a negative pressure on our wildlife prop. I have great concern over this, and I highly encourage both departments to take a upbeat step on ensuring that all this really gets in compliance and gets in compliance quickly. It's not just a suggestion. I'm going to suggest. I don't want to demand because that's not fair. But on the other hand, I think you get my point. We can't have this. It's not fair to the captive cervid industry, and it's certainly not fair to the wildlife that we're all working to try to protect. I beg you, please, let's get things corrected quickly.
How many facilities do we currently have with positive CWD animals?
I don't think that is a question I can answer off the top of my head, and I don't want to give you a wrong answer, but we can get you that number because some of those on that slide that I have chosen to depopulate or decommission, and I would want to go through and make sure I gave you an accurate figure.
Do we allow them from this, if someone has a positive, do we allow them to move them?
No.
Not
Other
at all.
than potentially they can move to a ranch. They can move among positive facilities.
Can you give us historical data of the facilities that were infected, say 5 years ago or 3 years ago? Do you have that data?
We do. And the slide shows the ones that have been depopulated historically. I'm not sure that it's 100% updated. And so like I said, I don't want to give you, if you want that number, we can get that. Okay.
Are any of our non-compliance facilities or non-compliance facilities that have positive animals? Do we know that?
Let me think for a second. No, all of the positive facilities are in compliance.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Greatly appreciate your participation.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners, Director Bowen, Chair Humphreys. I'm Samantha Courtney, deer biologist with Wildlife Division, and I was the acting POC coordinator before Tressa stepped in last month. So today I'm going to be touching on the different types of deer permits that are issued throughout the state. I'm going to give a brief overview first and then kind of go into them in a little bit more detail and some of the recent statistics and trends for each type of permit. So the first type of permit out of 4 different types is the deer damage shooting permit. These are issued to address agricultural damage. They're issued outside of the normal hunting season timeframe. And we have our second permit type, which is the deer damage and nuisance animal control permit. These are issued in response to public safety risks and property damage. So these are issued year round. Third, we have our disease control permits, which are issued in areas with disease concerns, issued year round, used year round. And the final permit type is the Deer Management Assistance Permit, which is used to assist with population reduction efforts. These permits can only be used during the normal hunting season. So deer damage shooting permits are also commonly referred to as block permits, summer kill permits, crop damage permits. They're issued statewide to landowners who are experiencing significant agricultural or horticultural crop damage. So these permits are only valid outside of the deer hunting seasons. They're free permits to use. They're issued by our local field staff. After a landowner applies for a permit, and the local field staff does a site visit, evaluates the landowner's damage, the severity of the damage, their local needs, and come up with a plan.
Question.
Yes.
With that permit, is it required that crops have to be in the ground to issue the permit?
Crops have to be in the ground, like active growing season.
Planted.
I don't think that.
No,
yes.
the permits can be issued ahead of, so as long as crop damage is expected to be had. So especially if there's a history, we issue those permits ahead of time. So
i.e. February.
Be careful of the law. The language in the law is a little different than what you're saying.
They are.
That provided the law that went into the wildlife conservation order.
So we issue the permits if there's a crop to be planted. So if they're out planting, getting ready to plant in May, and the crop hasn't quite sprouted up, we consider the crop is planted, and we're issuing those permits now in May. Can someone who's a row crop only person get permits in February? That's not what we're doing. Now, if they have wheat in the ground or a new hay planting of hay, and they're causing damage in February, then that crop is planted. So we are issuing them for that in February.
So crop needs to be planted in the ground for that to be issued.
So that's when it's valid. So in February, if you've been a person year after year after year and you make the application and you're intending to plant crops, we can make the permit valid starting May 15th or May 30 when you usually put your crops in. But they're not valid in February at that time right now.
Thank you.
There are some winter crops though. I mean, usually orchards, some of the vineyards, nursery crops that get hit up in winter months. Most of those are fenced.
I guess my question was referencing maybe soybeans, wheat, rye, what have you, which are spring and summer crops, those folks would be out of compliance if they applied and received the permit in February, but couldn't use it till May, and they used it anyway. They would be out of compliance.
Accurate.
Thank you.
So we have had some recent changes to our deer damage shooting permits to help make the permit process easier and quicker for permit holders. So previously, permittees had to submit a permit form in the mail, wait for the evaluation from the local biologist, and then wait for the tags to be printed and then mailed to them. So it's kind of a slow, arduous process. And now we've integrated the permit process to an online program in our MyConnect system. So the tags are now available through an online profile created by the permit holder, and then they can be printed off at a local vendor. So it really sped the process up. At the end of the year, permittees would be required to report the total number of deer removed over the span of their permit period. This could sometimes be difficult, as permittees would have to recall how many deer were shot over that longevity of the permit period. But now permit holders are required to report the number of deer shot through the same online harvest reporting system that our traditional hunters use, with the 72-hour window. So this helps us get a more accurate set of data throughout the damage shooting window and eliminates the need for that end of year report. We also restructured how the shooter list and shooter limit is managed. So previously, permit holders had to call the local field office and speak to staff and report whenever they wanted to make any edits to who was a designated shooter on their list. And so now we've kind of we allow permit holders to manage their shooter list themselves without having to call the local field office and speak to staff every time they want to appoint a new shooter. So there's no longer a limit to the number of authorized shooters. Changing this list is really managed for those crop damage holders to have greater flexibility and saves a lot of time as they try to address crop damage in real time. They're not having to wait on us anymore. So if we take a look at some of the numbers regionally in the Southwest Lower Peninsula, the number of deer damage shooting permits has increased by 167% in the last 5 years and 256% in the last 10 years. So you can see the graph in the upper left. The blue line indicates the total sum of deer damage shooting permits that are issued. The orange bar is the total sum of the number of tags. And then the gray bar is the number of total deer that were removed on those permits. So again, in the Southwest Lower Peninsula region, in the last 5 years, the total number of deer removed on these permits has increased 336% in the last 5 years and 505% in the last 10 years. If we take a look at the Southeast region, permits have increased 184% in the last 5 years and 221% in the last 10. And the number of deer removed in the Southeast region on these permits has increased 246% in the last 5 years and 518% in the last 10 years. Yep. So that would be the gray bar. For which, let's see, 2024. 2024 was just under 4,000.
It's really hectic.
Yeah. If we take a look at the Northern Lower Peninsula region, we've seen a 67% increase in the permits issued in this area in the last 5 years and 197% increase in the last 10. And then again, the number of deer that were removed on these permits in the Northern Lower, a 77% increase in the last 5 years and a 189% increase in the last 10. So overall, we're seeing a major increase in the requests for deer damage shooting permits, especially in those last 10 years, and these requests continue to increase. And just looking at some of the numbers from 2025, 2,090 total individuals around the state requested deer damage shooting permits. 38,512 deer were authorized to be removed on those permits. 32,763 tags were claimed, and then 13,230 deer were reported taken statewide on those permits. And of those 13,230 deer, 10,640 of those were adult does.
Question.
Yep.
For the permit holder and the shooters, are there limitations as to what type of deer they can shoot?
They are almost always issued as
Antlerless.
deer. There are exceptions made in certain circumstances for adult males antler deer, but almost universally, most of those permits are issued and most of the tags that are authorized are for antlerless deer only.
How about fawns?
Fawns are considered antlerless deer, so they could be taken.
Okay, thank you.
This heat map just indicates the top 5 counties that removed deer on those deer damage shooting permits. So the top 5 counties were Saginaw, Gratiot, Sanilac, Tuscola, and Menominee counties. On the map, any counties that are in white were counties that had no deer removed. The lighter yellowish color, anywhere from 2 to 79 deer removed on these permits. And as you increase in darker green colors, that increases the number of total deer removed. So you can see Saginaw is the darkest because they removed 1,413 deer on those permits.
Yeah, okay.
So our deer damage and nuisance animal control permits are issued to individuals or entities experiencing damage or nuisance complaints. Typically, these are airports where deer pose a serious hazard, or local municipalities and communities who meet the criteria of our urban deer policy. These are free permits issued by our local field staff. Again, typically for deer where they're really where they aren't supposed to be.
Before you move on from crop damage, which you already did,
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Have there been changes? I know you now use short-term workers or temporary workers, seasonal workers to issue. Have you changed your criteria?
So over the years, we continue to get more liberal. In the last couple of years, I've allowed staff to be as liberal as the law will provide. We keep getting increased numbers. We keep pleading with hunters to reduce the number of antlerless deer during the hunting season, and that isn't happening to resolve the problem. So our only alternative left is to try to remove those deer when they're out doing the damage for the agriculture owners. So at this time, it used to be every year you had to have an inspection. Now we offer inspections the first year, you need to have that. And after that, you can, if you're a repeat person, your acreage hasn't changed, you continue to do row crop, you haven't switched to orchards or whatever you're doing, you no longer have to have an annual inspection. You do have to continue to work with the wildlife biologist to determine that you do need these permits, but then the actual person actually writing the permits and actually doing the forms could be a non-career wildlife assistant, which are temporary workers, but oftentimes it is still our full-time staff because not everywhere do we have a non-career wildlife assistant in every office.
Okay. Thank you.
Real quick, what's the criteria that you use to establish there's crop damage?
We call it significant damage, which is all, opinionated. However, you look at the amount of acre, like if I was to go out to do an inspection, I would look at the total acreage that they have and try to determine how much is being affected, what kind of crops they have. Have they tried to do buffer strips around the field with hay or something else to try to keep the deer? Because the deer mostly feed on the edge. When they get done with the edge, then they move in. So we try to give them something between the woods and the field to try to eat. But not all farmers are willing to do that, but we make those suggestions. We do a lot of suggestions like that to try to mitigate the damage to see if they're helping themselves the best that they can. We talk to them about how many deer they're removing during the hunting season, what kind of opportunities they're allowing for hunters who do come on their property. Are you targeting antlerless deer? We talk to them about what are you doing to resolve this problem? What are you trying to do? And if we think that they're at least putting some effort forth and they're listening to what we say to do more of, then we say, we're going to give you these permits this year to try to mitigate your damage. Our hope is that they continue to implement processes that we've outlined. You know, you need to significantly decrease your herd every year in order to turn that trajectory of increasing deer down. And it's a significant number of animals that you have to remove. So we continue to encourage them to remove that number of animals, to talk to their hunters that maybe are leasing their ground and saying, hey, you're leasing the ground to shoot bucks, but we really want you to take some antlerless deer along with them. So we kind of try to do a farm plan with them. The biologist works on that. And then as long as, you know, we feel like they're cooperating with what we're doing, we're issuing the tags. Now, the amount of cooperation varies. Some are very cooperative, some are not. However, if they're seeing adequate's not the right word. If we're seeing significant agricultural damage, then we do issue the permit.
Okay, and significant can be, it's in the eye of the beholder, right?
And each biologist, if you have 5 biologists lined up, they'd all tell you significance differently. It's really a gray area that we can't get around, and each biologist determines what's significant for that land ownership.
It sounds like, I mean, it sounds like it's a fairly complex process. So you're putting some demands on the farmers to change the way in which they farm, which I can understand why they'd be hesitant. I mean, you know, they want to farm the land. They don't want to put up barriers for deer. But is that open to, like, you know, the landowner and the farmer if they're separate?
So if you're leasing the ground from the farmer, then it's the landowner that gets the permit and is responsible for that.
Okay.
Except the leasee can get a letter from the landowner that says that they're my agent and now we work with the agent.
Okay, yeah, all right. It seems to me like that's, in terms of reducing the overall size of the herd, especially in certain portions of the southern part of the state, and getting rid of a lot of those does that are out there, that making that program a little easier might be the way to get it done. My dad's got a little bit of land out in Williamston that is still farmed, and you know, he'll just, those damn deer, I wish somebody'd shoot them, sort of thing, and nobody does. I mean,
Well, in the
and
last few years,
I moved north of there or south of there. I hunt in a different spot now, and he's got someone else that hunts out there.
well, in the last 3 years, we've made it, I mean, like I said, I've thrown everything I can at it as legal as I can. And so if farmers haven't investigated the program in the last 3 years, it used to be much more difficult when we were trying to grow the herd. Now we're not trying to grow the herd. We're doing everything we can legally. So if the person you know hasn't investigated the program in the last 3 years, they should, and we're doing everything we can.
Is there any type of an industry, I guess I'd call it, developing around this program? Like people out there that are hunting, that, you know, get paid to hunt deer, that are
Well, on these permits,
volunteering to be, you know, to hunt deer, maybe donating it to the
well, on these
program?
permits, it's called shooting, not hunting. And so, you know, there could be landowners that are paying people to help with this program, just like you would pay any person that was applying fertilizer or whatever, but we're not involved in that process. And I don't know of any significant business that I've heard of, but there might be some of that going on that we don't know about.
And there's no state database or anything that tries to put people together with shooters versus and farmers.
We always, on the permit, it says, in most cases, it says it should be used for human consumption. So we do try to get, you know, people to donate those deer to either Hunters Feeding Michigan or all the other variety of venison donation programs to their local church, whatever. We do try to get people to hook up with hunters in their area. We ask, you know, them to ask the people that hunt during the season if they'd be willing to help them out. In many cases, that does occur. We have talked about having some programs where we hook people up with hunters and farmers that need it. National Deer Association is starting to do some of that work for us. Well, they're not doing it for us. They're doing it on their own to try to aid that work as well. And we also have things called deer cooperatives, which are local neighborhood groups where people are also trying to do that work.
Yeah, and just to add to that, there is a organization in the southeast part of the state that is kind of just getting off the ground with their efforts and doing that, where they try and pair up hunters in kind of the Metro Detroit area with farmers that are experiencing severe crop loss, and kind of acting as the middle person to get those two entities talking and paired up. So it's kind of in its infancy, but it's seeing traction. So there's efforts out there. And the Hunters Feeding Michigan program was significant last year. I mean, they had, I think, over 14,000 pounds of donated off of these permits. So it's been beneficial for some of those farms.
Thank you for mentioning that, Sam. And I should have. Hunt Michigan Collaborative is the organization that's just getting off the ground doing that work. And I apologize for not bringing that to mind, but thank you for mentioning that, Sam.
Absolutely. Are there any other questions before I move back to nuisance animal control stuff? Nope. Okay. Yeah, so between 2021 and 2025, around 74 permits were issued to various airports and local municipalities around the state. Anywhere from 5 to 500 deer were authorized to be removed on these permits, depending on the case, with some of them being unlimited number of deer. And those particular cases were for airports so that they could remove deer from a 1 to 4 year permit period for safety reasons. So even with the unlimited permit, airports don't typically remove more than 25 deer off an airport in a given year. So around 2,325 deer have been removed on these permits between 2021 and 2025. Shifting over to disease control permits, these are issued to a landowner in a county with a confirmed case of bovine tuberculosis, chronic wasting disease, or other disease as outlined and defined in Waco 5.76. Right now, it's only currently being issued for tuberculosis in the northern lower peninsula, where we have confirmed TB cases. These permits are eligible for both in-season and out-of-season, depending on the landowner type. How many get issued kind of fluctuates depending on TB prevalence in the free-ranging herd and if there's a new cattle herd that's identified as positive. So these are also free permits.
Why is that limited to TB, not chronic wasting disease?
I'm going to cover that right now.
Sorry.
Yep, no, you're good. Yeah, good question. We are often asked why we don't issue disease control permits for CWD. So if we take a look at what happened in 2017 in Mecosta and Montcalm counties, in those early CWD years, we issued disease control permits to about 1,100 individuals in those counties. Those individuals removed 1,940 deer on those permits. So people were taking about 1.5 deer for every 5 tags that were available. So approximately 69% of these disease control permit deer were taken during open hunting seasons. 871 of the disease control permit holders didn't purchase an antlerless license, but 55% of those permit holders had previously purchased an antlerless license in the past. So seemingly there was a lot of compensatory harvest. The goal with these permits is to remove more deer off the landscape to reduce the risk of disease transmission. But many of the permittees were removing the same number of deer that they would have removed off of a typical license during the hunting season. So it wasn't really having the biological disease impact we would have hoped for. The disease control permits really didn't impact harvest in CWD areas. Does that kind of answer your question, Commissioner?
So sounds like what you're saying is you issued the permits and they were used during regular deer hunting seasons.
We weren't seeing an increase in harvest. It was kind of a replacement. They were no longer using their antlerless license. They were using the free permit, but not harvesting more deer.
So why isn't the free permit just limited to out of season?
You're asking why isn't the permit just listed?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the problem is instead of buying permits, they were just getting the free tags and shooting deer during season when they'd normally be hunting anyways. So you weren't seeing a real effect, but so you canceled the program. As opposed to, it seems like if they're using them inappropriately, that you could limit them so that they're not to be used during season. They can use them the rest of the year. Maybe they won't go out.
I think it's the demand, right? I mean, the interest for these permits was to use them during the fall. I think if you made them only available out of season, I think the demand would fall off a cliff. We also already have the out of season permits that Sam just mentioned, the deer damage shooting permits for the agriculture. And granted, not everybody has agriculture in these areas and would qualify for that, but in many of the areas where we have CWD, there are agricultural interest that would be eligible for receiving of those permits already. So it's essentially a second out of season permit that we would be issuing when the same goal could be accomplished by issuing the first one.
Well, but that's for crop damage. We're talking CWD.
But they overlap, and the ultimate result is to have a deer harvested off those permits. So there is some overlap and alignment there.
Has this been, because if I recall correctly, that was one of those, it was a request you had to make if you were in that area, like, so where I was hunting at the time was really close to that Meridian Township deer, and I requested permits and they were given to me, and then later on I requested them, they told me they weren't available any longer. But have you given consideration to promoting it as to hunters that, hey, look, we've got these permits, if you guys want to go out and take some extra deer during the summer or whatever, here's an opportunity for you?
I'll probably address this in a broader sense in my presentation as well. The key with all these permits is essentially our default is to try and create opportunities where hunting and hunters in traditional seasons can help assist with deer removal and population control, because hunting provides a lot of other additional cultural, economic, social values. These permits are when hunting regulations are not sufficient to deal with a localized issue. So if regulations are too restrictive, I can't buy enough antlerless licenses here, we have extra permits to be able to use under the appropriate conditions to be able to address those. Crop damage is, again, out of season. I can't wait till hunting season. I have damage occurring now. We'll work through the process through what we can legally do to provide these additional permits. The other reason we prefer to default to hunting and hunters, again, beyond just the cultural, social, economic values of hunting over this, is all of these things also take effort on our personnel side and on landowner side to go through the process, to report, to track everything, apart from saying you can go get antlerless licenses in the season, they're available, you can purchase them, you can ask other hunters to come onto your property to make use of antlerless licenses and do it that way. So our preference is for folks to be able to just rely on what all hunters can do to help address the problems. But these exist when that's not sufficient to meet a particular need. So that gets to Sam's question before, when there was essentially just indication that these permits were simply replacing something that was already available to folks. The decision was made that they weren't needed to create an enhanced ability to remove deer, but where they are in other instances like TB locations and others that continue to be available.
And so how's the TB different from chronic wasting disease? I guess I just don't understand why the difference.
It would be location by location. We typically have enough places where they are being more aggressive with attempting to do removals and aren't able to meet those needs through the existing number of hunters and willingness of folks to take them into those situations. There's often also additional sharpshooting efforts and other things on out of season times in the TB area, and there's willingness to do that more than likely because of the greater concerns that farmers have around the potential impacts of TB on their livelihood, compared to most landowners regarding CWD are not as motivated to do something about it.
So there's just not a demand for them, then, is what you're saying.
Well, the
There's
cattle owners, remember, if CWD or if TB prevalence remains in their area, it affects their livelihood.
Yeah.
So they're much more motivated to use disease control permits to get more antlerless deer, and to help have their hunters say, hey, I need you to go shoot 5 antlerless deer because this is my livelihood, and you're my neighbor and you're a hunter and you care about me as a neighbor, go use these. So in the CWD area, it isn't really affecting the cattle herds or anything else with the landowner, so they're not real motivated to go remove the antlerless deer.
Okay, so I guess then real quick. So the experience you had was that there really is no demand for the CWD tags out of season, that are just people, for the most part, they're just using them in season as free tags. And so you decided that was a program that you could no longer sustain because you have limited resources. That's you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
If we want to take a look at some of the TB disease control permit numbers, this graph here shows the disease control permits issued for tuberculosis from 2013 through 2025. You can see there's a steady increase in tags issued and deer removed, with a sharp increase going from about 2019 to 2020. That was a pretty mild winter that year, so more people were out in the landscape taking deer. And then from 2020 to 2022, we saw a sharp decline as tuberculosis prevalence was down, and then another increase after 2022 when a new cattle herd tested positive for TB in Benzie County. So again, these control permit numbers tend to fluctuate a little bit more depending on what the bovine tuberculosis prevalence rate is in our free-range herd, and then when a new cattle herd comes online is positive. Our final permit type are deer management assistance permits, often referred to as DMAPs. These are issued statewide to landowners or authorized designees where antlerless harvest methods are insufficient to achieve more fine-scale local management objectives like population reduction goals. These permits are valid only in season and only for antlerless deer. The cost is $10 per permit with a minimum purchase of 5 permits. The minimum purchase of 5 is a requirement because only purchasing 1 or 2 of these permits really won't have much of a biological impact if you're really trying to reduce the population and meet management goals in your area. There are several exemptions relative to deer management assistance permits. These exemptions are reviewed and authorized on a case-by-case basis and based on need, and are approved by the local wildlife and district law enforcement supervisors. They both have to review and sign off on any exemptions that are requested by the permit holder. And Brent's going to elaborate more on these exemptions in his presentation. This graph depicts the number of DMAPs that were issued from 2017 through 2025. You can see that we started to see an increase in permits starting in 2018. In 2021, the universal antlerless permits were created with that bag limit of 10. So we saw a noticeable drop in the requests for DMAPs. Having those universal antlerless licenses really reduced the need for DMAPs. It reduced the burden on our staff and on landowners who are managing and their process of approving and tracking permits. So ultimately, this made the process quicker and easier for people who are looking to address population concerns and reduce their populations on a fine scale, because they no longer had to apply for the $10 permits and continue to keep coming back for more. So those universal antlerless licenses were a boon. And it really sort of increased the efficiency overall with the process and allowed people to avoid any administrative hassles on our end. If we look at the reported harvest on DMAPs, this figure shows from 2023 to 2025 when the bulk of the deer on these permits are harvested, which is during the regular firearm season, followed by the muzzleloader season and the late antlerless firearm seasons. So we've seen a steady increase in the number of deer harvested on DMAP statewide. With the last 2 years in 2024 and 2025, it's kind of leveled off at right around 7,000 deer. This is another heat map that indicates the total number of DMAP permittees throughout the state. And then off to the side, we have the top 5 counties with the highest number of permit holders. So Saginaw, Sanilac, Gratiot, Clinton, and Menominee counties had the highest number of permit holders. And this heat map indicates by county how many deer were harvested on these permits. So the top 5 counties were Gratiot, Clinton, Sanilac, Saginaw, and Shiawassee counties. In summary, we have 4 different types of permits available to address deer damage concerns, hazardous situations, disease concerns, and local management population reduction objectives. So local field staff coordinate with interested permit holders to review particular cases before determining how many deer permit holders are authorized to take and any exemptions that might be needed. Deer damage shooting permits and deer damage and nuisance animal control permits are free to use and target specific properties and locations where deer are causing problems outside of the hunting season. Disease control permits are free and valid year-round to address those disease concerns where extra deer removal is needed to assist with disease management efforts. And then the deer management assistant permits rely on hunter participation in season to address population reduction objectives. Again, we've seen an increase in requests for deer damage shooting permits, deer damage and nuisance animal control permits, and in the past few years, a small increase in disease control permit requests. Again, that's kind of dependent on TB prevalence that we see in the free-ranging herd, and then anything that comes online for a cattle herd testing positive. So kind of a steady increase, a slow increase, but we still continue to observe that. And then after a major initial drop in 2021 in DMAPs, we've seen a stabilization in the past couple of years after the introduction of the universal antlerless license. So with that, if you have any more questions about any of the permit types, happy to answer.
Unless we have burning questions, let's move on.
Winter Severity Index. Can we get the Reader's Digest version of this one? It's not over yet. Winter's not over yet, is it?
No, it's not
Okay.
yet. So, good afternoon, commissioners and director. Thank you for having us here today. We're here to talk about snow monitoring in the Upper Peninsula and our role in that. My name is Dave John Toft. I'm a wildlife biologist at Sault Ste. Marie.
And my name is Caleb Beckloff. I'm a wildlife technician based at the Marquette DNR office, and Dave and I share joint responsibilities for snow monitoring in the Upper Peninsula, which is why we were invited here today. We intend to cover the history of winter monitoring over time, explain the current program of snow analysis, and eventually wrap up with how this information is used for management decisions. Thanks, Dave. So Wildlife Division has been tracking winter conditions for decades because of the season's obvious influence on wildlife, including white-tailed deer. Our agency has evolved over time with how this metric is tabulated due to emerging technologies and a desire to be more efficient with our staff's time. Historically, the Winter Severity Index of old was first initiated in 1968 by Lou Verme, and he collected lots of variables and used those to describe winter. Variables include snow accumulation, snow compaction, crust formation, and a chill factor too. This gave way over time to, in 2005, we transitioned to a total accumulated snow model. And this is the point of the Winter Severity Index progression, where snow was identified as the primary variable used to explain winter's impact to deer. And during this transition, you see we became more efficient. We collected originally lots of variables. We boiled it down to one, and the singular accumulated snow variable was collected at 14 different sites across the peninsula. Later on, we've transitioned to our most current system, which is called SNODAS, and that stands for Snow Data Assimilation System. It's quite a mouthful. You'll see this acronym spread throughout the presentation, but that's what we're focusing here on today. This data encompasses the entire Upper Peninsula, and it's arguably the most efficient winter severity index system to date, and it provides a comprehensive mapping product as well. Steve Carson, former DNR analyst, helped to transition us to this new system, and he evaluated the total snow accumulation and SNODAS WSI products. It compared them and determined that the results were reasonably correlated, as you can see on the left-hand graph. Those two lines roughly track with one another. And I also want to highlight that other states like Colorado and California use this system for precipitation monitoring, and our neighboring state, Minnesota, uses it for their winter severity index as well. Regardless of the title of all these winter monitoring methods, all are indices for winter severity despite the different names.
An index is a useful measure to relate change in one metric to another. For example, more days of deep snow correlates to lesser deer survival. The winter severity indices have been used to illustrate their effects of winter on deer survival. Many indices have been developed and demonstrate this correlation. Examples are found in the studies referenced here. The relationship is an indirect estimate of the energy expenditure or tax on fat reserves of the deer. More days of deep snow results in greater energetic costs. Again, we currently use the snow depths available in the SNODAS data set, which we'll go through.
So now that we've kind of laid the groundwork, we're going to dive into SNODAS. Once again, it stands for Snow Data Assimilation System, and this data is collected and managed by the National Snow and Ice Data Center within NOAA, or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This product is publicly available and actually created using remotely sensed data. That's to say, it's data derived from satellites and assimilated with ground observations that collect a variety of precipitation information, including snow depth. It provides us data from across the landscape rather than just a sample of sites like former snow measurements did. This data ranges from 2003 to the present time, and its resolution is an impressive 1 kilometer square. And it provides a daily, or it can provide a daily snapshot of snow conditions across the landscape. And this map on the screen that you can see is just an example of the SNODAS data set from January 15th, 2016, displaying snow depths across the upper portion of the continental US. So what do we actually do and how do we do it? So with the help of Geographic Information Systems, GIS for short, we are able to extract the data from the SNODAS site, specifically for the Upper Peninsula. Initial investigations of this product determined that the snow depths derived from this product are broadly realistic across the landscape as well. So we collect the peninsula-wide average snow depths and eventually calculate the duration of what is considered deep snow. We'll get to that in a later slide. And this process allows us to monitor snow conditions through the winter and ultimately compare winters to get a better idea of what the season's influence on wildlife may be. On the map that you can see on the screen, the lightest blue shading indicates the shallowest snow depth, less than 6 inches. As you can see, it's primarily present in the southern portions of the landscape. And then the northern areas have some of the darker blue colors indicating greater than 24 inches. Although I do want to highlight that the depths do obviously vary across the landscape. So the average, or daily average snow depth for the Upper Peninsula is tracked from November 1st to the end of the month of April. And the graph at the bottom of this slide shows the snow depth by day over the course of this year, shown in red, as compared to the long-term average shown with the dotted line. March 17th is at the end of the red line, and the map above shows the snow depths for that date, which also happens to be towards the end of the most recent snowstorm that deposited several feet of snow in the peninsula. The image demonstrates that much of the UP was experiencing greater than 24 inches of snow on that day, as denoted by the note dark blue. Notice, though, that snow depths do vary across the landscape, as I mentioned earlier, and mapping snow depths allows us to conceptualize the variation of winter's effects in addition to monitoring the average snow depth on a given day. But back to the graph. The solid line, the straight line across, with the blue background above it, denotes the 12-inch depth line. And at this depth, we consider it likely, these depths are likely to have an impact on wildlife movement, which is why we highlighted it on the graph. So as a next step, we track winter duration by summating the number of days when the snow depth exceeded 12 inches. Snow depth of 12 inches is used as a threshold when deer behavior is impacted by snow. A map like this on the screen is produced for each winter after the monitoring period concludes after April 30th. So we haven't gotten to this point yet, to the director's point. Winter is still happening up in the UP. And we collect the number of days that the average UP snow depth exceeds 12 inches and classify winters based on this duration. So 0 to 60 days is considered mild, 61 to 90 days considered moderate, and greater than 90 days of deep snow duration is considered severe. Longer winters are obviously more challenging to white-tailed deer because of food resources are often scarce and energy reserves only last so long. So diving into this particular map on the screen, this represents the 2024-25 winter. The lightest blue, which is prominent towards the southern extents of the UP, demonstrates a mild winter duration, again, 0 to 60 days. And the darkest blue near the Lake Superior shoreline, where we experience lake effect snow primarily, indicates that it was a severe winter up there, so greater than 90 days. Officially, the average UP deep snow duration for this particular monitoring year was only 83 days, which is a moderate winter duration classification. And obviously there are some areas of the peninsula that experience more snow than others for longer. For instance, the East UP this year experienced a predominant severe winter as compared to the Western UP. We'd like to acknowledge our current model does not allow us to break down this map product into smaller individual areas. So a new model would be needed to do that. However, it does allow for visual comparisons across the peninsula, as you can see on the map when you zoom in and do a deep dive into this product.
This graph shows the average duration of deep snow during past winters based on the SNODAS system. As mentioned earlier, the snow duration of 60 and 90 days are inflection points used to categorize the severity of winter based on the duration of deep snow, mild being less than 60. Those are the white bars at the bottom. Moderate 60 to 90, the next step up there, blue bars, and severe greater than 90 days is the darkest blue bar and the highest at the top. The color gradients represent gradient changes between these classifications. Generally, the longer the duration of deep snow, the more impacting the winter is likely to be on wildlife. And the longer persisting winter, for example, deep snow present in April, tends to have a strong negative impact to deer survival. We tend to see greater influences in deer trends from consecutive severe or consecutive mild winters than on a single winter. Again, transitions between snow duration classifications are gradients. The 60 and 90 days of deep snow represent approximate transition points relative to winter's impact to deer. We have found that when comparing UP deer population indices, such as buck hunter success rates and buck harvest estimates, these indices tend to decrease following severe winters and increase following mild winters. This relationship is supported in research as well. Deer population indices are assessed independently of winter condition monitoring. Deer indices are often based on surveys, like the Michigan Deer Harvest Survey, Deer Harvest Reporting, and UP Deer Camp Survey, which hunters contribute data to. Winter condition monitoring is done using the SNODAS data from NOAA, as we have explained. So buck hunter success here is an example of an index of a deer population trend. The buck hunter success rate is determined by surveying hunters and collected independently of snow monitoring. And so we can use it as an index of the deer herd. Go ahead. This is the same snow duration graph as shown earlier, now adding the buck hunter success to consider relationship. Notice that buck hunter success generally decreases after a severe winter, those darkest bars, and increases after a mild winter, those lightest bars. Decreases and increases in buck hunter success are generally more pronounced following consecutive severe winters like 2013 to 15, 18 to 20, and 22 to 23, or consecutive mild winters such as 2006 to 7 and 16 to 17. Unfortunately, there have been few consecutive mild winters during the time period shown, as you can see. The snow depth and duration information are shared with other wildlife division staff in the UP to help us monitor winter conditions for their potential impacts on wildlife. For example, we consider how snow conditions are across the UP and in our local areas, including brown deer wintering complexes, those areas where deer migrate to in late fall to seek shelter from winter conditions. Many of these wintering complexes are located in more moderate and lower snowfall areas, and deer migrate out of high snowfall areas to winter in them. But some of the wintering complexes are in high snowfall areas. We also share the information through the UP Deer Camp Survey, reporting at meetings, and other similar ways. We consider winter conditions along with other indices when making a prediction about an upcoming deer season and when considering deer management recommendations. For example, snow results have often supported more restrictive deer harvest recommendations by UP staff, such as limiting antlerless harvest. While snow information is important and useful to consider, deer recommendations, deer season forecasts, and other predictions or recommendations are not solely based on snow depths or winter conditions.
As our final slide, we wanted to cover the current conditions in the Upper Peninsula. So here on the screen is a map showing snow depths as of March 30th. The average snow depth for the UP at this time was 24 inches, and there had been 95 days of quote deep snow, which places this winter firmly in the severe category. However, it's also prudent to mention that the days of deep snow will continue to increase because winter is not yet over. The long-term average snow depth for March 30th is about 12 inches, so we're about double what we historically experience at this date. And the long-term duration of deep snow is 76 days to date, which puts it in the moderate category. Again, emphasizing we are firmly in the severe winter classification at this time for 25-26. And as a final note, we did process the snow depths for April 6th from a couple days ago. The average snow depth on that day was about 23 inches. So in the last week, we only lost about an inch on average across the peninsula, and the number of days of deep snow increased predictably to 102.
Thank you again for having us here. We hope this provides some desired clarity on how we currently monitored snow in the UP and how this information is used.
Thank you.
Quick question. So due to the lack of habitat and food source and winter severity, we have winter kill. Why then would you want to shoot fewer does or deer as a result? Because the sustainability of that habitat and food source can't withstand it. We need fewer mouths on the landscape. Please help me understand this better.
Chad, why don't you take that?
I think when we talk about UP deer management, it's complicated, right? There's a long history of trying to protect antlerless deer, and Commissioner, I think a lot of the things that you just said are accurate. We've got poorly degraded habitat up there. I liken it to filling your gas tank and driving really far. The difference is if we have to go really far, we can continue to fill up our gas tank. Deer can't fill up their gas tank in the middle of winter to get through that long road that is winter up in the Upper Peninsula. The only way to do that is to expand habitat to provide them the resources or the fuel to get through these hard winters. But that takes time. That takes a lot of time to improve habitat. The only other option that I can consider or think of, and I understand how this sounds, is coming from a Lansing biologist talking about the Upper Peninsula deer herd, is to reduce the number of mouths on the landscape. I also know that that is a challenging conversation point for a lot of folks up there. I know that those are tough decisions. I think what we're trying to show with the current order is some level of responsiveness, acknowledging the severity of the winter up there. That's why we've reduced or recommended reducing those 500 antlerless tags in DMU 351. But you'll notice that we are still recommending keeping antlerless opportunities for archers in the Upper Peninsula Lake Superior watershed area. So we do feel that there's continued importance with taking antlerless deer and providing that opportunity for hunters to try to manage that deer herd.
it seems counterintuitive to me. If we have a piece of, or if we have a pie, 8 pieces in the pie, and we have 12 deer trying to eat that same pie, we're gonna lose, and we're gonna lose next year because we've got winter severity. It doesn't make sense to me that we would want to shoot fewer deer after a loss. I think we need to shoot more deer to get the balance of what is on the landscape relative to the habitat. And yeah, we can increase the habitat. If we increase the habitat today, that wouldn't be ready for them for 20 to 30 years. So we have to do something between now and then. And that's fewer mouths to feed.
Commissioner Nyberg?
Yep. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, as well as the ex parte communication outside of this forum about SNODAS and the technology you're using to give us good information. 2 questions. One is probably for Chad, and that is looking at the what you shared with us on the winter severity and snow depths this year, and looking back at that 2014, 2015 time period. Chad, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you recall what the fawn survival was like in the Upper Peninsula in those years, and what we might expect this next year?
I might lean on some of the UP folks here, but I know that in some of those higher snowfall zones, fawn survival was extremely poor those years. Dave, if you have.
Yeah, I would concur that, lower, especially after consecutive severe winters. But I don't know what
You don't
what
know what
the
it was.
rate was offhand. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can speak to that a little bit. Harkening back to the mid snowfall zone UP predator prey study, I think after several of those winters, fawn survival was next to none.
Yeah.
I don't recall the exact figure off the top of my head, but it was pretty slim.
So that would shrink the number of people trying to eat John's proverbial pie at pizza. And the next question is this technology, is this something we can use to systematize our recommendations for regulations on antlerless harvest from year to year? Is that something that the department's looking at or would contemplate?
We're already using it as an index, as I've explained. We use it along with a lot of other information, of course. In terms of going further, I mean, it's something we're interested in and such, but we just aren't there yet in terms of the analysis that we do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yep.
All right, we're going to do regs. Is that you, Doc? All right. Just a second. I want to welcome and thank. Is Representative Fairburn here? Yeah.
Oh, be warm out.
Warm up. All right. Please.
All right, now we can talk. There we go. Now we get to talk about proposed deer regulations. I think there's a few people interested in hearing and being part of the discussion here today. As a prelude to stepping through our individual deer regulations, I'll point out firsthand, when we do get to the individual regulations and a summary of what's included in the memo, I'll include at the bottom of the screen references to the individual items in the memo. And I'll try to remember to pull out a couple points where information presented here is going to go in greater depth than what we have in the memo, because we have a better opportunity to provide graphs and figures and have Q&A that's a little bit easier to interpret the relevance of some of that information compared to what could be conveyed in writing here. And then second of all, I'm going to provide really some context on encouraging us to look at proposed changes in the regulations, not as just how it may have an impact from this season to next season and the season following, but look at this in terms of our history of deer management and regulations here, where we are and what we're trying to contend with for the next, say, decades of time. Any change we make now, I would encourage us to consider that, not simply what might happen this year to next, or in some instances, if regulations don't come into play until 2027, but what's the intent over a longer period that we want to accomplish with deer management in Michigan? So with that, again, in January, we reviewed with some detail background on the deer management plan and the individual strategic goals in the plan. So putting in context here regarding some of these individual goals as they relate to hunting and harvest management. Again, I referenced this earlier. One clear goal of the deer management plan is to promote deer hunting in order to provide quality recreational opportunities, but also as the primary tool to achieve management goals and as an important social and cultural activity. So as a strategic goal, there's a lot captured here, but it does speak to the challenges of deer management and deer hunting, right? Hunting is a tradition. People that go afield are out there to recreate. They're not going out there to say, for the most part, I'm heading out to manage my deer population today. They're out there for a wide variety of other experience, for other reasons, generally related to the experience, to the enjoyment, to spending time with friends and family and so forth. But we depend on that recreational activity to help manage our deer herd. And that can be a tension because sometimes what we need for management is different than what people would prefer for the recreation. So with that, first of all, just at the very highest level, let's take a look at this recreational experience and what the trends have been. So from 1953 through 2024, there's a figure that's annually reproduced in our postseason harvest survey report. The trend in regular firearm deer hunters. We see a peak in the mid to late 90s. We had an all-time peak in the late 90s, early 2000s in terms of participants and number of deer hunters. And there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that over about 30 years, we've lost about 30% of our deer hunters. Concerns about what's going on and what the future is going to look like with that trend. If we add in here, then I showed just the regular firearm deer hunters. Almost every hunter does participate in firearm season, so that tracks the total number pretty closely. The other lines added in show archery and muzzleloader participation. You can see archery in particular has hit more of a stabilization with some fluctuation in more recent years. But again, firearm hunters are really driving the biggest amount of participation and the management impact. So again, as I noted, Michigan's experienced a 31% decline in overall deer hunters since 1995, but this is not dissimilar to what we see in other states. There's a lot of discussion about what's going on in Michigan. What's going on in Michigan is what's going on in many other places as well. There's a lot of challenges to continuing to keep hunting in general on the landscape. Just for example, in Ohio, they experienced a 31% decline in deer permits since 2009, a 19% decline in their customers since 2011. So, a lot of people talk about the great things going on in Ohio. Ohio's contending, like many other states, like virtually every other state, with these declines and continuing as we are to try and find ways to keep these traditions and activities alive and also manage their deer. Also, apologize, the one bullet that got kind of skewed up in the corner here with some formatting, I think. One of the key things we've seen is that about a decade or so ago, we began to project the expected participation, seeing this shift and this loss of especially the baby boomer generation that's been very critical to sustaining hunter numbers. One of the reasons why we've seen a little bit of a stability in hunting participation in recent years is some of folks in those older age categories are continuing to hunt a little longer than they were expected to. So that's a positive, but then it also creates some tensions between what could be different expectations among younger hunters and older hunters, and trying to keep folks engaged overall. So again, the other part that we look at is we're trying to continue to sustain this activity. We want to continue to sustain deer hunting as a management tool. We also, though, in Michigan, put a lot of pressure on our deer herd. So just looking at the Midwestern states, this is information I didn't compile this myself. This is National Deer Association's 2026 report, but these are numbers from 2024. Michigan and Wisconsin have almost the same number of deer hunters, both of us in the 604,000 range number of deer hunters in 2024. And if you look at density, so number of deer hunters per square mile of land mass, Michigan that year was an average of 10.7, so almost 11 deer hunters per square mile. Wisconsin was 11.2. The Midwestern average, as shown here, is 4.9. So after Michigan and Wisconsin, with about 11 deer hunters per square mile, the next highest is Missouri at around 7 and Ohio at around 7, both of them just a little over 6. You go all the way down to states like Iowa, 2.9 deer hunters per square mile in Iowa. again, compared to around over 10 in Michigan. So when we see some of the comparisons of other things like regulations in other states and the impacts and so forth, they can be informative and they're important for us to consider, but we also have to consider what we're working with in Michigan. And even with the declines, we have a lot of deer hunters with a lot of expectations for what to get out of their experience that we have to try and take into consideration. All right, so let's make this shift now. We're depending on these folks that are engaging in a recreational experience to try and help manage our deer herd. So just shifting now into harvest. And very similarly, our all-time peak in total deer harvest in the state was around the late 90s, early 2000s. We had the highest number of deer hunters. We probably had the highest number of deer statewide through all of our regions combined around that time. So not a surprise that the formula is there with a lot of deer hunters available, with generally some increasingly liberal regulations on the antlerless side and other things that we hit a peak in harvest there. I'm going to shift right away then into the more regional level. And we're going to break it down by antlered and antlerless deer. So I'll show you a series of 3 different figures. Here's the Upper Peninsula. The brownish lines over the top is the antlered deer harvest from 2001 through 2024, so almost 2.5 decades. This is from, again, our harvest survey results, because that's what we have available for long term. The blue line is the antlerless harvest from 2001 through 2024. The little dotted line through is just a simple linear regression straight line. So we can see, not surprisingly, we see a decrease in the harvest of antlered deer and the harvest of antlerless deer in the Upper Peninsula. As we looked at some of those trends in winter severity and other things, we know we've had declining deer numbers. So not a huge surprise to see this. Northern Lower Peninsula, antlered harvest and antlerless harvest. The axes are different. So you can see the top line there in the Northern Lower Peninsula is 100,000 and the Upper Peninsula it's 45,000. But just focusing on the trend, our antlered harvest and our antlerless harvest has declined in the Northern Lower Peninsula. Southern Lower Peninsula, antlered harvest, antlerless harvest over about 2.5 decades of time again has declined. Antlerless harvest more so than antlered deer from 2001 through 2024 in the Southern Lower Peninsula. But again, we mentioned over about 3 decades, we've lost about 30% of our hunters. So if we shift from looking at the deer harvest to looking at the harvest per hunter, each 3 regions again, we now see that Upper Peninsula number of antlered deer taken per hunter has actually slightly increased from 2001 through 2024. We've killed fewer deer, we have fewer hunters, but those fewer hunters on average are taking a little more deer. It's actually been an increase of kill per hunter with obviously fluctuations. Other thing I'll note, you can see the trends here for yourselves. The only other decline in harvest per hunter is antlerless harvest per hunter in the Southern Lower Peninsula. So the only declines we have experienced in harvest per hunter are antlerless take in the UP and antlerless take in the Southern Lower Peninsula from 2001 through 2024. Again, there's fluctuations and there's some swings up and down that we don't want to discount. But this is an important message we're trying to get across in terms of what are we trying to accomplish with deer regulations, especially on the side of managing our deer population. Again, I'll also note in 2021 was when the universal antlerless licenses were created. We've referenced a couple times in the memo, there's been no dramatic change. This is showing that red line is the first year that those were available. I'll backtrack us to the total harvest, same thing. In 2021, having the universal antlerless licenses available, antlerless harvest declined that year. Antlerless harvest declined the next year. It's rebounded somewhat in a couple of years since then. So having up to 10 licenses available, having universal antlerless licenses that people can purchase and go use wherever they want, has not dramatically increased harvest. It's not gotten our antlerless harvest back to the historic high levels of the late 90s and early 2000s. And it's really not done a whole lot to even increase our take per hunter.
Brent, I have a question. Can you go back to that last slide?
Yeah.
On the Northern Lower Peninsula, on the increase in antlerless harvest, I'm curious if you have any theories as to what that is, and I'll give you a loaded question. I know that hunter satisfaction in that area region has been very high since the enactment of APRs. And we know that there's generally more targeting of antlerless deer in that hunting environment. Is there a correlation there that you can attribute to that, or do you not have any fine points as to why that's increasing.
You talk about the trends as a whole, because I
Yeah.
talked a little bit about the more recent, okay, yeah, the trends as a whole. Yeah, I don't know, Commissioner Nyberg, I mean, again, I think in all instances, we've also seen liberalization over time in many of the antlerless regulations, but they just haven't taken root in the same extent in southern Michigan as they have in northern lower. In both of the regions, we've expanded equipment that you can use in muzzleloader season. We have universal antlerless licenses and other things. And again, there's also, in terms of an order of magnitude, the harvest is still less in the northern and lower peninsula. So there's a possibility that there is more of a margin for it to be increased there relative to southern Michigan. We have a desire to keep boosting it in southern Michigan, but we still know a larger bulk of our antlerless harvest, a larger bulk of our licenses are taken in the region. It's simply not keeping up with what we think is needed for management case.
This is
Okay, yeah.
Was it, I'm recalling Porter's study that you talked about in your presentation a couple months ago. We didn't see a increase in antlerless licenses with antler restrictions, did we?
No, there was not a substantial increase in looking at the pairing of northern lower peninsula counties where APRs were in place and where they were not. If I remember correctly, I think we did see an increase, but not any greater where APRs were in place than where they were not. So that confirms this. It's increased, but the regulations were not a big spur to make an additional growth in those APR counties. But thanks for pointing that out. I know you alluded to that a little bit.
Excuse me. So do you have, I guess the other piece of the data that'd be interesting is the estimate of the size of the deer herd? You've given us the number of hunters.
Yeah, we do not.
Okay, because I mean, and again, this is just one person's experience, but I've seen a lot more bucks out there in the last few years than when I was a kid. So you've got and I've had more success shooting bucks. So maybe, if you don't know the number of deer that are out there and the population breakdown, it may be, some of this could have been answered by, you've got more bucks out there and people are more inclined to take bucks. I think that's a given. Everybody likes big antlers. That if there's more of them out there and more of them that are taken, then you're going to have less does taken.
It could be. I mean, and we could talk a little bit more about that. That aspect is part of what we're looking at is recognizing there's a limited number and expected declining number of hunters. That's part of what many of our broad regulations are intended to do. How can we kind of reapportion our limited harvest to be able to create more emphasis on antlerless deer relative to bucks? It's great if bucks get folks out in the field. It's important that they have a higher prioritization of antlerless deer.
Yeah, and I mean, I've only hunted in limited areas.
Sure.
I've really,
Me too, unfortunately.
like basically my whole life has essentially been on 2 different plots of land that are only 6 miles apart, a little bit up in Charlevoix. But I mean, it's just in terms of the opportunity for me as a hunter, it's never been better. It's never been better. I mean, there's too many deer out there. I see so many more bucks than I saw when I was a kid. It's crazy how good it is now. And it's because we got a lot of deer out there.
You're on the antlered side anyway, or on this end of the trend of that increasing.
Yeah, I mean,
harvest
I've
per hunter.
taken a lot more antlered deer than I did in my youth. That's for sure. I still take does, but but there's probably, to some degree, there's probably a shift there just because of there's more out there to choose from. Just my experience.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then we'll make a shift. So once again, we're trying to look at ways to be able to take this declining hunter numbers, the variation we've seen and the willingness to take antlerless deer or the harvest per hunter, and address again part of what our responsibility is to use hunting as a tool to try and reduce some of these conflicts between humans and deer. So you've seen the extensive background from our deer management, our variety of deer damage complaints and permits and all the other tools that we're making available outside of hunting, but also looking at hunting really as what needs to be the key mechanism to try and address deer management at a broader kind of landscape scale. And so just as two things, one as kind of an index to deer numbers as well, but also as an indication of one of the other major impacts that deer can have is deer vehicle collisions. The figures here show the same regional breakdown that you saw from Sam's overview of deer damage complaints and other things. So we've now divided southern Michigan into the southwest and southeast. This is taking the number of reported crashes, so these are reported to state police, compiled in those annual statistics, and then adjusting them by vehicle miles traveled. So what that means is it's a similar concept. If 5 people went out to deer camp today and they all saw 1 deer, and you say we had 5 deer around camp. If 10 people went out to deer camp that day and they say we all saw 1 deer around the same time, there were 10 deer on camp. You didn't have more deer, you had more people seeing deer. Okay, so when you have more cars driving through an area, you have more of an opportunity to kill deer. So taking the crashes per miles traveled has that ability to adjust the fact that sometimes we have more cars on the road. And if they hit more deer, it doesn't mean there were more deer there. All right, long-winded explanation here, but then getting from each of these trends from 1990 through 2024, again, we can see that peaks in almost all these were in around the late 90s and early 2000s. So we had our all-time high number of deer hunters, our all-time high deer harvest. Again, a lot of indications that statewide we had an all-time high number of deer. But Southeast Michigan is certainly showing a continued increase in deer vehicle collisions, even with this adjustment for vehicle miles traveled. Southwest, there's an interesting curve kind of back up heading into the 20-teens and 2020s, and then more of a stabilization that's led to this kind of continued longer term, decline. But we still continue to have considerations. No, the insurance lobby isn't paying us to kill deer in Michigan and all the things that you hear, but it is a legitimate issue that we want to continue to try and help balance is the impacts that deer can have through vehicle collisions. And again, it provides us some ability as an index to look at deer populations in general. All right, and last, we had a lot of discussion already today also about disease, and a clear goal of the deer management plan is to reduce the threats and impacts of disease on the wild deer population. So I'm going to give a much truncated overview of some of the considerations we take when we're trying to look at what we know about deer and deer behavior and deer biology and consider what implications it has for looking at disease considerations. So Melinda mentioned, and I'll get to it in a moment here, some of the information we have on prevalence of deer, bovine TB prevalence in deer by age and gender. And much of this really comes from what we know about the way that deer behave and move. Female deer have this high fidelity to a fawning area. So in general, females tend to stay close to their birth range. They tend to form these long tenured social groups where they remain alive on the landscape. And they have these high degree associations among related deer that's just conceptually showing here. You have this structure where family groups kind of stay within an area. It's not so distinct as this. There's some overlap, but generally they have distinct locations. And there's especially high amount of interaction among those individual social groups where they stay tenured on the landscape, especially if they stay there for long periods of time. In contrast, male movements are much more dynamic. Males tend to disperse into new areas as yearlings. It's especially the case under very high deer densities. There's a much higher rate of dispersal of around a year old, these bucks moving off into new areas. There's a high degree of interaction among what you often call bachelor groups. So some of these groups of younger bucks and other things that have those associations together at certain times of the year. So that's another high amount of interaction that occurs. And then the mature bucks in general have much larger home ranges. They're breeding and sparring with multiple deer. They're encompassing a lot of the movement back and forth between these social groups and territories. Again, this is a very generalization, and especially depending on how long survival is and other things will affect the way some of these things play out across the landscape. But the bottom line is, again, what we've seen, this is looking at our 1975 through 2025 data on deer being TB positive. I think Melinda had mentioned this. The reference is the kind of 1.5-year-old female deer. So what these figures show is compared to a 1.5-year-old or year-old female deer, what's the odds of an older female or a buck or an older buck being TB positive. And this is what's referenced is if you look at the dots, dark dots are female deer, and there's confidence intervals around those each year. You see the general pattern is it increases with age and it stabilizes. Now looking at, again, the prevalence of a 2.5-year-old female, the 3.5, those confidence intervals overlap somewhat, but the pattern is not surprising. It makes sense. The longer you're around, the more likely you're going to be exposed to TB, develop the symptoms, and test positive ultimately. On bucks, there's a couple things to note. First of all, I think as Melinda again referenced, between that 1-year and 2-year-old age range, you already see a jump up. And that's also separated by confidence intervals. So yes, 2.5-year-old buck is already more likely to have TB than a 1.5-year-old buck. As those progress, again, you can see it seems to continue on that increase. Those confidence intervals are really wide because we don't have a whole lot of 5.5 and older year-old bucks that are being brought into check stations for disease sampling and so forth. But the pattern is generally that it increases increasingly higher odds as you have bucks age on the landscape. So this creates some of the challenges, again, that we try and contend with. We already see regulations that we put in place and a lot of hunter preference leading towards wanting to prefer more bucks on the landscape, wanting to prefer older bucks on the landscape. We need to be cognizant of meeting hunter expectations to keep them interested and engaged in hunting, to keep them out in the field. We need to recognize, though, that there's some risk involved where there's disease present, whether we know it or not, but we continue to try and be aware of the particular areas of concern around prevalence. Ultimately, the other alternative to looking at how we can produce deer in good condition, antler development improvements and other things, a lot of that also focuses on returning some of the emphasis on taking an appropriate number of antlerless deer. So a lot of what we know about deer, basic population dynamics and management, still done in a really simple parabola here that looks at how a conceptual population increases over time. If you reduce deer densities or you have deer densities that are already lower relative to what the habitat is able to support, you'll have generally healthier and more productive deer. You'll also have a higher population growth from 1 year to the next. So you can replace a higher harvest when you have deer that are in this more mid-range of relative of habitat. You have reduced browsing damage. Again, you'll tend to have reduced buck dispersal. You'll have improved antler development. So all the things we want to see about, be nice to have more bucks around. It'd be nice to have larger antlers on deer. We know hunters all like that. Another avenue to do that is to maintain deer at a lower density, not put so much strain on the habitat, on the crops, on our cars and other things, and try and rely on population management to be able to produce some of the outcomes that we want to see. But there's another challenge to this. Even maintaining deer in that mid-range of what the habitat is able to support, it takes work. And so you'll often hear me kind of begrudging and talking about hunters aren't willing to go out there, aren't willing to do things. But again, as deer numbers decline, it's also been pretty well documented, it becomes increasingly harder to take more deer. So if anybody's ever gone out and they've been on some farms where there's been a lot of effort to up your effort to reduce deer numbers, I mean, you know, it takes a lot of work to begin with. If you've got 3 and then 4 and then 5 deer that you've put on the ground, you're working to process and get taken care of. But if you're successful in reducing deer numbers, it also becomes harder and harder to be able to sustain that level of harvest. And so this gets to the other point of the tension of what we have to contend with when we're trying to manage deer. In order to get to these substantially reduced deer densities, where we can reduce risks of disease, where we can improve the condition of deer, we can help encourage better antler development and other things, it becomes work for hunters to be able to sustain even the same level of harvest as you begin to see those reductions happen because of some of this relationship. So the things we have to contend with is to get truly liberal, high levels of antlerless harvest and population control. It's only likely to be happening where you have highly motivated, not only willing, but highly motivated hunters that want to get out there, that want to help reduce deer numbers, whether it's because they want to balance buck-to-doe ratios, whether it's because they want to help their neighbors address crop damage and other things. Our regulations won't force hunters to do these things, but we don't want our regulations to be a barrier for where folks are interested and willing and capable of doing this, whether it's a deer cooperative looking to balance buck-to-doe ratios and other things, whether it's areas where hunters are trying to assist farmers with managing deer numbers. We don't want those regulations to be a barrier so that then they have to get extra permits. They have to go through a waiting process of having inspections and other things done. They've got to manage special reports. We think it's preferable that folks be able to go buy licenses and use them, especially given there's relatively few cases where they are working hard to attempt to help do that at a more local level. So what can regulations do? We don't want them to be a barrier to these highly motivated individuals in places where we want management to be prioritizing antlerless harvest. The other thing they can do is at least provide at the landscape level a nudge into the direction that we think is positive for management and that we think hunters want to see in many cases as well. So this is one of the last figures I'll show before we get into our proposed regulations. This is taking a look at from 2001 through 2024 at the regional level. The triangles in the bottom corner are the Upper Peninsula. The blue circles that move partway up here are Northern Lower. The yellowish squares are the Southern Lower Peninsula. This is just plotting the number of antlered deer on the top, on the rise axis here, and the number of antlerless deer across. The other key thing then is the diagonal line through the middle shows you any dot that falls on that line means hunters killed the same number of antlered deer and antlerless deer, a 1-to-1 ratio of the harvest of antlered deer to antlerless deer. Everything above the line, the ratio is more antlered deer per antlerless deer. Anything below the line is more antlerless deer than antlered deer. And what this shows us is over this, again, 24-year period of time, we've had, I think it is 7 years in Southern Lower Peninsula where hunters have taken more antlerless deer than antlered bucks. 3 years in the Northern Lower Peninsula. And that's it. And many of those years, in the Southern Lower Peninsula, it's not happened since 2012. In the Northern Lower Peninsula, that was 2001, 2002, and 2020. So of the years where we've just gotten at a regional level, hunters taking more antlerless deer than antlered deer, it's relatively few, and it's not been on the increase. So what we're looking to do with the proposed regulations changes is simply push in more years at the regional level, more times below this line where we get at least equal and hopefully more antlerless harvest than antlered buck harvest. We will not force hunters to go kill deer. We would not, with 10 antlerless licenses available, we're not communicating. We want every hunter to buy and use 10 antlerless licenses. We want, with the regulations we're putting in place or suggesting at the landscape scale, to push harvest more in this direction and then keep our liberal regulations available to be able to do more so at a local level where there's even more need and interest. So with all that, kind of setting the context here for what we're proposing for 2026 to 2028, we're also recognizing that the department's been asked to respond to numerous recommendations and considerations. Again, we see we've already had regulations that have had most of these same intents in place. We feel we still need to make additional progress. And we've heard from the Deer Advisory Team, we've heard from the Natural Resources Commission and the committee and some individual commissioners. We've certainly gotten input from our Wildlife Division field requests and other input as well. A lot of things being considered. So as we went through what we were willing to recommend, we've tried to find as many places as possible where we can recommend changes that we feel are a progress forward. Either at this, again, level of trying to push things in a nudge at the landscape level, or continuing to keep aggressive tools available in the hands that'll be effective at a more local scale. We're also really trying to maintain a commitment to a 2026 to 2028 package. We think it's better that we can have better engagement, more discussion, more exploration of ideas if we're not changing proposals, regulations every single year. But with the recognition that some things in here, because of the way they would change, we're not suggesting be implemented until 2027.
I guess I got a quick editorial comment, Brad.
Yeah, please.
This is all great information, very informative. Earlier, kept clicking on slides that had the 2016 deer management goals. And I guess I'm kind of trying to bite my tongue here a little bit, but it boggles my mind that we're working off goals from 10 years ago. I mean, those goals probably perfectly reflected the landscape at that time. But if we're looking 2026 and beyond, I'm not sure all those goals do reflect the current landscape. Some of them are measurable, but I think we need more measurable goals by zone. And without numerical benchmarks, I just keep going back. I don't know that I have the tools in the toolbox then to make the best decision that I possibly can. And we're going through these changes and some I like, some I don't like, but I don't like relying on my gut feeling making these decisions. And so I can't help myself but interject right here in saying we are, and I'm saying we, the collective we here, right? Not just the commission, the department, all of us, we're doing it wrong if we're not setting numerical benchmarks on where the heck we're going by zone with our deer herd. And I know that's not necessarily easy. I mean, we talked about it last night. What's right in my mind's gonna be a little bit different than your mind, but we need to set some type of thresholds that this is where we're pulling the herd into by zone. And if we're not meeting it, here are the levers to pull. And if something goes too far, okay, we got to pull back on this, but it's got to be based on data. And I feel like we're missing the mark, as a collective group.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, our plan was intended as a 10-year plan. We're starting the process of revisiting and revamping it. So again, the goals that you saw or that I've shared now twice are those strategic goals. It's a strategic plan, not indicated. It doesn't get into operational details of how we'll set regulations or recommendations. It doesn't get into details of how winter severity and other things might be used. It really is focusing on those broader kind of strategic levels. So we got an opportunity, one, obviously,
But
to look at that and then look at how to get more operational.
We need those type of goals to do this.
Yeah, thank you. And then finally, again, as we've looked through and responded to most of these, to numerous requests for considering different options, not all the potential regulations reviewed here have been recommended by the department. So we'll make a distinction, and it's in the memo here of recommendations versus other things that we were asked to respond to and provide some feedback on. All right, so now no more graphs and color figures. We got black and white, trying to make it as stark as possible. And again, I'll highlight on each of these things here. These are the items. So I don't follow exactly in order because again, this bounces back and forth, but muzzleloader season, we've got recommendations that fall under both item 1 for the UP and item 3 for the Lower Peninsula. Again, a little bit of context. We've seen a lot of changes in muzzleloader season recently, across the whole Lower Peninsula. It's now open for any legal firearm. We initially expanded to any equipment for the Southern Lower Peninsula SLP in 2020, and then the Northern Lower in 2024. The Lower Peninsula Deer Advisory Team, disclosure here, recommended that we return the Lower Peninsula season to muzzleloaders only. There was some concerns about continued harvest and pressure on bucks kind of later into that season across the Lower Peninsula. Looking at some of the changes, though, in pros, it's created, and you don't have to have a muzzleloader to get a field at that time. Our 2023 survey after the change in Southern Michigan showed 61% of the hunters in Southern Lower Peninsula supported having every legal firearm available. Only 25% opposed. That was part of the motivation for the expansion to the Northern Lower in 2024. The cons, these are both recognized pretty truncated lists, but certainly some traditionalists, and whether traditionalist means a true like flintlock or traditionalist might mean still a modern inline muzzleloader. Not all those folks want to have competition of other folks out there in the field with them. We recognize that. Again, there's a perceived excessive or late pressure on the deer herd and on bucks from this season. And there's antlered harvest that's open throughout this time. And we've heard a lot of criticism or confusion regarding the name of this season. Our Lower Peninsula field staff actually said, we're fine with keeping all the equipment. Let's just not call it a muzzleloader season anymore if it's not restricted to using muzzleloaders. So the recommendation overall, redressing some of those concerns about the continued pressure on bucks at this time, and then we're addressing the fact that the expansion of opportunities by equipment's been pretty popular in the Lower Peninsula. We're making the recommendation statewide to reduce this to 3 days. Our recommendation is that be those same 3 days, be the first Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in December. Just for context, again, previously that was 10 days beginning on the first Friday, so opening at the same time, being open for 3 days. Again, we'd recommend retaining using any legal firearm in the Lower Peninsula and renaming it. So we'd still have concurrent dates with this recommendation. Stay the muzzleloader season as a 3-day season in the UP. It would become the December firearm season in the Lower Peninsula. Those 3 days, any legal firearm to use in that region. So those are items 1 and 3. And there's additional background on some of the expected impacts. We don't expect a major biological impact, economic impacts, or others. Those are in the memo you can review and certainly add additional questions. Late antlerless season recommendations under item 5. Late antlerless season is open across the Lower Peninsula except for DMUs 115, 145, and 245. I'll show those on a different map here a little bit later. Those are the island units up around the Leelanau County, Charlotte kind of area. If we're making this shift on the December firearm season, then we would recommend opening the late antlerless season earlier or truncating the December firearm season. We would suggest opening the late antlerless season then immediately afterwards. It would begin on the Monday following that new, what we're calling December firearm season. Those things combined, I mean, there's no loss of firearm hunting days in the Lower Peninsula from making that shift. It will reduce the pressure on bucks. It would create the scenario where after those 3 days of that December firearm season, it's either antlered or antlerless deer. All of the rest of firearm hunting in the Lower Peninsula after that point in time would be antlerless deer only. You'd have archery seasons where you could take bucks, but we'd be shifting after those 3 days in December to anything with a firearm in the Lower Peninsula is going to be antlerless only. Extended late antlerless season recommendations here under item 7. That has been it's a department recommendation. Extended antlerless season has been open and the county showed in green here. Our field team requested adding Mason, Oceana, and Osceola counties outlined in red here. So just extending upward a little bit on the west side for additional areas being open to the extended late antlerless season. Item 8 is the Liberty hunt and early antlerless season. Again, as I mentioned, the early antlerless season has been open throughout the Lower Peninsula. So throughout the Lower Peninsula, except for those 3 DMUs, 115, 145, and 245. That early antlerless season's been on the Saturday following September 15th. The Liberty hunt is open for youth and hunters with disabilities on the second weekend in September. We've heard some public complaints. There's always complaints about some recreational activity overlapping with some other recreational activity, but the early antlerless season overlap in the northern Lower Peninsula. We had some concerns about those hunting bears with dogs and some of the ability to gain access on lands when deer hunting is occurring. So propose being able to address that by moving the early antlerless hunt to be concurrent with the Liberty hunt. That would also move the early antlerless hunt away from the youth waterfowl. So you got a couple different separations, but I think as I mentioned earlier, there's always going to be some level of overlap with something else occurring with all the things that people enjoy doing in Michigan and our state in that time of year. Continuing on, then Deer Management Unit 115, our field staff engaged in some discussion with those folks on Beaver and Garden Island, which makes up DMU 115. So I mentioned this is one of the only places that hasn't been open to the early antlerless season. The ag recommendation actually now is to open that unit to both the early and late antlerless seasons. Primarily an issue on on Garden Island, on Beaver Island, where there's been increased deer numbers and observations of impacts on native vegetation. So, and expanding a little bit of the recreational opportunity, again, making an effort to help manage deer more proactively on an area that admittedly has some accessibility. And then limited firearms deer zone is item 3. This is one that was covered in January. Just recapping a little bit of the history that was discussed at that time. That was established. The zone was established in 1953. The expansion of some firearms, with those firearms of straight wall cartridges being legalized in 2014. Commission has made a request that we consider just eliminating that, essentially creating an ability to use any any firearm throughout the Lower Peninsula, throughout the state. Law Enforcement Division did a review there. I chimed in just a little bit. We don't expect that change to be a major biological impact, but department neither supports nor opposes and just bringing it forward. So if the desire it is to make that change, we're prepared to bring that into conservation order. All right, then a couple combination of things on item 2, 9, and 10, all address different aspects of antlerless license use and availability. First one, we had a little discussion about that after the Winter Severity Index overview, but figure on the right, all the information on the right simply reflects what the status was in 2025. Hunting in the Upper Peninsula with the universal antlerless deer license, all these counties in the green and the kind of south central Menominee, Dickinson area, you could simply use antlerless licenses. The DMUs that were part of 352 is where folks had to be drawn for an antlerless access hunting permit. There were only 500 available in 2025. And then all those DMUs shown in the kind of beige color, universal antlerless licenses cannot be used. So again, the field request, as we discussed, is eliminating those 500 antlerless deer hunting access permits in 352. So basically, universal antlerless licenses would only be able to be used then in that south central portion of the Upper Peninsula. Really just addressing the fact of the public concerns and having some responsiveness given the nature of winter that we had up there through this year. Little broader background on universal antlerless licenses, like we mentioned, discussed before. They're flexible. You can use them anywhere in the state other than those places in the UP where there's some of the restrictions. They're readily available. We've had, in general, compared to years past, where every place that had a limited number of antlerless licenses had to have a drawing and applications and other things. That's no longer required, with again the sole exception of an access permit in some of those units that we've had in the Upper Peninsula. You can buy a license and you can go use it. Again, as we reviewed before, it's not been a dramatic change in antlerless harvest overall. We still have almost 80% of our hunters that don't take any antlerless deer in a given year. We have less than 1% that harvest 5 or more. As salmon reviewed, though, having the flexibility to say licenses are available, you can go get them, you can go use them wherever you want. The need for DMAPs, deer management systems permits, has been relatively reduced. You know, there is some small element of a case of if folks are hunting in multiple counties or DMUs, that used to be a factor of having them restricted to only a certain area. So you had to have several in your pocket for each place you hunted. That's not an issue anymore with universal antlerless licenses. So we've appreciated the flexibility. We recognize it's led to a lot of concern that we have a lot of hunters that perceive we're managing deer with a broad brush, or again, they see the 10 per hunter and do some math and say we could kill every deer in the state. No, that's not going to happen under the way that behavior has been, but we recognize that there are some concerns. So again, it was requested, the commission asked us to give consideration of doing a limit to 5 per hunter. We'd really prefer to keep this at 10. 10 per hunter, given all the background that we've tried to provide some context for here. But recognize that that's prepared to make a change if that's the indication that you would like to make. And then on the use limits and additional consideration, there were recommendations to consider whether the purchase limit is higher or not. We could limit the use of antlerless licenses by DMU or by county being a little bit more recognizable in the Lower Peninsula. Our Lower Peninsula Deer Advisory Team, reviewing the concept, the LPDAT did recommend this be implemented. Again, would create this variability within the state. We expect it to be unlikely to change antlerless harvest given the limitations of what we see being done at a general force of habit. We do have some concerns about enforceability. It's a little bit difficult to have a license that's available to be used everywhere, but you're only supposed to use a certain number in certain places, but we can navigate that if it's essential to do so. And again, we really see one of the biggest potential concerns is that it may lead to increase in DMAP requests for those that at a local scale really are trying to make more aggressive use of licenses where we'd like for them to be able to do so. And it certainly adds some complexity to having a reg summary and other things that would have more detail. But we were asked to give this consideration, so we want to make sure we indicate we did the efforts to do so. Our field staff going through their updates to their deer management unit narratives. It's another deliverable that we have ready to provide to the commissioners as well as each of those narratives for each deer management unit in the state. In addition to providing a general sense of what deer population trends have been doing and what they would like to see them do in the area. Again, not based on estimates, but based on the variety of indicators that they're looking at. Every DMU in green here shows where the local staff would like to see an increase in deer numbers. Orange is where they'd like to see generally stable, and red is where they would like to see a decrease. So pairing up some of those desired trends with the potential use restrictions, what we would suggest if the restrictions are put in place are all those numbers reflected in the map on the right. So this is also the table that starts on page 10 of the order. So where you see the deer management units in the UP and the counties in the Lower Peninsula, that's what the colors reflect here. What those indicates are there was some discussion about regulations around disease. Again, we're suggesting keeping a use limit of 10 in the 5 TB counties in the Northeast. We'd suggest having a use limit of 10 in what we're proposing as what we're moving forward with is our CWD surveillance zone counties. The teal color then are a limit of 5. You can see for yourself 4, 3, 2, and 1 across different areas of the state. Yep. What's going on? Yeah, it's, again, we try to provide latitude to be able to have our local staff provide input. Biologist in the county is, especially looking at some of the smaller public land areas, feels that there's been a pretty extensive antlerless, harvest level, or not seeing the same number of deer as you would see in that area. And so that's the kind of standout there. We had, again, a lot of discussion with staff in the Southwest where, although they say they think that stable deer numbers may be okay there, that's not as much from a management impact as from some of the repeated EHD outbreaks that they've had. So they're recognizing not that they feel we need to be more conservative with anything, but simply be kind of nice if numbers stay at the level here. So that's a little bit of a difference between them saying that there's a stability, but still recommending pretty liberal approaches compared to kind of in the Southeast. And I think a lot of that's driven by some of the pressure he's perceiving on some of the smaller, public land areas in that area. Yep. Okay, everybody ready? We got potential buck harvest restrictions as well. So item 11. Again, there's some background in the memo. There's a little bit additional context, hopefully, that the presentation here is provided for you. But looking at each of the 3 options, it was given kind of that initial consideration, and then our recommendation. I'll step through each of these. So 1 buck limit was a recommendation from our deer advisory teams that was came forward in December, discussed in December, and voted and advanced in January. That recommendation was to establish a 1 buck limit, plus to not sell the single deer license any longer. So that would be essentially a big aspect of offsetting the potential revenue impacts of having a 1 buck limit, but having an option between the 2 different licenses. Looking through that consideration, though, the legal review determined that's not feasible to simply not offer that license any longer. So we're not in a position to be able to advance that recommendation directly as it was forwarded. Again, we've seen you've heard a lot of recent support communicated. There's been a lot of enthusiasm around 1 buck. I'm not going to suggest that means it's a majority, but we're hearing a lot of vocal advocates. We'll probably hear vocal advocates both for and against it here today. But certainly that's generated a lot of discussion, probably triggered from an initial forward through our advisory team. Again, we've broken down in January and in the memo, and there's some details, the numbers at play here. We got approximately 7% of our hunters statewide that take 2 bucks. It's only about 32,000 bucks on average over a year. We know not all those 32,000 second bucks would make it through another year. Some of them would be taken by another hunter. There's other things that affect buck survival, but again, it's looking at being able to have some opportunity to advance that forward. And we've got the regional information that's the difference in each of those three regions. Also, it makes sense, and digging into our data a little bit, we do see that hunters that do have a single buck tag are more selective. So it's not simply the number of bucks that might be reduced if it's only one available. The best information we have is look at our online harvest reports. The southern lower peninsula is the only region where we don't have hunter's choice like the UP has. We don't have a large area like the northwest lower that's got an antler point restriction in place. Southern lower peninsula has no direct restrictions apart from the restricted tag. If you compare deer tagged with the single deer license, so that's someone that only had one buck license in their pocket, and deer tagged with the regular tag on the combination license, that's a tag that's not restricted, but those people had two tags that they could use to take antlered bucks. Those on the single tag, 60% of those deer have 4 more antler points on one side. On that regular tag of the combo license, only 43% have 4 more antler points on one side. So some indication there that folks that only have one tag in their pocket do seem to be selecting for larger, likely older bucks, knowing that that's their one chance they have at bringing a buck home. So it's the indication of some additional impact we think there would be is probably a little bit more reservation on simply pulling the trigger on any buck that walks by. Again, part of that might be advancing a few more deer into older classes. Part of that hopefully will be offset by people using an antlerless license under the proposal that we have.
Are these percentages based on what has been reported?
Yeah, that's our report information from 2022 to 2025. Yeah. All right. Another proposal. So looking at the single buck limit, we took a look at, we have some precedent in Michigan previously having a seasonal buck bag limit. And again, that it manifested in a couple different ways, but the bottom line is we had some periods where there were different licenses, different opportunities for taking bucks with a firearm or with a bow. That varied from and how those were expressed from 1965 through 1997. But then we've had the combination license in place since 1998, which has given the opportunity to take 2 bucks. You can take them in any of the open seasons. Take both on archery, take both, you can take in both in firearm, take in one of each, muzzleloader, etc. So we gave some consideration that could be split back out, be a different type of restriction, as simply to go back to maybe only allowing one of those to be taken in archery. Bottom line though is that when we look at our harvest reporting from the last several years, about half, a little bit over half, 52.2% already reported taking both bucks in the same season. Slightly less, almost 48% reported taking one in different seasons. So we're already talking about only about 32,000 bucks that were taken as a second deer, and only about half of them would be impacted by having only a seasonal single limit or single season limit. It'd be less impact overall on any of that restructuring of the buck to doe ratio and even on the age structure than we would see from a 1 buck limit. We would probably see some additional harvest obviously shift into archery if you can only take the only option for taking 2 is one would be in archery. We would see some of that shift, but not a really substantial change that we would expect from that. Third option considered is regional antler point restrictions. Again, we know Michigan's got a lot of history on APRs. In 1997 is the first time that DMU, deer management unit specific antler point restrictions were put in place. In 1998, their work group was formed to develop an APR proposal process, still a process that the NRC has that individuals or organizations can come forward and propose restrictions to be put in place. Those additional guidelines or process has been modified a couple different times, but is still in place. And then in 2009, the Hunter's Choice regulations were implemented in the Upper Peninsula, so a little different variation on antler point restrictions. Again, if we take a look at our online harvest reports of harvested deer in the Upper Peninsula, we already see if the proposal was 3 points on a side in the UP and the Northern Lower and 4 points on the side in Southern Michigan. We already see in the Upper Peninsula, 79% of deer taken have had 3 or more points on a side from the last several years on average. The Northern Lower Peninsula, 84% of deer harvest reports have had 3 or more points on the side, southern lower peninsula, 70% on the 4 or more on the side. From conversely, what we see is statewide, if we match up some of the percentages with our harvest survey estimates, it's about $52,000 that are harvested annually statewide that would not meet those thresholds from the past few years. So that's the number that putting those in place based on some of that past history, we suggest would then become, off limits under those restrictions. All right, then combining together here, again, it's a little truncating information. We've got a lot more detail that we could split out, but in the past, we've evaluated a lot of these different options. When we previously had evaluated changing the combination license to 1 buck and 1 doe, there's 48% support. That was from our 2020 survey. I think that's in your in the memo, and 40% opposition. We think that, again, we recognize there'd be considerable potential in simply making a straight up change to 1 buck from switching from combination to single licenses. So we would certainly expect by putting a license in folks' hands, it's essentially an antlerless tag, we would see reductions in antlerless license sales. Again, we've asked about eliminating a single deer license. It's been determined that's not been feasible, but there is much less support for eliminating the single license than there was for making a change to the combo tag. And then regional antler point restrictions, we've got a lot of, again, different history in different places, but the last time assessed in 2020, there was 51% support for putting regional APRs in place and 35% opposition. Again, we'd expect some minimal loss on overall licensed deer hunters. That's simply a straight across the board change, but certainly some folks may be less inclined to continue participation if it's not a regulation that they would be in agreement with. And so ultimately we pulled together looking at trying to find, again, an opportunity to suggest a recommendation, recommend a change that we think would be a constructive change moving forward. Implementing a 1 buck limit in combination with making the deer license, the single tag deer license in the lower peninsula valid for antlerless deer only. That means that under that combination of changes, every licensed deer hunter in the lower peninsula would possess an antlerless license. Obviously, anybody buying a universal antlerless license, that's only for antlerless deer. Anybody with a single deer license would be an antlerless deer only. Anybody with a combination license would have 1 license for a buck and 1 for an antlerless deer. This would enhance the impact compared to that 1 buck limit on restructuring that harvest, the antler to antlerless harvest ratio, because again, with the potential of deer hunters being more selective when they only have a single buck to take and having an antlerless license in hand, I think there's going to be more folks that may resort in many instances, to be quite blunt, to taking an antlerless deer, even if that's not their preference. And then obviously with that change in lower peninsula, we reduce that switching and reduce the economic shift of the folks simply selecting for the single tag. Again, importantly, this change would be in 2027. Licenses call on sale in March. We'll continue licenses for a little while these are still being deliberated. So if this is put in place, we'd rather not have folks that had purchased a license that's no longer good for what they expected it to be good for. And so the implementation would be for 2027. What this would look like then is just interpreting it from everybody's favorite color-coded cheat sheet from our regulation summaries. The Upper Peninsula, the single deer license, and the regular tag on the combo deer license would be no change. Again, we've suggested simply keeping that 3 point on a side restriction on the regular tag, just because it has been in place in the past. And then on the restricted tag, and I'll point out here, we've identified allowing antlerless take and firearm and muzzleloader season. I've said limited DMUs here. This would be a change. We had a little more discussion compared to what's in the conservation order written up. It would have what's written up in the order would have only allowed folks to use that tag in the archery season, which they've had the option to do in the past. We think a better approach is to allow those to be used in the same place that universal antlerless licenses are available. So in the future, if there's access permits available in the mid-snowfall zone, that'd be an option. And then in those southern DMUs, under what we're proposing here, folks would be able to use that restricted tag for antlerless deer in those units. We've certainly seen, again, Menominee County and some of those other areas is leading, one of the top ones in damage permits and other things. So making that available, I think, is appropriate. Biggest change then is obviously in the Lower Peninsula. Single deer license would be for antlerless deer only in any season. Restricted tag would be for antlerless deer only in any season. The regular tag would be no change compared to what it's been in the past. Again, hunters have an option. They would continue to have the option of what we've proposed. They've already had the option to take antlerless deer, but that would be the tag that gives them an opportunity to take an antlered buck in the Lower Peninsula. So after all that, that's probably the one most people want to talk about, but we also have just a couple other administrative recommendations, item 12, 13, and 14. Just quickly there, we're suggesting some changes on deer rehabilitation with the times for possessing fawns rehabilitation. These things can be highly intensive workload to contend with. So just looking at making some changes to be allowed case by case exceptions for those. We recognize just going through all of the language, there's a gap. There's an undefined gap between DMUs 027 and 036 in the UP. So we're not proposing changes to what the intended DMUs are there. It's simply clarifying the language to resolve that kind of lapse in between those. And then the last one is that, again, as Sam had referenced, on deer management assistance permits, if a 1 buck limit is in place, we just recommend some language to expand some of the exceptions for allowing antler deer to be taken on DMAPs when they're causing horticultural damage. So it's already a factor we've seen in some portions where antler point restrictions are in place and create an off-limit category of bucks that can still be out there rubbing Christmas trees and nurseries and causing damage. So that's where most of the exemptions are made. And if a 1 buck limit would put more restrictions on folks being able to use hunting to manage, then we think our folks should have discretion to be able to help landowners address those potential conflicts. And with that, I thank you for indulging me with a lot of information and background here, and look forward to questions and discussion. Yeah.
Questions? None? All right. Commissioner Nyberg.
Brent and team, thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. I want to just take a minute and pretend that impacts on the whitetail population in the UP don't include things beyond our control, like winter severity and predators and habitat degradation and all of those things. And pretend for a minute that regulations that we might consider are going to really move the needle in a good way. In the Upper Peninsula, you referred to Hunter's Choice. We have a combination license that has a 3-point antler point restriction on the regular tag and a 4-point antler point restriction on the restricted tag, which has turned out to be pretty popular among hunters, and broad generalization of the many conversations I've had with folks on both sides of this issue, but the folks that tend to really love the combination license rarely have an expectation that they're going to harvest 2 bucks. They know the data, they view it as a license to be in the woods, maybe for multiple seasons, maybe if they're successful on opening day of firearm, they want to remain at camp and, continue to hunt for that, maybe crazy opportunity of a lifetime buck. And it's an interesting narrative that I've heard over time and time again. And you've been gracious in providing some data that I've requested on some of the impacts from the Hunter's Choice or combination licenses. And what I've gleaned from the reported harvest from last year, and this is reflected in some of your data, but I did some combining math. On the combination license, roughly 72% of bucks harvested are 8 points or more, or if you want to try to compare ages, roughly, I think your analysis was roughly 3.5 or older. As compared to the single license, about 37% of bucks harvested are in that size class. With respect to younger deer, on the combination, about 3% are 2.5 years or younger, or 4 points or less. And on the single, 21% are of that age class. And so as I sit here and contemplate our stated goals from the Wildlife Committee that John shared out in February, one of those main goals being to improve buck structure. I have a lot of concerns about this shift for the UP because at least for the combination license, you're retaining that choice for a hunter to purchase a single deer license and shoot any buck. Or if they're a part of that grouping of people that tend to like this combination license, the reality is that if they're shooting bucks, they're shooting older age class bucks. And the hunters that are successful in harvesting 2 deer are so low, it's 1 to 3% of combination license holders annually. So as I think about that, quite frankly, I wondered whether the wildlife division would consider a structure similar to the hunter's choice to achieve some of these goals. Is that something that wildlife contemplated, or would you care to comment at all about the efficacy of the hunter's choice option in the UP? And I guess the third part of that question would be, are you concerned that more hunters will then in the UP will opt for the single deer license, which one could theorize is going to result in more yearling bucks being harvested and maybe less revenue for the department because they're purchasing a single deer license as opposed to a combo?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Nyberg. Yeah, and there's variety of ways to summarize the info on what harvest has been, but yeah, it's very in line with, and not surprising, you're working with the same data that we are. There's 2 things. One, I thought you were going to ask whether, hey, maybe we just don't limit, 1 buck in the Upper Peninsula. I think we had some discussion and considered that, and then that creates concern about, well, then we would have lots of folks from the Lower Peninsula going north for their second deer, right? So that was one of the things of the consideration. They have a different restriction because quite obviously there's different implications in the Upper Peninsula where there's fewer alternatives for that antlerless license, on a combo tag. In terms of what our considerations or concerns might be in the UP under what we've proposed, we did dive in. It's clear that the single license is more popular in the Upper Peninsula than the Lower, probably in part from hunter's choice because they could buy the single license and take any antlered buck. Probably in part what you got at is more hunters realize not a ton of deer up here, and or folks that are traveling to the UP and say, I'm probably not going to be up there long enough for a couple of deer, right? So one of the challenges we contend with is we can look at where people live as a licensed customer and bought a single license or a combo license or other things, but we can't directly pair that up to where they hunt. So looking at that though, both in terms of the harvest, there's a lot more deer taken on a single license in the UP, and by residents, there's a lot more people that are already buying the single license in the UP. So to the latter question you asked, would the revenue impacts be substantial there? We expect that there will be fewer people that want to buy a combination license in the Upper Peninsula if one of those is only good for an antlerless deer, but we already see much more of a balance from UP hunters than otherwise. To the question of whether we would put hunter's choice in place in the entire state, I don't know if I can really call whether we had. I mean, we've had probably 4, 5, 6 other things that have been in discussion along with the ones that you've seen here. And I don't know if we had much of a discussion or can really summarize what that might have come to. I would say again, just pairing up the balance I'm trying to have in what regulations will do at a landscape scale is really just kind of a nudge or really set a different baseline. And I think what we have proposed for the Lower Peninsula to be able to put an antlerless license in everybody's pockets and to make it a little bit harder to say, I'm just going to hold out for a buck, is really just trying to give the nudge of more people being more willing to consider taking an antlerless deer. And then the other side of all of our other regulations proposals are keeping the tools available in a local scale to be more aggressive and reach the goals that we really need around disease management or individual property owner goals and other things. Anything else to add that I've missed, Sarah?
No, again, I think we're just trying to concentrate in the Lower Peninsula of really nudging people, every hunter to just take one. If you can just take one and help us get more online, that's what we're trying to do. And the hunter's choice, we don't think will move people as much in that direction.
Thank you.
What consideration did you guys give to earn a second buck?
Yeah, we did explore earn a second buck and there are additional changes that would need to be done with licensing to be able to make earn a second buck possible, to be able to process and manage customers that would qualify there. And I think we have the ability to, but we would essentially have to create a different type of combination license. I think some of the initial proposals, combination license is a package of 2 buck licenses together. We would essentially have to create we'd have a single license, and then you'd have to have a new combination license that is a buck tag and an antlerless tag together, to be able to have the earn a buck option. So what it would be, by the combination license first, that gets you a single buck and an antlerless, and then you'd be able to buy the other single deer license once you had used and certified or qualified yourself to receive it. So there's just a lot more logistics and financing required with retooling the license system to be able to accomplish that. And again, what we think it would do relative to some other changes, I think there's a lot of work to be done that's not necessarily going to lead to a substantial change overall.
I don't know what's that mean? What do you mean there's more work to be done?
It takes, well, let me try to simplify.
Yep.
So number one, it would take a legislative change to get a new tag, new license. And then also we would have to,
Wait. And why would that be?
because we would have to create a license where you buy a combo and you get a buck and a doe tag. Once you've filled that doe tag, then you can buy an additional buck license.
And the legislation doesn't permit that to happen right now?
Our current system of licenses doesn't permit it. We would have to get legislators to change that. The other thing is our licensing
wait.
system.
The legislation, I don't know. I'm mixing, I think you're combining stuff. Does the legislation not permit you to do that?
Legislators determine what licenses we can sell and how much they cost.
You've got right now, you've got a deer license for $20 and an antlerless license for $20.
But you can only buy either a combo or a deer license.
Is
You
the
can't buy
combo
both.
legislative creation or a department creation?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Is the combination a legislative creation or a department creation?
Yeah, the licensing act is done through legislation.
So the combination license is statutory.
Yes.
Okay.
And then our licensing system, which every time we make a change costs a lot of money. To change one period in it costs 5 figures. Just paid that bill. So anyway, the licensing system would cost many hundreds of thousands of dollars to change to be able to run the Earn a Buck system in order to make sure that when people actually proved they shot an antlerless deer, we could then turn on their ability to purchase that second buck tag.
Well, okay, but so the what I guess what's the statutory provision that creates the combo tag? You have a statute number? 324-435. All right. Is that required? What are the requirements of that provision? Sorry? Say it again.
Brandon, can you say that again?
Yeah. And that's good. And that 435-23. 23B. Okay.
Are there other questions? Well, you're looking up that. That's something we can discuss over lunch.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up. I don't-
Sir. Commissioners, no more questions other than that? I do know, the department did get an estimate of time on what it would take to change the licensing system. So they did do some exploration of that, sorry.
Yeah, and we're going to be changing over the licensing vendor. So there's a little bit of, because their contract's ending, so we got to rebid that out. So there's a little ambiguity, but our best guess is it would be 5 years before we could get that change in the queue. Get that through, based on how much time, how much backlog there already is, and how much time it would take to make that change.
All right. Anything else? All right, folks, thank you for your patience. Everybody has been extremely patient as we have worked through these. Thank you, staff, for all the presentations. It is 1:44. I had hoped we'd be done by 12:30, so I failed. My apologies. We're gonna take a lunch break, get something to eat. We're gonna come back at 2:15. Commissioners, we're gonna run straight through all these public comments. So after we come back for lunch, you're on your own in terms of taking breaks, bio breaks, when you need them. We'll be back in this room, in seat, quiet, at 2:15.
Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you for grilling the viewers and that. I can't thank
If folks would take their seats, we're going to get started on public testimony or public comment. Yeah, I got a mess up here. You got a mess up here? I got a mess up here. You want me to start? Or you- Nope, we're gonna get started. Otherwise, we're gonna be sleeping here tonight.
Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you that signed up before the end of the day last Friday, you have 5 minutes to give your comments today. And for those of you that signed up after that or today, you have 3 minutes to provide your comment. When you have 1 minute left, I will hold up the 1 minute sign. When your time is up, I will hold up the time please sign, and we ask that you please bring your comments to a close. And if you would please state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it. And just keep an eye on the time and talk into your microphones. Thank you.
The other thing we ask is don't put your phone up by the microphones. It disrupts the service or block that little antenna. For individuals, for 3 or more individuals, you may also relinquish your time to one spokesperson. That'd be allotted 10 minutes to speak. And our first individual is Mike Thorman. There you are, right there, right in front of me. On deck is Monica Sipe.
Oh, there we go. Basically, I'm not in favor of antler point restrictions, and I just want to give you a little bit of background and my thoughts as why. I practice them myself. I did on my farm in southern Michigan, and I do up where I live now a mile. We practice them. Kinda, you know. I mean, if there's somebody that needs to shoot a deer and wants a little buck, or that's all he can have time for, we let him do it. But basically, we practice them. Horns, the size of the antlers do not make you a good hunter or even a good hunt. Also, if you're shooting a big deer, that just means you've got a good place to hunt. The emphasis shouldn't be on how big the horns or antlers are. It should be on the hunt. You forget the hunt. My brother and I do this with our grandsons. We had our 8-year-old grandsons take their first bucks. We made them familiar with the gun in the summer. Took them out scouting. Of course, we already knew where everything was, but showing them what to look for. You know, how you scout, where you set up, how the wind is. Then you get them out there. How do you dress? Opening day, in the blind. I want them to shoot a big buck. We kind of rigged the system so they don't. We know what's coming out in that field. And my grandson come out. He had a spike horn. I said, "Can you got it in the crosshairs?" Yep. I says, "That's what you want to shoot?" Yep. And he did. And now the rest of the hunt, we taught him how to blood trail. He had to do it, you know. We taught him about how they have heavy tracks, struggling deer really jammed them front feet in. And he tracked his own deer down. He was so proud of that spike horn. And why do we do that? Because we want to start them off that there's more to the hunt than just the horns. That kid could not have been more proud, more happy. But it was the whole hunt, the practicing with the gun, the tracking the deer, all that stuff. We could talk about like Ohio, you know, and how they're different. Well, Ohio is completely different. Their history, they don't have all the gazillion acres of public land that we have. And so you can't compare us to like Ohio. That's apples to oranges. And in our state, we have, if you count CFA land, we have millions of acres of public land. Now, there's about, for sure, at least 100,000 people
that only hunt on private land. That's the only option they have. And you know, the average hunter, according to the department figures, only hunts 4 days a year. Well, to be exact, 4.2. Now, public land, you can't have a food plot. You can't bait. You can't have a permanent blind. And I don't care what anybody says, you can set up your pop-up blind. Deer even know if you cut some limbs off a tree. They know everything in their area. So you set up a pop-up blind and by golly, you might be a really good hunter. Pick the pinch point, maybe a rub line, see the scrapes. You know, I've hunted there before, you know that's a good travel corridor. And then you show up opening day and there's 2 trucks parked there. Well, you don't have any choice. You go in, they might be sitting right by your blind. There's no laws. When we were young and we didn't own any land, my dad took me in and sat me by a tree when I was 14. When it got daylight, all 4 directions of the compass, the deer would have to fight his way to get into me. So public land, they kill about $22,000 a year on public land. And private land, they kill about $187,000 a year on private land. And those numbers would tell me that it's significantly harder to get a buck on public land than it is on private land. Common sense would tell you that. Private land's got the big advantage. Well, what's happening is in our public land, especially on forest land, every place they had a deer camp before, they're bulldozing them all shut. I spend all year in the woods. I'm out there all around, and I know. And all these places that used to be deer camps are gone. So now guys hunt, they're trying to hang on. And now you make an antler point restriction. And that guy hasn't seen a buck that would meet antler point restriction in the last 10 years. What do you think he's going to do? He's just going to quit. Hell, I can't, where we camped with Grandpa, we can't do that anymore. Now we got to shoot a buck. In Michigan, the culture of Michigan goes way back historically to the auto industry and all the people that came out of the South up to those auto jobs and all the people from North that came down, and they all had that strong hunting thing. And like it or not, and it's gradually going away, but people want to shoot a buck. A man wants to shoot a buck. That's what he wants. They just do. That's a reality of things, you know. You wouldn't want to be a buckless shooter, would you, Dave? That was one of the greatest movies I ever saw. So at any rate, I don't think we should put mandatory antler point restrictions. And then you're going to tell me, well, up in the 13, boy, they love it up there. That's great. I'm buddies with Tristan. Tristan says, oh, it's the best we ever had. Well, I'll tell you the rest of the story, like Paul Harvey. My buddies that live up there love it too, because when you put the antler point restrictions on, the vast majority of people that hunted on what little private land they have up there, boom, went to hunt on public land where they didn't have antler point restrictions and left that. There's very few hunters on that public ground anymore. That's just something you might not think of. You just say, well, they love it up there. Well, there's reasons why. The thumb, whether you know this or not, the thumb voted twice. Now there's more deer in the thumb. They're probably the largest population of deer in the state. They voted twice to not have antler point restrictions. Now that's largely private land people there. There's a couple little public lands in the thumb, but that might just maybe cause you, Paul, a minute to think. And I just don't want you to make a decision. The new culture, especially among the hunters, is the measure of a hunt is how big of a deer you can get. Well, I'll tell you what, boys, I've shot a lot of deer in my life, and I'm sure I've shot as many big ones as anybody in this room. Try to eat a 5 or 6 year old deer. They're sausage, period. You know, a lot of guys shoot a deer, a younger deer, because they want it to eat. They don't butcher cattle at 18 months for no reason. They don't let them get to be 4 or 5 years. And we don't want to leave that kind of person behind. It's not all about the horns. And I guess finally, I was worried I couldn't make my 10 minutes, but we don't want to create a culture of the few by the expense of the many. Don't count out all these people that hunt on private land, on public land, and just don't do it. And something I left out that I'm going to back up and say is my father's grandfathers come right from Germany in the 30s. And they thought America was the greatest country in the world. You can own a gun. You can buy a gun. You can go out hunting. You know, that's what we should do. We should remember that kind of stuff, I think. I don't know. I know I'm kind of goofy, but I think that we don't want to shut out people and tell them that they're not successful if they don't shoot a big buck. There. I made it. I've never made 5 minutes before. I was worried. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Director Bowen, Chair Humphreys, Commissioners Brooke, and Assistant Attorney General. I'm here regarding the proposed Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 3 of 2026, creating the management seasons for beaver, muskrat, raccoon, cottontail rabbit, fox squirrel, and gray squirrel. It would allow year-round take with minimal oversight, raise serious concerns for wildlife populations, impact the ecosystem balance, and sustainable management. There's no scientific or management data supporting this proposed WCO amendment. And also, the letter mentioned it appears, it says it's correcting authority compliance, but it seems to me that it's aimed at codifying year-round take of these species with minimal oversight. Compared to neighboring states, Michigan's approach would be a significant departure from regional norms. And I've tried to outline reasons from a logical basis why this is problematic. So the first one is lack of permit requirements. The DNR would lose visibility on population impacts, loss of age structure, breeding disruptions, and disease dynamics. Next one is ecological impacts. Year-round take could disrupt predator-prey relationships, plant communities, undermine the population's ability to maintain natural immunity and control disease spread, and impact overall ecosystem balance. Of monitoring and adaptive management. Management seasons remove structured monitoring and population control safeguards. It effectively prevents responsible wildlife management. Without permits or reporting, there is no mechanism to track harvest levels or ensure long-term sustainability. Over-harvest risk. Continuous take across public lands may cause local population declines and reduce the ability to respond to ecological changes. Removal of traditional safeguards. The proposed season eliminates limits, harvest quotas, or restrictions that are typical in standard hunting trapping season. It overrides traditions. These management seasons remove established hunting and trapping practices that have historically promoted stewardship, conservation, and fair chase. Potential misuse. Year-round access without limits could allow for the use of live animals for target practice, raising both ethical and management concerns. And then lastly, given the public perception, over 90% of Michiganders do not hunt. And I know even though they might not hunt, they might support hunting, but still it codifies year-round take without permits or oversight, and it may not reflect positively on the DNR and could undermine public trust in wildlife management. Given the potential biological, ecological, and management consequences, the rationale is missing for not requiring permits, tags, or reporting that would allow the DNR to track impacts. So please do not approve this WCO amendment, which broadly expands take. And I just wanted to mention an example, our beaver. So in the lower Michigan, beaver were virtually extinct. Last one had been seen was 1877, and it took over 100 years for beaver to come back into especially the southeastern Michigan point. And so it's reported that it was due to just being able to hunt them without any controls or tracking. And so I just wanted to use that as an example because the beavers finally made a comeback in 2008 because there were controls. And I just hope that this amendment is not approved. So thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shara Christensen. I'm with Detroit Animal Welfare Group out of Romeo, Michigan. Nice to see you guys today. Thank you for having me. Today, I want to touch on a couple topics actually, and I don't know how many in the room are familiar with the October 1 cutoff date for Fawn Rehabilitation Center or rehabilitation in the state of Michigan. So I put something together to share with you guys today. After October 1 in the state of Michigan, we are not allowed to take in any more fawn that are injured. We get tens of thousands of calls all year long from the public. We are one of the largest, as I mentioned, one of the largest rehabilitation centers in the state. We have to turn down so many fawns that are injured and not injured to the point to where they're near death, but maybe a broken leg or they're hanging on somebody's fence, opposed to that family having to call the police, come out and shoot that animal. We would take that animal in and we would rehabilitate that animal and release that animal. So what we're hoping to do and consider is maybe to abolish the October 1 date. There really is no purpose. It doesn't really serve a purpose. If a fawn gets injured, perhaps the mother deer is hit by a car and the baby oftentimes is laying next to the mom and it's alive just laying there. We can take that baby in and we can rehabilitate that baby or give that baby care and then release it, soft release it back out into its wildlife to basically just forage for itself, what it would do. The IWRC recommends for any wildlife animal that's brought into wildlife sanctuary, and that is bottle fed, that they are soft released. For any of them that are bottle fed. We don't bottle feed them ourselves. We have stations that bottle feed them. So we would soft release them with food into the county where they came from. So what I've put together to share with you guys today is that wildlife rehabilitators in the state provide an essential service at no cost to taxpayers. Each year, we respond to tens of thousands of calls from Michigan residents who encounter injured, orphaned wildlife. Let me put my glasses on, I cannot see. Many of these calls are referred directly by the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, relying on rehabilitators to intervene, provide medical care, and ensure appropriate release. This is not a small contribution. It is a critical extension of the state's wildlife response system, delivered entirely through private effort, funding, and professional expertise. The public expects this care. A lot of times we get calls from the public and for them, it's tragic. They don't want to call the police to come and put out a fawn that's barely injured. But if our hands are tied and we can't take them in, that's oftentimes what happens, and it doesn't need to happen. There's no other date for any other wildlife animal throughout the year except for fawn. If a fawn is injured, I know we have a lot of hunters here today, but if a fawn is injured and it dies, it's no good to anybody. Nobody's going to want it. So moving on here, the public expects this care. When residents find an injured animal, especially a fawn, they are often distressed and urgently seeking help. These are not casual calls. They are people standing in their yards, watching an animal suffer, asking what they can do. And right now, in some cases, we are forced to tell them that we cannot help, not because we lack the ability, but because of regulatory limitations that are not grounded in medical or biological science. One of the most significant injury issues is the mandatory October 1st release date that I already spoke about. It is not based on veterinary medicine, rehabilitation science, or individual animal condition. No other species in Michigan is subject to a fixed release deadline like this. A fawn struck by a car on September 5th has the same injuries and medical needs as a fawn struck on November 5th. The difference is that under the current rule, one may receive care while the other may be denied appropriate treatment or forced into premature release.
Medical decisions should be made by licensed veterinarians and trained wildlife rehabilitators based on the condition of the animal, not the calendar. The current alternative, requesting extensions on a case-by-case basis with veterinarian documentation, has not worked. Many rehabilitators have been denied extensions despite clear medical justification. This creates inconsistency, ethical dilemmas, and ultimately results in avoidable animal suffering. We are asking for a straightforward solution. Remove the October 1 release requirement entirely. And then I know I'm on short time here, but also we are interested in soft release, as other states have, to soft release animals back into their habitat so that they can be in the wildlife where they need to be and deserve to be. So thank you for having me, and thank you again for working with us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mercy Toliger. On March 18th, the U.S. House passed H.R. 556. It would prevent federal agencies from banning lead ammo and tackle. It has a rare exception option, but it's so convoluted as to be pointless. We know that 0% of lead is safe. Proponents of allowing the continued use of this toxin to claim that it's in the ground anyway, so no point in restricting its use. However, science readily debunks that. Naturally occurring lead isn't generally found in high enough concentrations to be fatal. Where it is found at dangerous and potentially lethal levels is in unretrieved animals shot by hunters, gut piles left by hunters, or abandoned fishing remnants. Post-exposure effects begin with gastrointestinal distress, paralysis of the digestive tract causing impaction, extreme lethargy, emaciation, inability to walk or fly, but continued attempts to do so resulting in fall trauma, blindness, seizures, and ultimately organ failure causing death in most cases. One who works with these victims stated how tough it is to see them going through, quote, neurological hell, end quote, as it's a potent neurotoxin too. I went to a rehabilitation center a couple of weeks ago who told me they'd taken in 4 bald eagles in just the past few days. The sponsoring Republican legislator of this death warrant of a bill stated in justification that, quote, hunters and anglers shouldn't have to worry about red tape while enjoying the great outdoors, end quote. So to extrapolate there, it's acceptable to subject the wild ones to what is an agonizingly protracted, horrific way to die. That same legislator went on to say, quote, this legislation is critical to preserving access for sportsmen and women who rely on traditional lead fishing tackle and ammunition, and it reinforces the use of sound science in decision-making, end quote. Now, if any of that sounds familiar, it's because that same twisted illogic is on brand with sport killing proponents. Like the comment from one of those, which I mentioned last month, who said that the cruelest thing they could do to the animals would be to not manage them. And remember, manage is code for killing. It's all so inane and demonstrably false, it would be laughable if not for the very real victims here. I've watched the core of this commission transmogrify of late. It seems those with real regard for the wild lives, aside from deer, under their charge are few. The current mission looks to be offering up any and all of our wildlife on a sacrificial platter to provide endless killing opportunities, see new management seasons, for one demographic, and it isn't a mutualist. Tricking the animals by exploiting their survival instincts, looking at you, predator deceivers, planting traps and snares, baiting, carelessly tainting every field, forest, and stream with lethal toxins. Y'all are so far off from ethical hunt tenets. Remember those? I guess these wildlife annihilation orders answer that. It's eclipsed simple negligence at this point, landing squarely on proactive complicity and cruelty. The greater public sees through the subterfuge, and they're not on board with this pathological war on our wild ones that masquerades as management. Once upon a time, fair chase doctrine was a thing, before the trigger and trap happy faction and their devoted enablers took that out back and shot it.
That, no, that, okay. B, Freelander. Millard, you're on deck. You're here. We're handing that out. I don't know, I've seen Millard. Have you seen her? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Humphreys, Commission members, Director Bowen, and Assistant Attorney General Gamble. My name is Bea Friedlander, and I represent Attorneys for Animals. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you as I do many months during the year. I have given you my written comments, and I also refer back to the last 2 months, which address similar issues. But I'm going to not just read that off today. I'm going to address 3 points, and each of them has a theme. The first theme is expand the stakeholders you listen to. That relates to Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 2. For bear regulations. The DNR relied on, and you will be making your decision based on only one viewpoint to develop the proposed regulations, namely those who support and profit by market hunting practices. We oppose in particular items 4, 8, 9, 10, and 11 as detailed in the written comments. They either extend hunting trapping or are a concession to the wishes and convenience of trappers and hunters. 2 proposals are described as compromises, but more accurately could be called concessions. There must be a high standard to justify increased killing of wildlife. This WCO does not meet that high standard. My second theme is probably my favorite one, deja vu all over again. And this relates to WCO Amendment number 3 of 2026. This amendment significantly expands the killing of beavers, muskrats, raccoons, cottontail rabbits, fox squirrels, and gray squirrels. It uses the same playbook employed when the NRC voted to expand coyote hunting and trapping. But you can't hide behind what you say are the vast powers that you have. You still have to follow some constraints. This wildlife conservation order violates 2 of your own policies. 1003, which regulates what should be in the orders brought before you, and 4003, nuisance animals. There are 8 points that should be in every order that you consider and vote on. If you look at the last one I spoke about, it has those. This one doesn't. That's because you basically directed the DNR to write up an order to your wishes. But it also ignores the policy in 4003 that the control of so-called nuisance, predating, or damaging animals must keep their welfare, and I quote, uppermost in mind, end quote. These are not minor deficiencies. The process turns wildlife policy on its head. The commission decided in advance what it wanted to do and directed the DNR to make it happen. My third theme is there is a different way. And by way of introduction, I wish all of you a belated Happy International Beaver Day. And that was yesterday. Its goal is to raise public awareness of this species, to learn about their remarkable engineering capabilities, and to recognize the ecological contributions that they will make to benefit all, including humans. If we're patient and look in the long term, currently available and reasonably modest measures, we can use their talents to reduce flooding, store water during drought, support threatened and endangered species, and create natural fire breaks. A good model for this is Fleming Creek, which runs through Mathai Botanical Gardens in Washtenaw County. They were welcomed by the staff and celebrated, and they're studying ways to coexist with them. Thank you. Any questions?
Afternoon, Commissioners, Director. I'm Millard Holton from Mason. I just gave you a copy of the Michigan State Police Annual Deer Vehicle Crash Report for the 2025 calendar year. This report indicates there were 57,876 total deer vehicle crashes in 2025 with 13 deaths. Now, I'm here today to talk about and oppose two elements of Wildlife Conservation Order number 3 of 2026, namely about cottontail rabbits and muskrats. I strongly supported the killing of coyotes the year around, and I support the management seasons on the other species listed in this order, as well as year-round removal of woodchucks. As a farmer, I wish raccoons would be moved to that classification also. Almost exactly 28 years ago, 3 important events took place during 1998 in this. Number 1, March 12, 1998, deer and bear were allowed to be hunted from an elevated platform with firearms. This was 26 years after archery hunters were allowed to do so. Michigan was the last state to allow this. Number 2, the deer combination license was approved by the legislature and subsequently rolled into a wildlife conservation order. On July 6, 1998, Wildlife Conservation Order number 12 was passed unanimously by the NRC at Calumet. This order allowed licensed hunters to live trap cottontails and snowshoe hare from private property and release them into fenced Beagle Club properties and others. And I think there was a fourth thing happened. I think Becky Humphrey was promoted to wildlife chief during that period of time. Ironically, the cottontail and the combination deer license are up for proposed changes before this commission today. As far as the combination deer license, if hunters now only want to kill one deer, an antlered buck, he will be forced to buy a deer combination license and pay for a doe license he will never use. As far as cottontails, when I was fighting for 2.5 years to get Wildlife Conservation Order number 12 passed, it seemed the entire DNR from the top down ganged up on me under the guise of protecting these cottontail and hare. Now they are proposed to be killed the year around and could be destined to end up in a landfill. Both cottontail and muskrats are prey animals that only consume herbaceous plants and are killed by similar predators. Fox, coyote, wolves, stray dogs, hawks, owls, mink, raccoon, weasels, crows, and hunters are responsible for their deaths, including inclement weather. I have seen serious infestations of wood ticks that actually killed the cottontails. A cottontail by DNR's old study tells us they have a 95% chance of never seeing their first birthday. Both of these species are declining in population numbers. Read the DNR's own statement about muskrat decline in order number 3. Both cottontail and snowshoe hare are in steady decline from the Mississippi River to the Atlantic Ocean in the northern 2 tiers of states. Just 11 months after Wildlife Order 12 was passed, another wildlife order referenced rabies concerns in both raccoon and bats that was up for passage in June of 1999. This order included a statement, and I quote, making a technical correction by adding rabbits to the list of serious species that nuisance animal control business are authorized to handle, unquote. Therefore, cottontail was only added to the nuisance list, so a rare complaint of nuisance rabbits could be legally controlled if they were found nibbling on some lady's petunias. The only serious damage I have ever observed was in residential neighborhoods outside of the parameters for the legal use of firearm. Therefore, the only legal way of removing a nuisance rabbit would be to live trap it or hire a pest control business. It is still legal to live trap cottontails in backyards and dispose of them by releasing them to a beagle club or fence training grounds or by calling the pest control. The DNR has a list of all these authorized training grounds, and this system has worked for 28 years. So don't fix something that's not broke. I urge all of you commissioners to weigh heavily. I would urge you to have an amendment, make an amendment to eliminate those two species from wildlife order number 3 and do what's right. Don't send any more animals to the be unfounded in our society. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. Greetings, Director, Council. My name is Merle Jones, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Michigan Trappers and Predator Callers Association, not about deer. For nearly 70 years, we have represented trappers and predator callers across Michigan, and we strongly support Wildlife Conservation Order Amendments 2 and 3. Our support is rooted in a fundamental principle. Wildlife management must be guided by sound science, not by public opinion, emotion, or political pressure. The North American model of wildlife conservation has proven this approach succeeds by basing decisions on the best available biological data, population research, and professional expertise. In recent months, we've heard many opinions about who qualifies as a stakeholder in resource management. While wildlife is held in a public trust, this does not mean every citizen personally owns the resource and should decide its management through a simple majority, or worse, through pressure from any subset or special interest. Instead, the public trust is best understood as a solemn responsibility, a duty to care for and wisely manage for the overall health of these resources. In that spirit, I respectfully offer a version of the three-legged stool analogy shared by Dan Lord during the February budget update. This management framework stands firmly on 3 essential legs. The DNR is the agency of science, the NRC is the regulatory body, and the sportsmen and sportswomen of this state as the foundational mechanism that puts management into practice. Through ethical harvest, which is absolutely necessary for sound management, habitat support, and license revenue, we translate science-based decisions into daily action. Or put another way, we do what no other species can. We consciously manage for the greater good. Wildlife Conservation Order Amendments 2 and 3 of 2026 reflect exactly this balanced, science-driven model. These amendments were developed through a 2-year review cycle, careful evaluation of current population data and harvest trends, and input from the fur taker user group, representing all 3 legs of that framework. The commission's deliberate decision to defer certain proposals until stronger abundance data is available in 2028, it further demonstrates its commitment to evidence over emotion. These science-based regulations address real biological and ecological challenges, provide practical management mechanisms for sportsmen and sportswomen, and help maintain healthy, sustainable fur bearer populations in Michigan. MTPCA commends the commission and the DNR for prioritizing sound science through this process. We urge you to approve amendments 2 and 3 without delay. And I won't even bother with questions because I need to move along so everybody else can talk. Thank you.
Russ. And Troy Parks, you're on deck.
Director, commissioners, and councils, greetings and salutations. My name is Russ Mason. First, thank you for your service. In my opinion, this commission has displayed a genuine interest in the state's fish and wildlife, and despite a few hiccups, it's clear to me that you prioritize the interests of paying customers so long as those interests don't compromise the resource. More rather than less, I infer from your decision-making that collectively you recognize that protecting the resource is more important than satisfying the short-term desires of some constituent group, no matter how organized or persistent they might be. In this regard, whether or not to expand regulations that promote older bucks is to date the most important decision you've faced. Based on biological facts, it will have permanent consequences. Now, peer-reviewed and published studies, some mandated by previous commissions and all paid for by this department, show that antler point restrictions advance the age of harvested bucks. However, they do not impact any R3 objective, enhance antlerless harvest, or reduce the overall abundance of deer. The one buck rules favored by some have the same singular benefit, albeit indirectly, and the same 3 weaknesses. As a result, the only conceivable biological outcomes of implementing either of these 2 strategies, singly or in combination, will be to produce more trophy bucks in the short term and an accelerated, largely irreversible, and likely exponential increase in the prevalence and spread of CWD. Understandably, many or even most hunters are sick and tired of hearing about CWD and have chosen to ignore it. Perhaps they derive some reassurance from popular influencers who falsely assert that the gloom and doom impacts of CWD haven't occurred. Yet the most recent and best science shows that CWD is now, as in today, suppressing deer abundance in stunning age classes in southeastern Wyoming, northeastern Colorado, northern Arkansas, south central Pennsylvania, and southwestern Wisconsin. Data from these landscapes show that the impacts become noticeable 15 to 20 years after the first detection as prevalence approaches 20%. That CWD-driven population declines haven't been documented in even more places isn't surprising. Most agencies have deployed grossly inadequate surveillance, and almost none have an empirical grasp of baseline deer numbers. The upshot is that other landscapes with CWD for more than 15 years and approaching 20% prevalence are likely experiencing undetected impacts. These places include Saskatchewan, Alberta, western Nebraska, north central Illinois, western Kansas, and eastern West Virginia. In Michigan, the official endemic area prevalence is 1 to 2%. This is certainly an underestimate, best explained as an artifact of the department's surveillance strategy. Based on the progression of CWD in similar landscapes, the actual prevalence in Montcalm and Kent counties is likely 4 to 8%, while in Ionia, Gratiot, Isabella, and Clinton counties is probably 5%. Because CWD prevalence in adult bucks is typically 2 to 3 times higher than the population average, some localities almost certainly have 20% prevalence rates among older males. In terms of time, 10 years have passed since the first CWD detection in a free-ranging deer, although circumstances surrounding the 2008 detection of CWD in a captive suggest that as a better date. If so, then the time passed since initial detection in Michigan is 18 years. CWD is no longer a theoretical threat which might occur in the future and to somebody else. Hunters hunting today are going to experience negative impacts, meaning fewer deer and fewer older bucks within the next decade or sooner if the regulations apparently under consideration are approved. Now, some might have noticed I've attended NRC meetings pretty regular for the last year or two after a 5-year hiatus. As I listen to the proceedings and the public comment, nothing much has changed. Discussions are dominated by the predictable objections expressed by protectionists, balanced against the passionate pleas of dedicated sportsmen and women. What I don't hear, not then and not now, is more than a superficial interest in conservation grounded in the principles of wise use, that being the greatest good for the greatest number for the longest period of time. Bottom line, by passing regulations that advance buck age structures in order to satisfy the recreational desires of a segment of the deer hunting public, this otherwise well-meaning commission is ignoring conservation and poised to do irreparable harm in a clear and willful violation of Proposition G. In so doing, it is stealing opportunity from current and future generations. Ta-da. Thank you.
Yes. Troy Parks. And Paul Sickinga is after Troy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Troy Parks. Michigan has a deep and rich hunting heritage, strong with traditions. We have a tradition of consistently harvesting more bucks than does. We have a tradition of not altering season start dates or season lengths because that's how we've always done it. We have a tradition of creating regulations based on hunter satisfaction or how much revenue will be brought to the department. None of these traditions are based on scientific principles of biological nature that benefit the resource. It's time to change that. After reviewing the proposed changes submitted by the department, it's obvious that more regulatory reforms are needed than just those that have been submitted. The antlerless harvest heat map with the updated county by county bag limits, as well as the overall seasonal limits per hunter, should be included in the proposed changes. The 1 buck rule proposal, if passed, should not be delayed until 2027. Delaying the inception of the rule will only leave us with 2 years of data before the next regulation cycle. It will also leave 2026 open for hunters who are upset about the changes to go out with a bang by filling 2 buck tags at a much higher rate than historical averages. Furthermore, if we want to fully utilize the effectiveness of a 1 buck rule on the antlerless harvest, an APR should be included in the same way Pennsylvania has. I went back and reviewed the harvest rates in Pennsylvania over the last few years. From 2020 through the 2025 season, Pennsylvania's antlerless harvest rate ranged from a low of 60% to a high of 68%. It should be noted that they didn't start achieving these high antlerless harvest rates until APRs were included in their 1 buck rule. I've included that info in your copies. On to the limited firearm proposal. I just want to be clear, I do not live or hunt below that line. However, I have reservations about this proposal based on safety concerns. With the abundance of small parcels and urban sprawl areas in southern lower, this just seems like a potential safety concern that can be avoided. Excuse me. Now I'd like to address all the deer hunters who are present here today and those who are watching online. However the May meeting turns out, and with whatever changes are made, we all have a golden opportunity to make things better for future generations. We should all strive to manage our natural resources with the mind of a conservationist. We should all give back more than we take from the resource. Take pride in the resource while making habitat improvements. And yes, public land hunters can do this as well. Every year, the department, along with other organizations, holds habitat improvement days at various public lands throughout the state. We all have the opportunity to show up and help. We should all step up and be part of the solution. We can all balance our own personal harvest. If we'd already been doing this over the years, we might not have arrived at the point we are at today. And commissioners, some have likened the NRC to politicians. However, we as a state voted to take politics out of the regulation process with the passage of Proposal G. You have been tasked with putting the resource first, not the hunters, not stakeholders, not the legislature. It's time to pass biologically based regulations that lower deer densities where needed, balance sex ratios, and diversified age structure, and not kick the can down the road like what has been done in the past. It's time to institute reforms this year, not delay important changes until next year. I would also the commission to be unified in doing so. A unified decision demonstrates the understanding of the need for change and a strong leadership role in doing so. Commissioners, you have the opportunity to lead us in a new era of deer management in Michigan. Let 2026 be the year we finally leave the 20th century management strategies of the past behind and embrace the bright future that awaits us. As I stated last month, this is not about making Michigan a trophy state. This movement includes passionate hunters from several age demographics and is about making Michigan the best it can be while embracing conservationist management strategies in the hopes of leaving the resource better than we found it for future generations. And just on one last thing, I would like to thank all the commissioners for all the time you have in this process. I know it's taken a lot out of your personal lives and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you're up. Jordan Hoover, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to ask you a quick question. Does everybody remember the percentage, the 0.5 percentage on the CWC things earlier today? And then I'd like to remind you that Brent Rudolph back in December had a thing up there that showed that all this CWD is over 266 deer. That's it. That's all they've found. That's right from Brent Rudolph from the DNR. 266 deer since 2013. We have spent millions of dollars, many, many man hours, and we haven't come up with anything yet. What they said, they spent 5 years to have a plan to have a plan. I mean, we need to move on. If it would have spread like everybody claims, it would have spread like COVID. Everybody would have got it, it'd have been gone and been done with. He mentioned earlier about maybe we just need to let it go. Well, I want baiting back. I've been here for 7 years telling you I want baiting back. The ones that have you been here for 7 years. There is no correlation even between baiting and the growth of CWD, but there isn't enough growth to even worry about it. It should be a dead issue. 266 deer over 13 years. That's right from the DNR. Okay, now to move on. If you make people buy a doe license that don't want to shoot a doe to have a single deer permit, I firmly believe I quit hunting over baiting. There's a whole lot more people are going to quit over not being able to choose. You keep talking about restoring hunters. Well, it's easier to keep the ones you have than it is to try to get your ones back. So, and then the next biggest question, of course, those that don't know, I'm a member of the DMI and the DAT. And we were basically shut down by the DNR a month ago. And so their opinions that they put up there was their opinions of what we said. I encourage you all to talk to more people, and I encourage you to make a permanent DAT team, not operated by the NRC or the DNR, because we had our problems with the NRC and the DMI. Now we had our problems with the DNR and the DAT. I would encourage a formula that allows not a DNR person to handle the meeting. Form the committee if you want, but let us run the committee on our own. Next, I'd like to tell you we need smaller deer management units. Everything you saw referred to handling in smaller areas, not statewide, broad brush. It's that way. We need to go back to the way it was when I started hunting. When you had a particular area, you applied for a doe permit and you had to use that doe permit. Now it's broad brush statewide. And the truth is, now we'll go back to the reporting system. Everything here was based on our reporting system. Is it accurate? No. Even the DNR claims it's 70%. It's not accurate enough to make these permanent decisions. We need to go back to counting deer in an area like they used to do in the 80s, 90s, up until I think Chad told me it was 2009 or 2013 when we quit doing a count. And now all they go on is a guesstimate, and the guesstimate is based off the reporting, which is a guesstimate.
It's too much room for scientific proof. They can't prove their stats. When you ask them, I ask them constantly for them, you don't get them. So we need to build trust back amongst our hunters. We need to get trust in the NRC. And I have told you guys before, in the 7 years I've been doing this, is the most receptive board I've had. So I appreciate that effort, but we need to work to build a trust back within the hunters, and it should be managed for the majority of everyone. Unlike he said, majority of the hunters, the third leg. No, our whole state, including economy and everything else, is based on that. We need to keep hunters involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, Jacob Ostermeyer is on deck. Jordan.
Is close enough? It was after 1:30 a.m. last night as I sat quietly in my father's study at his desk, considering what I would say here today. It is the very same desk I used to see him sitting at late into the night, absorbed in study and thought pertaining to whitetails nearly 30 years ago. My father was a tremendous hunter, dedicated conservationist, and outspoken advocate for change in Michigan deer management. He believed the duty of stewardship extended beyond the woods and waters we loved. My father lived what he preached, spending thousands of hours in study and communication, traveling and speaking at clubs, and driving over 1,000 miles round trip from our home in Calumet to Lansing routinely, praying that those with authority would hear his plea to make the changes we so desperately needed. Nearly 30 years ago, it was my father who sat in the seat I sit in here today, but his pleas would fall on deaf ears. Despite all that he sacrificed and labored to accomplish, he could not garner the support to make the proposal a reality. The dream was seemingly lost and faded to whispers and eventually silence. As the years went on and I matured as a hunter, my eyes were open to the world of scars around me. For all the rugged beauty of the wilderness, there was an ugliness hidden within it. All was not well with our deer herd. The signs and symptoms were all around for those who cared enough to look, but many could not see or simply didn't care, and the few who did had little desire to do more than lament the state of things around the camp table. It was at that point that my path became clear, and my father's words echoed in my memory. Stewardship is an action word. As I began raising 4 sons of my own in the same ways in which I was raised, immersion and love and respect for all things wild, it brought about an urgency in my own endeavor to bring change to Michigan deer management. And for the first time, I truly understood why my father studied so late, why he drove those thousands of miles, why he fought the way he did. He laid awake at night in his bed, and it wasn't pondering things that he could do to benefit himself. It was for me. In the Bible, it is written that God gave man dominion over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and the beasts of the field. God bestowed upon the hunter the divine mandate of stewardship. However, we have succumbed to selfishness and greed. We have fallen short of our purpose as stewards. We can and we must do better. Since the dawn of man, the mantle of leadership and the skill of the hunter has followed a patrilineal descent from father to son, father to son, father to son. Sorry. It was gut-wrenching to see my father frail last night as I pushed his wheelchair and helped him around the house. I couldn't help but be gripped by a sense that time was running out, that every moment, every conversation mattered now more than ever. Commissioners, Michigan Deer Management finds itself in similar circumstance. Time is not on our side, Every moment, every conversation here today matters more than it ever has before. My father once stood alone in this room in his fight for a $1 system, but I do not stand before you alone today. I stand with many of one accord and one purpose who are devoted to the service of the resource and all who will come after us. The stage is set for something incredible to happen here in Michigan. Be bold in your decisions and strong in your resolve. Let us reignite the spirit of stewardship and stand unified in our devotion to conservation. It is my solemn prayer that 30 years from now, one of my sons will not be sitting in this chair having this conversation. Some have wrongly called me a hero for championing the $1 movement and bringing people together in this state. The credit is not mine to take. It is my father who is the hero. It was he who began this movement nearly 30 years ago, and it is merely my privilege to carry that legacy today. Michigan's comeback story begins in 26 with $1. Thank you.
Jacob, you're up, and Lincoln Roan is on deck.
Commissioners, Director, my name is Jacob Ostermeyer. I'm with the Berga County UP Whitetails. I want to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm from the beautiful Upper Peninsula. I also want to say thank you for the way you guys have led these past couple months, fielding thousands and thousands of calls, emails. I'm sure it's got to be the most thankless job in Michigan. And when this thing is all done, y'all deserve a really, really nice vacation. I want to talk about why do we need to change? Simply put, what we're doing as a state right now is just not working. You look at it, we've lost 30+% of hunters in 30 years. Less than 40% of UP hunters are satisfied with the way their hunts are going right now in the most recent surveys. People are going out of state to get the experience. Like, people are not taking vacations and a week off of work to come to Michigan right now. Like, that does not happen. They're going to states around us. We have poor age structure. We have poor sex ratios, deer densities that are way too high and way too low in other areas, and disappearing traditions. I can tell you firsthand in the UP, November 15th is not what it once was. Bars are empty, restaurants, gas stations, like it's just not what it once was, and it's continuing to get worse and worse and worse every year, and we're watching it happen. What we've responded with is more tags, longer seasons. Let's do everything in the hunter, right? Make it easier, make it easier, make it better. It hasn't. Other states around us, they've focused on the resource, and we're going to those states to get the experience we want. So with these changes, it can't be based on hunters. It's got to be based on the resource and what is best for the resource at all times. And being from Berga County, there is a ton of support. I hear, well, you don't have support from the Upers. Well, we've done studies. There's 70% of our members are, yeah, single buck. It is a great idea. UP trail cams, a lot of support, 60+% are in support of this in the UP. And the naysayers, what I hear is, well, the UP is different, you know, PA, Ohio, Indiana, the states that have seen changes, the UP is not that. And they're completely right. We don't have ag. We have wolves running around all over. We don't have as many cedars on the landscape. Our winter habitat is degraded. We don't have the deer numbers. It just goes on and on, right? Being a deer in the UP is like, you signed up for the worst thing ever. Imagine being born a deer in the UP. So in what planet are we saying, well, yeah, we just shouldn't focus on anything and we should just keep things the way they are in the UP? If anything, all of those things, it's like, well, we have all the reason to change, more so than anywhere in the state, anywhere in the country because of that. So, you know, how do you eat an elephant? Yeah, we need to hunt predators. Yeah, we need to fix winter habitat. Those are long-term projects, but you got to take the first bite. And that's what hunters are doing right now. Like, we are part of the equation. We are part of the problem. So a $1 limit, let's put a 3-point APR on there. We can do exceptions for youth. That's totally fine. That's going to start to fix what we can today. And those things are, well, we're going to get a better sex. We're going to have better sex ratios. Right now, hunters are shooting $4 per doe in the UP, And like it was mentioned before, there is limited food in the UP. There's limited winter habitat. We can't continue to hoard does like we've been doing, thinking that something is going to change. Last year, I shot the first doe in Baraga County that we were allowed to shoot in a decade, all while we've been able to shoot 2 bucks this entire time. It's just unbelievable to me. So doe harvest, it's going to start to increase if we can limit buck harvest. Pennsylvania, like it was mentioned, 1.7 doe shot per 1 buck. They have single buck and an APR. UP was 0.2. I think the entire state was 0.8 or 0.9 last year. We're not harvesting enough does. Next, the 2.9% of people that are filling both tags in the UP, that's over 2,000 bucks. In an area where we say, hey, every deer matters, 2,000 bucks does matter. And more than that, what hunters decide to do with 2 buck tags is, well, I got 2 tags. I can shoot a buck in early October, got my buck, and now later in the year, I can chase bullwinkle. It's like a mulligan in golf. If I have a mulligan, I'm going to rip a driver. I'm probably going to put it in the water, and I got another shot. Same exact thing with 2 buck tags. I don't value the first buck as much. So not only is 2,000 going to get saved, there's going to be a whole lot more that get saved because I'm not going to shoot the first thing that walks in the woods if that's the only buck I get. I'm going to place a lot of value on that. So these are controllable factors right now. Yeah, the UP is different, but I would argue because of that, we need it more than any other place in our state. Commissioners, you guys have a real opportunity right now too, and I think it's exciting. You get to be the ones that if this happens, you started the movement in Michigan. 20, 30 years from now, that can be your legacy. We are all going to support you in that. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Lincoln, followed by Rochelle.
Commissioners, Director, thank you for the opportunity to sit before you guys again today. It's been a while since I've testified in front of you guys, so it's just as intimidating today as it was 5 years ago. So my name is Lincoln Roan. I'm a Michigan resident. I'm a hunter, land manager, and I'm a business owner in the outdoor industry. My company has served hunters and landowners across the state and beyond. So I see firsthand how deer management decisions impact not only the resource, but also the people and the businesses depending on it. In addition, I founded the Michigan Deer Hunters Let 'em Go and Let 'em Grow Facebook community, advocates for balanced and selective harvest. The community has grown to over 46,000 members now, made up of hunters across Michigan who care deeply about improving our herd and our hunting tradition. A few of you might recognize me. In the past, I've worked closely with the DNR and the NRC on deer regulations, and I've sat on several committees along the way. Jordan Hoover called me, I don't know, a few months ago and said, hey, you have one more fight in you. And I've been working with John too, and he's kind of encouraged me to do the same. So I'm here today, and I'm in strong support of implementing 1 buck combined with an antler point restriction, including the doe tag with the combo license. I want to be very clear about something up front. This needs to happen for the 2026 season. We cannot afford to wait until 2027. We already have the data. We've had the discussions. Delaying this another year only prolongs the same issues that we've been dealing with: over harvesting bucks, under harvesting does, and a herd structure that continues to fall short of its potential. Now, I want to be clear about another point. 1 buck limit alone without an antler point restriction will not have the same positive impact. If the goal is to improve herd structure, reduce over-harvested bucks, increase doe harvest, these tools must work together, not independently of each other. Right now, we still harvest a very high percentage of bucks in comparison to does, and we need to fix that core issue. Many hunters will still shoot the first legal buck that they see because they have a mulligan tag right now, as the previous speaker said. APRs, that's what's going to protect our younger bucks, and it's going to bring them into the next age class. That's where you start to see the real change. You have a better age structure, a more balanced buck to doe ratio, increased hunter satisfaction, and healthier, more stable deer populations, which is better for our resource. We've seen this proven in other states and in Michigan. Now let's talk about the doe side of the equation. If we're serious about managing our herd, we need to increase doe harvest, especially in areas where populations are above goals. Right now, too many hunters are skipping the doe harvest. If it's built into the license package, participation is going to go up. And when doe harvest goes up, everything improves. The habitat pressure is decreased, winter stress is decreased, there's decreased disease risk, and overall health of our herd improves. From a business standpoint, I'm saying this representing not just myself, but thousands of other Michigan business in the outdoor community. This matters. The healthier deer herd means more engaged hunters, more land management activity, more investment in habitat, equipment, property improvements, more license sales, and long-term participation of hunters and retention of hunters that are flooding out of the state instead of hunting here, myself included. When the hunting is better, the entire ecosystem of small business and the state of Michigan benefits. If we delay this implementation until 2027, we are choosing to accept another full season of the same problems that we already know exist. The moment is now to act decisively. $1 plus an APR plus a doe tag on the combination license implemented for 2026 is a balanced and proven approach that addresses both sides of the equation. Protect more bucks, increase doe harvest, improve herd structure long term. I want to strongly encourage the commission to adopt this as a complete package, and now, not a year from now. Michigan has an incredible hunting heritage. With the right decisions, we can strengthen it for generations to come. The question isn't whether we should make this change, it's whether are we willing to make the change now or continue accepting the same results that got us into this mess in the first place. Thank you all for your consideration.
Rochelle, you're up. Heather Ramers on deck. I know. Open it a bit.
Afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Rochelle Hubbard. The printouts I have given you explain some of the aspects of the proposed DMU and County Universal Antlerless Tag limits that was brought forward and voted on by the Deer Advisory Team, which, by the way, got 86.7% support from the Lower Peninsula team and got 53.8% support from the UP team. This was a 2-year project that I designed and brought forward based on the original recommendation from the 2024 Lower Peninsula DMI team. And because I'm a visual person, I also took the time to convert the DNR's version of the bag limits into a map, even though they did present one today, and included that on the last page. Some of the information in there I have already spoken to, but it is now all in one place. The majority of conversations right now about deer regulations revolve around bucks. $1, $2, better bucks, any buck. It is undeniable that bucks are valuable to hunters. They make the hunting world go round. But sometimes they overshadow the most biologically valuable deer, the doe. Doe harvest is critical to maintaining balanced deer numbers and ratios, not too high and not too low. It could be said that the doe is the keystone to deer management. For many years now, the doe has been devalued into a chore. Regulation changes to add more seasons, add more tags, more time in the woods, in hope that hunters will take more does. The structure of the quota tags was stripped away and the message was clear. Kill as many as you can, like pest control, not deer management. Since its inception, the directionless 10 antlerless tags have not had the desired effect of increasing doe harvest. In fact, overwhelmingly, it has made hunters feel like the DNR doesn't pay attention to the deer herd, that they quote unquote want all the does dead, and that their neighbor is taking too many, so why should they? It has been proven that excessive bag limits have the opposite effect and will shut hunters down. The reality is that the average deer hunter doesn't think about deer management, but their harvest choices or lack thereof still impact the deer herd. We have been debating buck regulations that would negatively impact 50% or less of the hunters if you go by department survey data. But yet it is deemed unacceptable to set limits that impact 0.3% of hunters. The DMAPs, are they really the issue here? Because if all of those thousands of landowners and farmers that were that get DMAPs were filling all 10 of their antlerless tags, which they are supposed to be doing before using DMAPs, then shouldn't our harvest report show that more hunters were taking 5 or more does? You just saw that over 50% of crop damage permits go unfilled. So either there is an issue, there is an overissuance of permits, or there aren't that many deer to take. Or farmers are not doing their part to help themselves, even with the extra tools already provided to them. Adopting a regulatory concept where the universal antlerless tag is limited within each county or DMU will give structure while maintaining the flexibility to be bought over the counter, a blend of what we used to have with what we have now. But the goal is not to just increase hunter comfort with additional doe harvests, so that hunters take more does. It is also to ensure, to the best of our ability, appropriate doe harvest will take place across the diverse regions of Michigan. Bag limits are necessary to limit doe harvest in low-density areas or areas impacted by unusually severe winters, or natural disasters or EHD outbreaks, something that we currently have no ability to do without overlaying special permits or using a concept like what has been presented. This winter has proven the point that we need this structure right now, not later, especially side by side with buck management like a 1 buck. I encourage you all not to wait to implement antlerless management and make sure that it happens as soon as possible for the best interest of your herd. Remember, manage for quality, not quantity, and hunter satisfaction will follow. Thank you all.
Heather? And after Heather is Jim Bogema.
Good afternoon, Commission Director. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Heather Reimer for the record. I come to raise awareness that there is a necessity to change deer regulations in regards to antlerless tags. This is in regards to item 10 of the Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026, Universal Antlerless Deer License Use Limit. I come here as a lifelong Michigan resident, lifelong hunter and fisherman as well. I own property in 2 hunting zones and have had the extraordinary experience of hunting in all 3 zones. I don't think that's something that a lot of hunters can say. I've hunted in the western part of the UP down to the agricultural areas of southern part of the state, deer hunting in over 13 counties and predominantly being a mobile public land hunter in the northwest region of the Lower Peninsula. I respectfully request that antlerless deer tag management in Michigan move towards a more localized approach, specifically at the county level, so we can better balance herd numbers across the state. Michigan is not one uniform landscape, and our deer herd certainly isn't either. What we are seeing today is a growing imbalance, part of which has been a trend for a very long time. Some counties are experiencing high densities of antlerless deer, while others are struggling with significantly reduced numbers. Yeah, right now, as you've heard the DNR say themselves, we have a broad one-size-fits-all framework. These very different situations are managed in the same way. That approach does not reflect the reality from east to west, north to south, as anyone knows that our geography and landscape varies from hardwood forests, woodlots, pastures, agricultural areas, conifer swamps, marshes, urban areas, and even sand dunes. This we all know, Michigan's unique. In counties where high antlerless populations, we risk crop damage, habitat degradation, and increased human-wildlife conflict if harvest opportunities are too limited. Land is mostly private property that limits hunter access, but at the same time, In counties with low deer numbers, overly liberal tag allocations can slow herd recovery and reduce hunting success, ultimately discouraging participation and weakening long-term funding. County-based management system would allow decisions to better reflect local conditions, including habitat capacity, winter severity, predation, and hunter observations. Hunters, landowners, and biologists all see firsthand what is happening in their specific areas, giving weight that localized data leads to smarter, more responsive management program. This is not about increasing or decreasing opportunities statewide. It's about putting the right level of regulation at the right place. By managing antlerless tags at a county level, we can stabilize deer populations where they're declining, increase harvests where populations exceed ecological or social tolerance. Keeping the 10 tags is important to this. Improve hunter satisfaction and success. We all know that the state uses hunters as a management tool. This goes hand in hand. Strengthen the public trust by aligning policy with real world conditions that we're seeing today. Michigan has a strong hunting tradition, and making these changes will successfully manage the herd in a way that can be good for the resource in every corner of our state. Moving to a more localized structure is simply the step in the next direction. While the department may not be in support of this change, keeping the tag limits allows hunters to utilize those tags where needed, but allows tags to be capped in areas where herd numbers cannot sustain. This is a common sense approach that works best for the resource and will not require much management from a human capital perspective. I urge the commission to consider the shift so we can maintain a healthy herd balanced deer herd, not just statewide, but at each local unit. Our herd depends on it. I will just say a quote that somebody once said to me, and that was, "Be the change you want to see in the world." And I appreciate everybody's engagement and the phone calls from some of the commission that I speak to on a regular basis. And I think right now, this commission can be the change that deer hunting sees today. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, you're up, and Josh Arbogast is after you.
All right. Thank you for your time, everyone. I just wanted to come in. I originally had this big, long speech and was going to go that way, and I felt it impersonal. So I wanted to share a little story. It's basically called the 5-monkey experiment. It's not a real scientific experiment, but it kind of speaks to corporate America. I think I've sent all you an email kind of explaining it, but I'd like everybody here to kind of have a chance to hear it too. The Cliff's Notes version of this is basically, there's 5 monkeys. They're in a cage, there's a ladder, there's a banana at the top of it. Anytime one of the monkeys would climb up the ladder to try to get the banana, they were all sprayed with water. Over time, none of the monkeys can go up the ladder because the rest of the monkeys are like, hey, we don't want to get sprayed. And they would stop the monkey from climbing the ladder. Over time, each monkey was then removed to the point where at the end, none of the existing monkeys that were there had ever been sprayed. But they knew if I climb this ladder, something bad is about to happen. This kind of speaks to how deer management history has been from a hunter perspective in this state for a very long time. I appreciate all of the commission's time, the director, DNR. I believe that this is a very important time in Michigan hunting history to where we can make a significant change on better managing our herd. So with that, I just wanted to throw my support. 1 buck rule. I would love an APR in the Southern and Lower Peninsula. I think the combination of the two would be absolutely fantastic. So I would definitely like to see a change as far as that goes. One last note on CWD concerns. Having been a part of these conversations for probably 2 decades now, it seems as though anytime anything of quality gets traction, the first thing that we hear is disease concern and this and that, and everything is always brought up about how mature bucks are the evil spreaders of CWD across the landscape. But what everybody fails to understand is that the doe matrilineal group, which is way more than the mature buck population, are harboring this. And in the best habitats, they're nice and tight. And I understand that, yes, you know, maybe they can disperse and everything else. But I think if we develop regulations to better control populations, to reduce doe numbers where necessary, would make Michigan the best version it could be. So I think.
Josh, you're up, and Justin Root follows you.
I had a smart comment for Justin, but I'm gonna let it slide. Morning, afternoon, almost evening, commissioners. We don't get to see that very much. You know, you kind of look around, you hear the claps, you see what's going on. It's a different feeling today. This is different. This time is different. You don't get a turnout like this when things are working. And you're hearing that, and you've been hearing that. Room isn't full because people are happy. Room is full because people are concerned. And as I said at the last meeting, not easy decisions, not popular decisions, even though I look around this room, I think it's pretty popular. But the right decisions. And that's what brought us here today. It's hope. And that's the hope that for once we're going to make the right decisions for the future of our deer herd. And for some in this room, you've kind of heard it, this is their last fight. This is the last time they show up if the outcome is status quo again. For others, we're just getting started. But today the question is simple, and that's do nothing right now or do what is right. And because doing nothing is a decision, but it's the one that got us here. Are we going to appease the same voices ridiculing the commission and the department yet again? The same ones demanding status quo while expecting different results? Or are we finally going to make the meaningful change and stand with the people who support and defend you? There's a unified front in this room that we've never seen before. Young hunters who have been absent are here today because they still believe that this can change. If you move to a 1 buck regulation and push gun season back in 2026, you're not going to lose hunters. You're going to retain them and you're going to reintroduce them. And more than that, you're going to ignite the kind of engagement no commission in recent time has ever experienced. Michigan has gained a reputation as the worst whitetail managed state in the Midwest. But this commission has the opportunity to turn that around. And everyone in this room knows the truth. 2027 isn't a plan, it's a delay. And when things get delayed, it dies on the clock. You don't need more time, you need conviction. Because every ounce of hope in this room turns out with you. We're not the same hunting community we were 10 years ago or even 5. Through technology, social media, broader communication, and exposure to other states, we see the possibilities. We know what this state could be. And yet we're called trophy hunters. But let's be honest, the loudest critics are often the ones only going afield to shoot antlers, passing does and calling it success. I got my buck and a pile of antlers in a milk crate hidden in the back of the garage, as if they mean something. Yet many of the hunters being labeled trophy hunters are the ones doing the hard work. They're managing does, filling their freezers, thinking long term, and they're part of the 20%. Filling a tag is easy, but managing a resource, as you all know, is hard. Last month, I handed out a piece of literature, and I'm going to read an excerpt from it. This was at a charity event that I helped out with. And it reads, in Michigan, A buck at all cost culture has been propped up for generations under the excuse of tradition. That excuse has become a shield against accountability and self-regulation. Tradition does not justify poor stewardship. The mindset is unsustainable, and clinging to it is actively harming the resource. If hunters want to be taken seriously as conservationists, we must stop hiding behind the past and start taking responsibility for the future. And we're seeing that. Stewardship isn't optional, it's the price of participation. Spoke with hunters at length all night long. Not one person disagreed with me. And in fact, there's some of those same people in this room today, which I think is awesome. Because they want meaningful change for the future, for their kids, for their grandkids. And recently I heard a verse that hit home. 2 Corinthians 6 reads, "In the time of my favor, I heard you. And in the day of salvation, I helped you." Salvation means being saved from a dire situation. And this room believes that we are in one right now. So today, we're asking for action. We're asking for strength in your leadership. And we're asking salvation for this resource. Not next year, not 2027, but today. Thank you.
Elliot, you're next.
Commission, Justin Root, I'm out of Howell. I kind of want to break the ice a little bit. There was a cool exchange at the last meeting. So I just want to start this out with the last couple of weeks, how they've transpired, and say go blue. So go blue. All right. So we'll jump into it. Thank you guys for hearing us out today, long meeting, and over like the last year or so, as some of these ideas have started to gain traction. I also want to start out thanking everyone that's been involved in this process over the years, even before I got involved a year and a half ago or so. Some of the guys like Jordan and the Hubbards, people who've been kind of grinding away at this for a lot longer than we have. Josh, some of the movement you've created online and kind of given a voice to a lot of individual hunters who didn't know how to get that out there. If you think Michigan hunters didn't care about deer hunting, look around. Pretty impressive to get this much buy-in here for regulations. The beauty of this, though, is that the majority of the people here are all in favor, or mostly in favor, some version of the change that's on the table. And there are people here from every type of hunting situation: exclusive public land hunters, private land hunters, business owners, all tied to the industry because they all see a benefit in having a healthier herd for the state. Once I started coming to these meetings, we fairly regularly hashed out the issues with the deer herd in our state and some of the imbalances and given solutions to those shortcomings. So I don't need to kind of hammer away at numbers. We've backed them up with data from a biological perspective and how other states have started to implement some of these practices to improve their deer herds and hunting. Outside of the statistics, the hunter experience that comes with those results is backed up by the amount of hunters that leave this state every fall to hunt elsewhere. They're leaving because of a better hunting experience and better opportunity to harvest mature deer, which is the direct result of all the things we're trying to change. We can be and achieve Michigan's best version of these things through some of the changes that are on the table. Those changes that I'm in favor of is going to a $1 statewide, and the most effective version of that $1 to achieve the biological goals that the NRC has stated that you guys want to achieve is including regional APRs on that $1. And I have to hammer home, like everyone else has, this needs to take effect in 2026. We cannot wait. The complement to making that change is go back to smaller doe management units or even by county like Rochelle has proposed. Those really are just as important, if not more important of a factor when it comes to balancing sex ratios and reaching population goals. Outside of those two things, the next most impactful change would be to shorten our firearm season and move it back. Something like starting at the Saturday before Thanksgiving, maybe running it 9 days till the Sunday after. This will protect our buck population at their most vulnerable time, while at the same time allowing more participation from hunters with it starting on a weekend instead of it being during the week 5 out of 7 years. Pair these things together and Michigan will make leaps and bounds in regards to its deer population health with a better buck to doe ratio, age structure, and population balance, which leads to higher hunter satisfaction, whether those that oppose these changes know it or not. Conversely, there's zero biological benefit to keep doing what we've been doing. To those who oppose some of these changes, those of us in favors all just want a healthier deer herd, which leads to better hunting for the future of our state. We're not your enemy. We all want the same thing. I brought my father today. He's 67. Very much a part of the group who opposes these changes the most. I'm not sure how he avoided the Michigan traditional mentality that's put our deer herd in the position it is. But from day one, I would sit in tree stands before I could even hunt with a weapon just to watch deer. And he always taught that hunting is about more than your kill as a hunter. It's about doing what is best for the deer and respecting the resource. If that means me giving up a buck tag so my 2.5-year-old and 3-month-old sons have better deer hunting in the future than me, I'm all in. If you're in opposition to this and are threatening things like quitting hunting because you'd lose a buck tag or that you think your deer camp would get worse, I think you need to take a long look in the mirror and ask yourself why you're actually hunting, if it's really about those 2 buck tags. Lastly, to the commission, I recently heard someone say that the right decision is rarely the easy one. Sure, there's going to be pushback if you make these changes. People rarely like change, even if it's good for them. Know that the hunters in this room will support you if you do make these changes. And at the end of the day, the decision isn't difficult when you're doing what's best for the deer, not what's best for the hunter. Thank you.
Billy, you're up. Derek Roush is on deck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. What a day this day has turned out to be. A packed house, list full of speakers longer than the to-do list that Rochelle handed me the other day. I'm no stranger to deer advocacy. I began this journey over a decade ago on a small Facebook page with another individual in the room, Lincoln Roan. Lincoln created the group Michigan Deer Hunters Let Them Go, Let Them Grow. What started as a small group quickly turned into something much larger over the course of a few short years. From there, it led me to testify in front of this very commission, asking for change. Over the course of those years, I have seen faces and names change within the department and the NRC, as well as most of the faces in the crowd have changed, although some here have still remained. I can look back and remember some very small meetings as well as some larger meetings. I remember the Scottsville-Ludington meeting back in 2017, which is likely the longest meeting I've ever attended until today. But what is happening now is something even more unique than 2017. I can honestly say there's something very different about this movement. This is a grassroots movement, not backed or pushed by any specific stakeholder group. This is organic, full of independent, ordinary hunters unifying for change, and this movement is massive. This movement not only has support from seasoned hunters, but the amount of younger, newer hunters is inspiring. The youth are engaged, excited, and full of positive energy. They are the very group who will carry this, the very group who will carry this on for the future, are asking for change. And they do so without emotions, just facts and data on why they feel that this change will make Michigan the very best version of Michigan. When for so many years their voices have been suppressed by my generation and older, they found ways to be creative with outreach, unifying the masses as one large voice with social media. These podcasts and social media influencers are not being run by the 45 and older. It is being run by the very generation that we're trying to recruit into this. Where we failed, they're absolutely crushing it. This is a generational shift that no one here has ever seen, and I can say that confidently. This is a huge turning point for us, a turning point that can not only change Michigan, but bring change in all those states watching this. All eyes are on us. No pressure. We have heard from the younger crowd that they want what's best for the resource, a healthy, balanced herd. That this is about what's biologically sound, but those who are against it, many of whom are in the older crowd, say that this is simply a smoke and mirror tactic for wanting big bucks. But the younger crowd is willing to manage the resource, willing to do their part to manage the land. They are willing to wait for the buck they desire, but they are willing to fill doe tags while chasing that buck they desire. Yes, you could say that, or yes, they could be considered buck-centric, as some claim, but they do so in a responsible way. They are taking care of the resource while they pursue the buck they want. I'm going to quote my wife here. The mentality that hunting is only worth it if we are chasing the buck is the mentality that needs to change and is changing. The 45 and under crowd wants the whole package. They want to hunt smart and with respect to the animals, making sure hunter harvest isn't unbalanced in the deer herd. And if it is, change it. They owe no loyalty to tradition, they owe no loyalty to tradition if it is doing harm to the biology of deer. The 45 and younger crowd is not the majority of hunters, but they are the future of hunting. Commissioners, I'm asking you today, in the days leading up to May 13th, that you reflect on everything you have read and everything you have listened to. The decisions you make on that day in May will be talked about for generations to come. You have an opportunity to catapult Michigan ahead to be the best version it can be. With a generation of hunters who will support you and the DNR, but more importantly, they will continue to carry the torch on putting the resource above all, well beyond our time on this earth. Give them the foundation on which to stand on in 2026, and let them build the framework of something truly amazing. In regards to disease, we did remove the restriction on bucks in the CWD. Buck harvest increased, antlerless harvest decreased, CWD still spread. I would love to see one day where I don't have to fill 100 to 150 doe or deer damage permits in the summer. I would love to get to a point where digging a hole in the ground and burying deer in the summer isn't even an option. I would also love to get to a point where I don't have to ask my biologist permission to shoot a fawn because I just took its mother. Thank you.
Derek, you're up. Dave Buckham is on deck.
My name is Derek Roush. I'm from Ithaca, Michigan, and I'm here today to just say I love Michigan hunting. And I'm going to talk about reality, not hope. I want to start by saying I understand the goals behind this discussion. The NRC and the DNR are trying to address herd balance, increase antlerless harvests where needed, improve buck structure, improve habitat, and improve hunter satisfaction. Those are real issues, and they deserve serious discussion. But caring about those goals does not automatically mean the one buck rule is the right tool. When you look closely at the one buck recommendation, the expected impact is limited. The memorandum notes that only about 4 to 7% of antlered deer harvested over the past decade were a hunter's second antlered deer, and that the immediate impacts of one buck rule on the buck to doe ratio and age structure would be modest. The memorandum also says there is growing evidence that a major barrier to increasing antler harvest is the opportunity hunters have to take a second antler deer. In other words, this rule or this new regulation is about changing hunter behavior by reducing buck opportunity in hopes of changing future choices. And that may be possible, but it's still a behavioral assumption, not a guaranteed outcome. Most hunters already only take one buck, and nearly 80% do not harvest an antlerless deer in a given year. For that reason, it is reasonable to question whether a one buck rule will produce the kind of major increase in antlerless harvest some hope for. And if the state wants to justify a major statewide restriction like this, then success should be defined in measurable terms. The buck to doe ratio, is that the target? What buck to doe ratio is the target? What age structure is the target? How much antlerless harvest is expected? Where and by when? With those benchmarks, this is not clearly defined. Without those benchmarks, this is not a clearly defined management strategy. It is a broad regulation built largely on hoped for behavior change. And with that, the one buck rule becomes a blunt tool. Many hunters do not yet realize what this will look like in practice. In the Lower Peninsula, the deer combination license becomes the only license that allows the harvest of an antlered deer, while the single deer license is limited to antlerless only. A lot of hunters are going to see this as paying more for less flexibility, and all for a rule the state itself says will only have modest immediate effects. That feeds directly into the major problem we have with Michigan hunters, and that is trust. Deer management works best when hunters believe they are being treated fairly, heard honestly, and asked to carry burdens that are actually necessary. But when hunters read that the immediate effects of a one buck rule would be modest and still see statewide restriction moving forward, many may conclude this change is only a money grab. The perception damages trust both in the DNR and the NRC. And I don't know if you know, but every hunter blames the DNR for all of its problems. The March 31st memorandum acknowledges likely declines in licensed sales if restrictions on antlered harvest are applied. It states that if enough hunters stop buying combination licenses or stop hunting because of dissatisfaction, the impact could be significant. Finally, if the concern is buck age structure, the department reviews show that There are other tools to consider, including regional antler point restrictions and season-based approaches. Habitat improvement also remains one of Michigan's stated deer management goals. If the concern is antlerless harvest, the research does not show that simply restricting buck opportunity meaningfully increases doe harvest. It merely is a hope predicated on behavioral change. Hunting culture and tradition are a major part of Michigan's outdoor heritage. Ignoring that will be to the detriment of the state. I cannot stand before you and say that one buck will do nothing to advance some of the intended goals of the commission. But I am convinced there are other options that do not broadly reduce opportunity for deer hunters. Before adopting a major statewide restriction like OBR, the state should define specific measurable terms and explain why less restrictive alternatives are not sufficient. When we manage for what is best for the resource, hunters usually benefit in the long run. But what is best for the resource is not always the easiest rule. It is the option that actually is needed, clearly justified, and proven to work. When short-term hunter preferences are put ahead of the resources suffer. I believe the one buck rule is being used to change hunter behavior in a pursuit of a preferred vision of better deer hunting, but it does so by reducing opportunity and giving too little consideration to other science and other management options. So I respectfully ask this commission to reject the one buck rule recommendation in the memorandum. Thank you for your service and for your commitment to the natural resources.
Dave, you're up, and Justin Tomei is on deck, but I think Justin left. Are you back? All right.
I signed up for 5 minutes, but if there's a way to curry favor and score some brownie points for the commission, I'm happy. Are we good? All right, I'm game. Whatever Michigan does, do the opposite. This is a quote from a recent podcast I was listening to when comparing a neighboring state's deer regulations to Michigan. The guy literally said, whatever Michigan does, just do the opposite. Whether we know it or not, or choose to acknowledge it, the fact is that the state of Michigan is a laughingstock amongst the whitetail community, and it's been that way for decades. Not anymore. Minus a couple tweaks, which I'm going to touch on in a second, our voices appear to be finally being heard. Now for the tweaks, I've only got 2 of them, and you've heard this from a couple other people earlier today. It's imperative that this gets implemented for this year and not wait until 27. This is the 5th deer reg cycle I've been a part of since coming to these meetings. You see this gray hair? There's been enough empty promises over that time period. It filled this entire room. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It took a lot of years for us to get in this mess, and it's going to take some time for us to get out of it. If these changes don't get implemented until 27, 28 will be the only year we'll have to judge these changes and the effectiveness of them before heading into the next deer reg cycle prior to the 29 season. Number 2, we need to delay the start of gun season. I'm a big proponent of what you've heard earlier on the 9-day season, with it ending the Sunday after Thanksgiving. Even delaying it a week in most years, we'll still have an earlier start date than a majority of other states in the Midwest. This plan will still allow the season to span for 2 weekends, and it always guarantees a weekend opener. Since the introduction of crossbows, a large percentage of gun hunters have migrated into the bow season, and the 15th just does not hold the same luster that it used to. It needs to be put out to pasture. In closing, there's going to be some new faces on this commission as soon as next year, and a majority, if not all new faces in 2029, when this issue will again be debated. The time is now. The buck stops with you all, no pun intended. Let's change the narrative from whatever Michigan is doing, do the opposite, to being the leaders and best and having other states want to emulate what we're doing here. Thank you.
Justin, you're up, and Logan Crumbaugh is on deck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Counselor. My name is Justin Tomei, representing Michigan Farm Bureau and our 40,000 farming families across the state. I'm going to be exceptionally brief today because following me, we've actually brought in a few of our farmers to talk to you, tell you about their individual challenges, the hurdles they face, the methods they use to solve their deer problems. They're going to talk about damage permits. They're going to talk about bucks. I will be sending much more robust written comment to you all once we get a better idea of what the order will look like ahead of May. There are just a few things that I do want to say before I turn it over to our farmers. One, antlered deer can cause just as much damage as antlerless deer, and sometimes more, particularly when we talk about specialty growers and fruit growers. And two, while it's true that as we look at the universal doe tag permit system, the number of hunters that fill each subsequent number of doe tags does decline until you get to that 10th tag. And then there is an uptick in the number of hunters that fill 10 or more doe tags in a year. And the reason that is important to highlight is because this is an invaluable tool to those people that choose to control their deer problems in that way. It is being used, it is effective where they use it, and we cannot be restricting access and opportunity to the people that choose to manage their local deer herds in that manner. With that, again, I encourage you to, listen to the stories of the farmers that you're going to hear from today. We had a couple that couldn't make it because they had problems on their farm. And over the next few weeks ahead of the May meeting, I expect you're going to be hearing from a lot more farmers across Michigan. Again, once we get a better idea of what this order is going to look like. So with that, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. And next up is Corby Worth.
My name is Logan Crumbaugh and I'm a farmer in central Michigan. We've utilized the crop damage permits now for going on 9 years. And I would like to thank the DNR and the commission for the advances that they've made so far. I believe there's more work that can be done. We heard earlier that only about 50% of the crop damage permits issued are utilized. And that is not due to a lack of seeing deer. It's due to a lack of timing. Most of these times that we get to shoot them are June, July, and August. We're busy tending to the fields, tending to animals, tending to crops. And not to mention, shooting a deer when it's 85 degrees out and it gets covered in flies is not all that fun, and we question the safety of it as well. I think that there's great expansions that can be made to this program, including more winter opportunities to hunt. So I would appreciate you guys taking that into consideration. I appreciate the fact that the shooter list did go away, so we have access to more people. But when we ask people if they want to hunt, they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll hunt." And like, "Oh yeah, you guys can come do it June, July, and August." They're like, that doesn't sound that fun. They do want to fill their freezers. They do want to utilize the meat. It's just a timing thing that I would consider being changed. So if you guys consider that. But I do want to thank you guys again. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Corby? And Boyd Inslee is on deck.
Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Corby Worth. I'm a 4th generation dairy farmer from Alpena, Michigan. So I'm in the red circle, the 452. So when it comes to, and I'm a sportsman, the majority of this room, but my livelihood is first. So the doe tag thing is a huge deal for us because how are we gonna shoot more deer with less permits? So that's a huge concern of mine with deer numbers increasing. That just doesn't look good on a graph. And our sportsmen decreasing. I think some of these changes that have been brought forth, I understand because I am a sportsman. But I believe we're in a generational slide that we got a generation of young people that aren't interested in hunting. They're not interested in many natural resource things, and I don't have the answer for that. I'm a dairy farmer. I do what I do. I appreciate what you people do because I feel it's pretty thankless. I'll be honest. But just in antler point restrictions, I've done that on our own farm 30 years ago before TB ever started. And it's something we practice, but we also practice the doe removal, and we have to. And it is important and it keeps the drive going, but our loss of a generation that doesn't want to hunt, and I hope somebody can figure that out. Maybe some of these things will. But a big thing is looking forward as decisions you guys make. Please, the disease part of it, we've been testing cows for 30 years. It's not fun. It is not fun. So just take that into consideration, any decisions you do make, because this deer population thing is a problem. It is a huge problem. But thank you. And if you have any questions for me, I would love to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Boyd Inslee. And Matt Reinkert is after Boyd. Thank you. Come. Are you? Oh, okay. Boyd, are you here? Okay, we'll move on. Matt, you're up. And after Matt is Ross Graveling.
Hi, my name is Matt Ranker. I'm a hunter and a farmer from Hanover Township, Jackson County, Michigan. Thank you for allowing me the time to express my concerns today. Last year, using crop damage permits, regular licenses, and deer management permits, we harvested 2 bucks and 21 does from our farm. We had 2 deer were also hit and killed in a row in front of my farm. I still have deer coming into my backyard eating corn out of my corn cribs. We have a major problem with too many deer in Michigan. Part of the problem is that we have lost 200,000 hunters. As you make your decisions, I would ask that you consider what impact it has on these 2 problems. 1, is it going to reduce the deer herd? 2, is it going to recruit more hunters? Turning the whole state of Michigan into a deer ranch with antler point restrictions is not going to help either problem. Of the 2 bucks taken on my farm last year, 1 was taken by my grandson. It was a small 6-point. At that moment, he was the happiest kid alive, and I think that will make him a lifelong hunter. The second one was taken by my veteran disabled brother. It was a 4-point. It might be his last deer ever. Are you really going to take away these treasured memories away with APRs so a few can brag about how big a buck they shot? In 2021, a 6-point buck was taken in Hillsdale County that scored 143 and 4/8. Under the proposed APRs, this buck could not have been taken. So you leave him and the rest of his small dinky bucks to do the breeding, and the quality of your bucks go down. How big is big enough? When the few get all their 150 class 8-pointers, are we going to change APRs so they can get the few can get their 170 class 10-pointers? Please don't ruin deer hunting in Michigan by putting in antler point restrictions. And then there's the changing the state to 1 buck state. Again, this is for the few that want to turn the state into a deer ranch. There was a University of Florida study by Professor of Wildlife Sciences, Dr. Ron Lasky, that showed deer have more bucks when the doe to buck ratio favors the doe. Why shorten the muzzleloader season? And I quote, reducing the season would address the concerns expressed by some deer hunters about late season harvest pressure on antlered deer by hunters with a firearm. Again, the few. In 23, a department opinion survey indicated 61% of hunters supported continuing to allow all legal firearms to be used in the muzzleloader season. Do you think they wanted it shortened? No, they want more time to get their buck. 81% of hunters get a buck. You need to think of the working hunter when making these rules. Maybe they have to work that weekend, but they have the next one off. The recommendation to modify the season length was not discussed with Lower Peninsula Deer Advisory Team or other stakeholders. Why not? Why weren't you guys consulted? You're not listening to the general population. Please leave it at 10 days. The deer advisory team recommended to revert the season back to muzzleloader only. This shows what a scam the DMI was. 61% of hunters want to have all the license, but the deer advisory team is recommending we go back to muzzleloaders only. I applied to be on the team. I got my Dear John letter telling me how hard it was for them to pick who would be on the team. It shows you they just wanted people who thought their way. Otherwise, you just pick names out of a hat. It's easy. If you read through the results, they couldn't even get everyone to even vote on their scenarios. 24 team members for the whole Lower Peninsula that is divided into 2 different zones in 68 counties. It just doesn't make sense. We cannot go from having 12 tags down to 6 tags and reduce the deer herd. I was given 10 crop damage permits last year. On the first hunt, 13 bucks walked out in the field and started eating my soybeans. Bucks damaged crops also. Please don't limit us to $1 or 5 doe permits. I could go on, but I think my 5 minutes is about up. I would like to thank the commission for listening to me today and would hope they take my concerns into account as they make their decisions. Is there any questions?
Ross, you're up. And Gary Garnier is next.
Good evening, Commission. It's the first time we get to say that, right? All right, good.
Is it evening?
It feels like it, doesn't it? Haven't we been here a very, very long time? I want to talk first, and just, I know that this is not something new and has already been highlighted a few different times today, but the North American Model for Conservation. And I want to highlight 2 principles out of that. The first is wildlife as a public trust resource. And so that's basically saying that all wildlife is for all of the public. It's not a private resource that's dictated by private people. The next is the rule of law. Laws and regulations guide proper use and conservation of that resource, of those animals. Nowhere in any of the 7 principles does it talk about funding, or does it talk about traditions being what shapes the laws. I operate a lot of my life under the KISS philosophy. Keep it simple, stupid. When I look at some of the information Brent presented this morning, there seems like lots of regulations that are catering to very small select individuals or statistics. If only 6% shoot 2 bucks, why is that such a big deal? If we go to a 1 buck state, 6% out of 100 seems like a very small percentage to cater an entire regulation. And especially when you begin to look at not just regulations, but how to manage the resource. And we're going to factor 6% that dictates all of the rest. If less than 1% shoot more than 5 does, and we're gonna drastically change regulations for less than 1%. Our biggest problem in this state is buck to doe harvest numbers and ratios that are in the field within that. Areas wanting to decrease population size is done by the harvested does, not by the harvested bucks. All the data presented this morning shows that giving more, or over the last several years, and what we've been doing, and part of what Brent presented this morning, shows that giving more tags and more seasons has had minimal effects on increasing doe harvest. Going back to the North American model, what if we use changes in regulations to help education and changing the mindset of hunters? Part of what's gotten Michigan into the harvest numbers and the disaster that we're at is because we've just kept doing what we want to do based on tradition, based on what drives license sales. We need to create urgency for people. Urgency to shoot more does. More opportunities doesn't mean more harvest. We need to find more ways to protect bucks. 1 buck will undoubtedly help this. Looking at altering the seasons or the dates of gun season would also have a significant impact in the hunter mentality and education of this. Over 75% of the deer taken on opening day in our state are bucks. By moving that 1 week back to in a Saturday opener would have a dramatic effect on the buck harvest. It would move it 1 week later in the rut. We all know that bucks are most vulnerable in the rut. Opening up on a Saturday, when we look over the statistics, and if we overlaid Saturday openers over Brent's numbers that he put out this morning, the agency or the DNR loves a Saturday opener. It encourages a ton of participation. Moving it back 1 week and making it only 9 days, still 2 weekends, but opening on a Saturday every day, every year, would be a great way to begin to, or to continue to change people's mindset. If people within that buying the combo tag now suddenly had a doe tag as part of what they bought, do you think they're going to be a whole lot more likely to actually use that doe tag? Yes, obviously. We have to change the 20% of people that harvested doe in this state. That means 80% are not harvesting any. And so we need to change that. Urgency within these things applies to regulation changes as well. The longer we wait, the more these problems continue to compound each other. There's not one quick, easy fix that's going to change all of this. It's taken decades to get us where we're at. There's not one lever to pull and everything is going to be fixed. If we wait and push this back another year, we're going to barely see any measurable results by the time that this comes back up in 3 years. Again, this is not a simple, quick, easy thing. The person a couple before me was talking about this is going to take, it's shifting a mentality that's taken decades. And so it's going to take time and a change in education to be able to turn our state around. I hope that you think about all of the things that will help that. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary, you're up, and Robert Steinberg is
Good
on
afternoon,
deck.
Commissioners. My name is Gary Gorniak. I serve as Vice President of the Upper Peninsula Sportsman's Alliance, President of the Straits Area Sportsman's Club, Vice Chairman of the DNR East Citizen Advisory Council, and also a member of the Upper Peninsula Deer Advisory Team. On behalf of the UPSA and a lot of UP sportsmen's organizations, I'm here to express strong opposition to the joint Lower Peninsula and Upper Peninsula Deer Advisory Team resolution. The UP deer herd has been in serious decline for over 20 years. The two main drivers of that decline are winter weather and predators, wolves in particular. The Upper Peninsula presents a unique set of conditions not found anywhere else in the country, with annual snowfalls exceeding 300 inches. Even in the mid to low snowfall zones, we have over 130 inches of accumulated snow. I live in southern Mackinac County, and we still have 18 to 24 inches of snow on the ground. High predator densities include thousands of wolves, 10,000 bears, thousands of coyotes, bobcats, and now even mountain lions. Another unique factor is UP deer rely on long distance migration, sometimes up to 50 miles. This is a learned migration that's passed on from does to fawns that grow to be bucks and does, and the cycle goes on. In this winter migration, 100% of the deer are just on 17% of the landscape, making them extremely vulnerable to predation. These factors clearly demonstrate the Upper Peninsula is fundamentally different than the Lower Peninsula, especially southern Michigan, and should be managed separately and differently. A one-size-fits-all state deer management approach will not work here. Despite repeated requests to separate the Upper Peninsula and Lower Peninsula Deer Advisory Team meetings, discussions have continued in a joint format, which appears to be driving towards a uniform state policy rather than addressing regional needs. We have areas in the Upper Peninsula with 2 to 3 deer per square mile. In fact, 11 of the 15 counties, the harvest rate was 1 deer per square mile. A couple of the counties were 1 deer per 3 square miles and 2 square miles. We don't know what you can't be harvesting does if you don't even know what the population of the deer is. After reading the DNR's 2026 and 2028 deer regulations, I'm glad to see at least the DNR recognizes that you can't harvest antlerless deer indiscriminately across the UP in a severe winter. The proposed items by the UPDAT and license changes proposed by the DNR will do little to help the UP deer herd. As I mentioned earlier, the items that affect the deer the most are winter severity and predators, wolves in particular. We can lessen the effect of winter severity on deer in some places, but the wolf issue must be addressed. You can't say that wolves have little effect on deer, and in the Michigan Wolf Management Plan, page 39, say a single wolf can kill 37 to 50 deer. For these reasons, we strongly urge the NRC to reject the UP DAT resolution and the DNR single buck tag and maintain the current license structure in the UP. Also, I'd like to add, today when the DNR was showing us those harvest charts, they lacked two things. They lacked 2024 and 2025. I'd like to mention that 2024, we had the mildest winter on record in the UP. The deer never yarded. They were free ranging the whole year. So you would think, so what do you think 2025 the harvest rate was? Okay, in 2024, we harvested 20,842 deer across the UP. Will you think with the mild winter we had in 2024, we'd harvest 5? That we were wrong. We harvested less deer in 2025 than we did in 2000, with ideal conditions, with plenty of habitat, plenty of food, and we harvested less deer. Are we focusing on the right problem? I don't think so. But you got a question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, you're up, and Dan Stewart, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rob Steenberg. I'm a farmer in southern Sanilac County. I grow soybeans, corn, wheat, and dry beans. I was an unaffiliated member of the LPDMI and currently on the LPDAT and the LPDAT Subcommittee for Urban Deer Management. I'm also a board member of the Hunt Michigan Collaborative. For going on almost 4 years, the agricultural economy has been in a downturn. Low commodity prices and our cost of doing business has skyrocketed, with rising fertilizer parts and equipment cost. And more recently, with what's going on in the world, there's an even higher increase in fertilizer and diesel fuel prices. Then there's the overpopulation of deer in lower Michigan, creating thousands of dollars of losses for many farmers. MSU Extension has done several deer damage soybean studies, one of which was in central lower Michigan on 6 different soybean fields with medium to high deer density. They found on average 29.2% yield loss due to deer damage. For 6 or 7 years now, to help combat the deer issue, I have been using crop damage permits and DMAP permits. Starting this year, I'm going to use a deer deterrent on my fields with high deer damage. Last year, I hosted several Hunt Michigan collaborative hunts. This program addresses 2 major concerns most farmers like myself deal with when letting people hunt on our land: liability and the issue of respect to our property and crops. Farmers have very few options on how to deal with the deer problems, and not all farmers in Michigan are a member of the Michigan Farm Bureau. Farmers get their information in several different ways, and I haven't seen one place that has all the education they should have to help the farmer make informed decisions to bring the deer population down on their farms. Not all farmers are hunters. And after all, where is the vast majority of high deer density? It's in agricultural areas where these deer need to be harvested. 3 things I can tell you for sure are: 1, many farmers don't know their options or how to implement them. 2, most don't know anything about the NRC. How many farmers like myself have spoken at these meetings? And 3, most don't know how many deer, doe, need to be harvested on their land, along with not knowing about deer donation programs. Finally, I'm in support of the $1 rule. The state has a problem with buck obsession. If we don't get the buck doe ratio in check, nothing is going to get better. It seems we're too afraid of upsetting the apple cart, but the apple cart has already been upset and a deer ate all the apples. I am fully aware just one thing won't completely fix the problem, as it's very complex and it will take time. But we're in a crisis and we need real major changes now. Will any of the proposed changes cause hunter decline and a financial loss? Possibly. We don't know for certain. But what's in the best interest of the resource and the citizens of Michigan like myself? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan Stewart and Dan Alfig is next.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Captain Dan Stewart. I'm a United States Coast Guard captain, a charter business owner, and a lifelong Michigan hunter who hunts in Northwest 12 and some private land hunting in Southeast Michigan. I am here because the Proposal G requires that the body to manage our wildlife using sound science and research, not the feelings of $1 rule crowd. I voted yes on this to base things on sound science and research, not feelings. There is a false narrative that hunters with limited time will just start passing on small bucks in search of a bigger buck. Nobody is unhappy with the buck they choose to shoot except for the keyboard warrior on Facebook, who doesn't like what the hunter chose to shoot, or the neighbor who shot your buck that you have been passing on. For too long, we've managed based on social surveys that prioritize the loudest voices over logical reality. I'm here to tell you that APR science looks like on the ground as a public land hunter, as that is where I hunt mostly now. I've hunted Michigan state land for 28 years in 4 of the 5 different regions, averaging 35 to 50 days in the woods most every season. For 2 decades in non-APR zones, I was lucky to even see a 2.5-year-old deer in person, and I saw very little bucks on cameras, and I'm a big camera person. It was a cycle of yearling slaughter fests that left the woods empty of bucks to grow. I almost gave up hunting because of this, because what was the point? I hunted in the Northeast when the hunter choice license was offered, and it was actually getting better, but then it was taken away and the downfall was immediate. No sides, the bucks were all small again. In 28 years, I've only tagged out once, and I could have had the majority of the years. The very first time I shot a buck, the restricted tag taught me the value of passing on deer. I no longer shoot anything less than an 8-point. I didn't find true quality hunting until I stepped into the APR zone. This isn't a theory or an opinion, it's my reality. I went from struggling to find an 8-point to chasing legitimate bucks now, including I'm currently hunting a 7.5-year-old stud for the last several seasons. He's a smart one. My taxidermist bill has gotten expensive lately, and that is a problem I'm happy to have. That is the story of APRs that create for the average guy on public land. Last year, I got to see multiple buck fights, something I've never seen anywhere else. The success of APRs has made hunting exciting. Nobody in the APR zone wants to go backwards. Hunter satisfaction is 80% in the Northwest 12. When it started, I believe it was around 68. So it's gone up 12% in the years that it started. The vocal minority push for a $1 rule does not represent the majority. Many of them are the same people who leave Michigan to hunt their second and third bucks elsewhere, or they own private parcel lands where they already micromanage their own $1 rule. They want to restrict the rest of us based on a feeling with no science to back it up other than states that have half the amount of hunters that Michigan has. PA tried $1 rule and it failed. They had to implement APRs to get any change. How would it have been with APRs and 2 buck tags? Nobody knows. If Michigan moves to $1 rule, there'll be a financial disaster for the DNR. My father and I and thousands like us will not buy that combo tag like I've been doing ever since it was created. We only buy a doe tag if we need a second deer for the freezer. You are looking at a massive loss in revenue to satisfy a group that doesn't understand that $1 rule fails to protect young bucks. Once people start passing small deer, it becomes contagious. APRs are the only tool that biologically ensures a yearling lives to see another year. Science tells us we must manage the doe population, but you are making it a chore. We need cheap doe tags like Pennsylvania with doe tags at $7 a piece. Last year, I chose not to buy a doe tag because I didn't want to spend another $20, soon to be $30 on a doe I did not need. If the tags were cheaper, I might have done it. Lastly, don't implement a $1 tag that has zero research to back it up. We know APRs work because of the DNR's own research in the existing zones. Let's keep our 2-tag tradition, but give it a backbone of statewide APRs. 3 points on one side to the north and 4 points in the south. So 50% of all yearlings will survive a state with a state of 600,000 hunters. This is the only way Michigan DNR said they would implement APRs many years ago. OPR does not protect a single yearling. All it does is take away from the guys who love to hunt Michigan. I'm living proof that you don't need to own a 100-acre private paradise to have world-class hunting. With the right management, we can have quality deer hunting right here on Michigan state land and beyond. Let's manage for the quality hunting experience I'm seeing at public ground, so every hunter in this state has a chance of a mature deer, regardless of how much land they own or time they have. Please pass APRs with 2 tags or 2 buck tags and $7 doe tags. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan- Yep, Dan, you're up, and Fred Bigler, you're on deck.
Culture change, culture change, culture change. I don't hear anyone talking about culture change. It might be implied, but that's what we need to do. Leadership position in 6 different outdoor organizations, and I represent 12,000 members, hunters and anglers of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters in Michigan. We got many first timers here. We got a lot of media reps. We got a lot of social media influencers with large followings, and a lot of people that have taken off work to be here. Why? Why? It's important to them, but what's the real reason? Director Bowen, Chair Humphreys, your leadership has given us hope, something we never had before. Your leadership has given us hope, and I thank you for that. Also, deer culture change is needed, and the only way we're going to get it is through regulation change. And these people recognize that, and they're here to demand regulation change. Or not demand, but ask politely. We have a buck-centric culture in Michigan. A buck-centric culture. Everybody wants their buck. And we have an aversion, a flat-out refusal to shoot does by many people. That needs to change. It's needed in high-density areas, not so much in low-density areas, and that's why we need to manage deer harvest by DMU, which is a stated commission goal. We've tried, the DNR and you have tried everything. We've all tried everything. Early antlers, late antlerless, rifles during muzzleloader, late antlerless. None of it's worked. It's not working. Chad Stewart even wrote a letter to everyone requesting, please, can you shoot more does? Doesn't work. It hasn't worked. We need to change. The buck-centric culture. Did you get your buck? Well, it ain't my buck. And look at what a good hunter I am, everybody. I've tagged out with my 1.5-year-old 5-point and my 1.5-year-old 8-point. I mean, does that make me a good hunter? I don't think so, but I'm going to get off of that. That's not important. Regulation change is the only way to change the culture. That's what we want to do. That's what we can all agree on, is change the culture. We need to increase the doe harvest, balance the buck to doe ratio. That's the only way that we're going to hit the stated goal of a balanced buck to doe ratio by the commission. So it's obvious that 1 buck rule will improve antlerless harvest. To me, it's obvious, and it's been proven. OBR in 26, why wait? What are we waiting for? Do it now. We've changed midstream on regulations before with fish, and don't get me riled up or talking about the fish-centric bias that has been observed in the DNR and the commission. You know, we've got the golden goose here, and everybody ignores it. That's the one funding you all. This is deer hunting. That's why we're all here. How many people show up for I'm not gonna get into fishing. Now, it's obvious that OBR will improve antlerless harvest. OBR alone will not improve the age structure of bucks, which is a stated commission goal, to improve the age structure of bucks. The answer is antler point restrictions with the 1 buck rule will increase the age structure of bucks, a stated commission goal. A 1.5-year-old buck, no matter how many points he has, is a reckless teenager. Giving APRs will give him a chance to mature and not be a reckless teenager and get some street smarts. The smartest deer in the woods, the hardest deer to, are you paying attention, Mark? The hardest deer to kill is a 4-year-old, I'm just asking. It is a 4-year-old doe. A 4-year-old doe, especially in late doe season, is the toughest deer in the woods to kill. It really is. I mean, you try doing, after all the pressure that we put on, only one more minute, oh my God. So OPRs and APRs will provide larger bucks in the wild, which will increase hunter satisfaction, which is a stated goal. Rubber stamping the DNR recommendations is what's got us in this mess in the first place. 2026 is a political year. We're going to have a rookie governor. We're going to have a rookie DNR director. We're going to have at least 3 rookie commissioners. Now, that's a lot of load. I mean, we got to educate all those people. I mean, it's not doable. 2026 is our time. We need to do it now. 2027 is too late. Now, blowback, there's a lot of people, you're going to get blowback no matter what you do. There's a lot of people that fear change, don't want to change their comfort zone when other states have embraced change and left us in the dust. People don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. Look at the Northwest 13 that was just talked about here. Everyone was against APRs in the Northwest 13. Then it happened. Everybody loves it now. It's time. I'm going to leave in a minute. What else do I got to say? OPR plus APR in 2026. It's now or never. Step up. What's your legacy going to be? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Fred, you're up, and then Rhonda Lansinger on deck. Oh, 2/3.
Good afternoon, everyone. Been quite a day, hasn't it? I'm Fred Bigler. I hunt in Saginaw County. I will not pretend to know what all the answers are for the UP. I don't hunt up there. I don't hunt in northern lower Michigan. I hunt in southern lower Michigan. I also don't think that we should take what'll work down here and impose it on somebody else. We need regional rules. I would like to see earn a buck in zone 3. That may not work. I'd support antler point restrictions, but I don't know. I'm not going to look down on somebody that doesn't do it either. But we've got a lot of options out there. The earn a buck, the APRs, there's so many that we can do. We do need to educate people, and I understand we've got a problem in southern Michigan. You drive down the road, you're going to see 6 to 10 deer every mile dead on the side of the road. It's ridiculous. I do not believe that going to 1 buck is going to change that. We've got to get people shooting more does. I don't know what all of the rules are. Maybe 1 buck archery, 1 buck gun. I don't really think that moving the gun season back is really going to help. I spent a lot of time in the woods. I never saw 1 buck during gun season chasing a doe. Were they out there in the same field? Yeah, but there was no bucks hot on the does. Gun season is not in the peak of the rut. That's the last week of October, the first week of November would be where I would give it. By gun season, it's pretty much over. Going to the 1 buck is a nuclear option. I actually believe that you go to the 1 buck, you're going to incentivize people to go out of state hunting. Not because we have 2 bucks. It's just people have been going out of state hunting for God knows how long. It's not something new, but it's a catchphrase that we're using right now to get what we want. In some cases, it feels like we want to punish somebody that's successful to make ourselves more successful going to the $1. I do not believe in it. I believe in harvesting does. Lord knows we got to shoot a lot more of them. And we got to get the other 80% of hunters out there helping us. Because the 20% of us that do shoot the does, we can't do it on our own. We got to have help. Drummond Island, been $1 since 2017, I believe it is. Been a colossal failure from everything I read about up there. It just hasn't worked. The state of Iowa, known as a destination state, if you're a landowner resident in the state of Iowa, you can shoot $3. And it's known as a destination state. What are they doing better than we are? There's got to be something out there. Excuse me, I lost my train of thought there, folks. Okay, we need the doe permits have got to be in lower areas. Yes, we've got to do that. This universal doe permit has not worked. Keep the people in the areas where the toll harvest has got to be. And we have a 25% harvest rate now amongst hunters. Back in the 1970s, only 1 out of 7 people even shot a deer. Okay, we are in the golden days of deer hunting in Michigan, and we don't even realize it. It's way better than it ever used to be. 88% of all deer harvested are harvested on private land. There's a reason for that. It's better habitat. Do not punish the private landowners because we have made our habitat attractive to the deer herd and that. I guess just quit penalizing landowners. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Rhonda Lansing. Oh, she left. Okay, Mitchell Blevins. And after Mitchell is Jim Sweeney.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I will try not to choke on my tongue. I'm not used to talking in front of this many people, especially a board of commissioners. But listening to previous statements, it feels as if we are at a crossroads. For decades, we have been circling the same themes: a herd imbalance, inconsistent age structure, regional pressure difference, and a management system that is too broad for a state as diverse as Michigan is. What's different now is that more and more hunters are ready for real structural changes, not just minor tweaks in the program. One of the best ideas I've seen gaining traction is moving to a $1 system with a regionally appropriate APR for the entire season. A large number of hunters and I argue that reducing the state buck limit will improve age structure and overall herd quality and ratios in the coming years and beyond. Fewer bucks harvested means more survive into an older age class, and more does will be harvested in their place because, as we know, we can't get 0.4 of a deer out of 1 deer. States that have implemented similar approaches over the years have seen noticeable improvements over the years and have reaped the benefits of those improvements. Many of us are opening our eyes and starting to ask why the state hasn't followed suit more aggressively. Furthermore, Michigan's blanket approach to antlerless regulations needs an overhaul. The current system applies broad rules across large regions, despite vastly different deer densities from one county or even from one township over to the next. Hunters in low-density areas feel penalized and have reservations about shooting does, while high-density areas sometimes still struggle to meet the state's management goals. We need a tailored antlers quota based on localized harvest data, allowing for a more precise management. It's a more surgical approach, one that reflects what hunters see on the ground rather than relying on a one-size-fits-all regulation. Altogether, these ideas represent a shift in hunter mindset. We don't want more opportunity. We want smarter management, a $1 limit with data-driven antlers regulations. All these aim us towards the same goal, a healthier, more balanced herd for better hunting experiences for the masses, and a system that reflects the realities of today, not the traditions of decades past. Regardless of what that change looks like, it won't come without debate. It rarely does. Like previously stated, our hunting heritage is rooted deep, deep within us, and any adjustment will have its critics. But if our current conversations are of any indication, a growing number of hunters are ready to move beyond the way it's always been and start building something better for the future of our great state. And that's all I have prepared for you guys today. I'm happy. I hope I got that short and sweet because everyone seems to be taking all their time.
Thank you. Jim Sweeney, and then after Jim is Dave Pagel.
Good afternoon. Hello. I was pleased to hear that the department is going to finally try and revise the CWD response plan this year. It has not been updated since 2012 and it's long overdue. It concerns me that we're considering changing our regulatory policies in ways that will have an adverse impact on CWD mitigation efforts in the absence of an updated CWD plan, which could provide some guidance on the current state of science regarding CWD and appropriate regulatory structures. It seems like we're putting the cart in front of the horse. In the absence of guidance provided by the department, we need to look for other sources. I've reviewed the CWD response plans from 25 other states. One of the response plans which stands out is from Arkansas. They updated that plan a few years ago. Arkansas recognized that CWD is a serious issue, and they put together a world-class group of scientists and state game agency biologists to review their plan and to recommend changes. This group included, among others, Brian Richards from USGS, Mike Miller from Colorado, Sonia Christensen from Michigan State University, Mike Samuel from Wisconsin, Harry Jacobson from Mississippi, Dan Walsh, also of USGS, and biologist Dan Storm from Wisconsin, Joe Caudell from Indiana, and Mike Tonkovich from Ohio. The policies which they adopted were also heavily based on recommendations from AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which has compiled a list of gold standard best management practices to mitigate CWD. I provided an excerpt from the Arkansas response plan with some of the portions highlighted, which contradict the wisdom of implementing regulations like we are considering in Michigan, which are designed to increase the buck age structure and expand the antlered male cohort by reducing the opportunity to harvest antlered bucks. The Arkansas management approach to CWD employs hunter harvest-based strategies. To accomplish this, they've removed antler point restrictions and they've increased bag limits with the goal of facilitating increased harvest of males and females with a particular emphasis on harvesting all age classes of antlered bucks. To illustrate the concerns regarding the potential adverse disease impact of increasing the number of older bucks in the herd, I'd like to share with you a simulation projecting the impact of some of the proposed changes. This simulation employs estimated changes to buck age classes resulting from several different buck regulations. It's based on age class modeling that was created by Jim Bojima, which was shared on social media by Jordan Hoover and Elliot Hubbard, so I'd like to thank them for making that data available. Using that modeling, I was able to combine it with the department's actual CWD male cohort prevalence data from Montcalm County from 2019, which was the last year that we had robust sampling in Montcalm County, as well as with the actual antlered harvest data from that year, which came from the department's annual harvest survey. If you look at the graphic, you can see when compared to the regulation structure, which is currently in place in Montcalm, which has a restricted second combo tag, that all of the other buck regulations model produced increases in the incidence of CWD positive males in the harvest. Changing to an OBR projects an 18% increase in CWD positive incidence. Implementing a 4.4 APR would result in a 33% increase in CWD positive incidence, and implementing an OBR coupled with an APR would result in a 60% increase in CWD positive incidence in the antlered portion of the harvest. Keep in mind that these projections were based on prevalence data from 2019. Those levels in the male cohort have likely tripled or more in the last 7 years. So when you look at those incidence numbers, multiply them by 3 to get an idea of what the impact of these regulations would be moving forward. This underlines the potential real-world disease implications, which could result from implementing some of the buck regulation changes that are being considered. I would urge the NRC to hold off on making any changes in regards to buck regulations this year until the CWD response plan has been updated and until you have more robust data available to validate the benefit or detriment of such changes in regards to the impact on facilitating the spread and prevalence of CWD in Michigan. As I said, it's been 14 years since the CWD response plan was last updated. There's a great deal more scientific information available about both the disease and the efficacy of management efforts to control and limit its spread. You need to be making regulatory decisions based on sound science, and unfortunately, the disease impact and mitigation guidance that you are receiving from the department is not consistent with the current state of science and best management practices suggested by the leading professionals around the country. Hopefully, an updated CWD response plan will include those. Thanks.
Thank you. Even best management practices. I looked through all my stuff. Maybe I didn't get that, but it's not here.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to chat with you here once again. My name's Dave Pagel. I am here representing our approximate 250 members of the Michigan Traditional Bow Hunters. We've surveyed our constituents, so to speak, as you'd say, John. 73% of our membership supports the one buck. We also have overwhelming support to management of the antlerless permits on a more finite level than broad. That especially is from our membership in the northern lower part of the state. We are also, probably of any of the organizations you've talked to, an organization that is, our members are more likely to celebrate most any harvest with a recurve and longbow. We are very avid doe hunters. Many of our membership voluntarily do antler point restrictions, but we're very hesitant to impose those upon other hunters. We think that whatever deer is shot should be celebrated and not looked at as a mulligan that was the opportunity to now go out and hunt a bigger buck. That mentality is something that we disagree with very, very strongly. On a personal level, I'm a landowner. I definitely want to see some changes in our herd from a herd balance standpoint. I am personally seeing fawns on my property that are being born in August. In early September, we had 20-pound fawns on my property in the last 2 seasons. So those does are in their 3rd, maybe 4th cycle before they're being bred. Neither one of those fawns have made it. We know they were gone because their mothers were very recognizable. They aren't going to make it. So we would like to see this prolonged rut that we're seeing because of the herd structure right now, see that change, because it's not healthy on the bucks. It's not healthy for the fawns, the does, anything along that line. I guess lastly, I'd like to say I spent most of my life in the computer industry, and I am not a technical individual by any stretch of the imagination. But my job was to know who to go to get the correct answers in order to service my clients appropriately. I look at you folks and I think in a lot of cases, you guys are in a similar situation. Your expertise from other industries and such may not lead to the biological side of things that many of us as hunters are asking you to make decisions on. Please know who to go to. I mean, I think we have very competent biologists within our organization. Please lean on that. We definitely do not want to see the decisions being made by legislators where the the reason that the decision's being made is not for the right reasons. We don't care who contributed to their campaign or who took them to dinner. We want the biological reasons for the decisions to be made. Thank you.
Nate, you're up. Nate, yep,
Yeah, the use silent.
well.
Hello, commissioners and
Jason
director.
Perry is next. Sorry, I keep
Okay.
forgetting to
Yeah.
announce who's up next. Go ahead.
My name is Nate Kenzer and I'm an avid outdoorsman and hunter. And what I bring to today is I've been in the hunting and fishing industry on the retail side for over 30 years. So tens of thousands of bows, tens of thousands of guns, been through all that. It's been good. It's been really good. Over time, though, what I've seen in my store, we sold hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of licenses, I'm sure, over the years. So what I've seen is as far as the attrition in hunters is that people are going to other states and they're, and Michigan's full of good hunters, but the opportunity in other states is attractive. I have participated in it myself and been successful and seen that firsthand. So some of the bleeding that we have is that these guys are actually giving up their rut time in Michigan or even giving up their tree stands to go hunt in another state. It's like, gosh, it's rough, and it has a lot to do with the Browns down mentality in Michigan that we do have. I am from Montcalm County. So there's some eye-opening things today that were definitely concerning, that we don't hear about or talk about, but anyhow, through my store and through doing millions of dollars in sales and, it's definitely, Michigan needs some change. And that's why I'm here today, is to promote the change. And it was actually, it was very enlightful to hear from the DNR today with their changes, their suggested changes. I feel it's a step in the right direction. I don't want to take anything away from anyone, but I want Michigan to be a better for everyone. And I believe change is what has to take place. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. So what I'd like is obviously for you guys to consider the $1 only tag. This year would be great. Preferably with an APR, and I do believe that hunters will shoot more does. My experience at my store at a high level there is, they shoot $2, they're done. Their freezer's full. Their kid shoots a buck, they're done. Their freezer's full. So I believe that this is a step in the right direction, and we need to give it a little time to figure it out, but it'd be nice to figure it out that way. APR, I believe, is a big part of that. Go either way there, but truthfully, I feel an APR would be a benefit to the deer herd. I'd also like to recommend that we do move the firearm deer season, that we restore traditional muzzleloading season and bring back that discipline and that passion that's gone now, and shorten it as well. And then I'd like to see a drastic shortening or end to the late firearm deer season. That's what I got for you guys. Okay.
Thank you. After Jason is Craig Holland.
Good afternoon, commissioners. First, I want to thank you for the work you're doing and for publicly acknowledging the need to shift deer management goals in Michigan. That matters. Recognizing the problem is the first step towards actually fixing it. My name is Jason Perry. I'm the founder of what was the Southeast Michigan branch of the Quality Deer Management Association. I started it way back in 2004 when I was about 24 years old. I'm 47 now. During my 9 years as president, that branch was one of the highest membership and top grossing chapters in the country. I eventually stepped away, like many others, due to exhaustion, years of education, advocating, and asking for change, only to see the same status quo from the state and no meaningful improvement in results. Today, I've been a realtor for nearly 16 years. I operate the largest Michigan hunting land sales group on Facebook with over 45,000 members. I have a hunting focus group as large as any of the current stakeholder groups in Michigan today. I talk to hunters every day. from public land hunters to large landowners. And I can tell you very clearly, the overwhelming majority are not satisfied with the current state of deer management in Michigan. They are strongly in favor of the following. First, increased harvest of antlerless deer where needed. At the end of the day, population management is driven by does, aka antlerless deer. That's not an opinion, that's biology. What we're doing right now isn't working. Expanding tag availability hasn't increased participation. Most hunters still will not harvest an antlerless deer. Antlerless management should be done at the county level, not across large geographic regions, so it actually reflects real conditions on the ground. I've joked about, I've considered making a YouTube documentary called Deerzaster, the mismanagement of the Michigan deer herd. This film would focus on the damage, the waste, and the real economic impact of poor population management, especially vehicle deer collisions. After the snow melts, you don't need a study. You can see where we fail. We recently drove stretches of US 12, M50, and M52 and counted conservatively over 3 carcasses per mile, with some areas pushing a dozen. That's not just frustrating, it's unacceptable. And while the idea is meant to be humorous and eye-opening, it reflects the real issue. The current system is not producing results. At some point, accountability matters. This has been a known issue for decades, and continuing the same approach while expecting a different outcome is not a strategy. Some of the former leadership from the state here today spoke out against your goals. Seems ironic that after their failed management, they want to say your goals and proposals are wrong. Second, increased age structure statewide. We believe this is best accomplished through A, a $1 rule, with B, an antler point restriction on that single tag. If we want better deer, aka higher satisfaction, we have to protect young male deer and shift harvest pressure to antlerless deer. It's that simple. We would also support moving the firearm season back 1 week, and D, out of these proposals, a 3-day late firearm season if we're not going to return to a true muzzleloader season. These strategies give structure, improve rut opportunity, and balance hunting pressure. Third, I believe deer management assistant permits and the above must focus on antlerless harvest, not antlered deer. This is critical, and it's also an opportunity for the state to lead through education. Antlerless harvest equals population control. If the goal is population management, then the tool must match the goal. Allowing or encouraging additional buck harvest under DMAP logic is backwards. Removing bucks does not reduce population. If anything, it distracts from the one thing that actually works, antlerless harvest. Right now, Michigan's system relies on a relatively small group of hunters and landowners to carry the burden of doe harvest, while many others opt out. That's why we're stuck. We don't need more opportunity, we need broader participation. In closing, again, I want to thank you for recognizing the need for change and opening the door to it. Now I challenge you to be the commission that actually pushes us through the next month. Right now, and too often, we are viewed as a laughing stock of the nation when it comes to deer management. You have the opportunity to change that this year. Michigan has the habitat, the hunter base, the tradition, and now an NRC commission to be the greatest deer hunting state in the Midwest. Please take bold, biologically sound action, and respectfully, please do not make me become a filmmaker. Thank you.
Craig Holland. And after Craig is Carlton Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate it. And I'm very impressed with how attentive you guys are after all these hours. So I give you a lot of credit. So, all right, start over again. Thank you very much. And I do appreciate how intent you guys have been listening to everybody's point of view. So it's very impressive sitting back there. So thank you. So I just wanted to start. I've been hunting since I was 16. I'm 57 now. I started in Roscommon on state land, and I've hunted all over the state, spent many years in Charlevoix, but ended up in Branch County. I worked my entire life, saved up and purchased 2 properties, a 40 back in 2012 and an 80 back in 2014. I invested every penny I've ever made into Michigan land. My 80 has been hit with EHD many times. I've buried or covered with lime over 50 deer in cold water since 2014. So I am trying to protect my doe numbers on my 80. My first point is doe management. I would like to see the doe management by county instead of the entire lower part of the state. No matter how hard I work on my 80 on habitat, I cannot bring my deer levels up to the 2014 level or even close. I also have an idea that I have not heard of all day, which I'm not going to just repeat everybody else's, but I would like to see the NRC and the DNR, when areas get hit with EHD, have some type of GPS online check-in, which I know you can do because when I harvested my deer last year, I put exactly where I was, some type of online check-in. So that way other landowners around me can make the right judgment on how many deer they should shoot. Just for the record, I clearly understand doe management is very important. It's our responsibility as hunters to the public. I've actually shot multiple doe every year, except on a different property, not on my 80. Honestly, I can't believe no one has brought up EHD from the DNR earlier today, or barely at all. It was almost not mentioned, even though that in the last 10 years, we've lost over 300,000 deer to EHD, 10 times more than any of the other things that we've talked about today. My second point, not going to be a popular one in this room. I am totally against going to one buck state, and so are many other hunters. Actually, the DNR said 48% of the hunters that they surveyed was for a one buck rule. That means 52% of us are not. If it's not true, it's not true the majority of hunters are for this. Let me paint you a picture. I work on habitat year round by putting in food plots, water holes, timber stand improvements on my property, as well as food plots for friends and on other properties voluntarily. I help them out. So on October 1st, I shoot a buck of a lifetime. I just worked on habitat for 8 months and I am done hunting bucks because some guy tells us we should go to a one buck state. And he's been mentioned many times in this thing. He's been referred to. We've referred to as Michigan as a joke. That's the podcast a lot of guys are referring to a one buck state, but he gets 2 tags and a landowner's tag. But I've got to follow his rules. This is just my story. One buck rule will cause people to hunt less, shoot less doe, and find other things to do with their time and money. Look at our hunter numbers. We have less hunters now, so we need to keep the current hunters engaged. And cutting off the second buck tag, I promise you will keep people out of the Michigan woods. But I believe this is what many of the one buck guys want. They don't want their neighbors to shooting a 110-inch buck or to enjoy the hunting season because it does not fit what they deem as a big enough buck for their standards. We will shoot overall less deer, not less bucks, but less doe as well. Many times these hunters trying to fill their second buck tag shoot 2 or 3 does while they're in the process of holding out for a second buck. I've also been debated this point by many other hunters, and they say if you tag out early in Michigan, go to another state. I'm sorry. I have a lifetime of savings invested in Michigan properties. I don't want to get a lease in Ohio. Look at what is happening to Southern Ohio. Ground is getting leased up by out-of-state hunters with money, and they only come in and shoot a big buck and leave. They don't manage the doe population, and many Ohio residents stopped hunting because they lost their ground to hunt to the highest bidder. I hardly call that a success. Let us enjoy the entire season with our family and friends hunting in Michigan, where we have invested into properties. I spend months every year trying to leave the properties better than when I found them. Lastly, our bucks are getting bigger and more mature now, which is the goal of the one buck state. But this is already happening. Most guys are passing up small bucks. Just go to Jerome's meat market anytime in October and November. Hunters are bringing in great bucks all season long. You barely see a 1.5-year-old buck being brought in. So most Michigan hunters are already passing up young bucks and trying to shoot mature bucks. Also,
You're out of time.
Look at social media. 30 seconds, I promise. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think my state. So I appreciate it, and I do appreciate you guys listening. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, Carlton Miller. And Jeff Andig is next, and then Bob Jones.
Good evening, Commission. I've had the opportunity to speak in front of you the last few months, and as well as a lot of conversations, hundreds of emails, but I've enjoyed the process. So my name's Carlton Miller. I'm one of the officers for Macomb County Quality Deer Cooperative. We're the largest co-op in the state of Michigan. We have 200 paid members and over 5,000 followers. So I've said it before, a lot of my numbers are based on the 2024 harvest survey released by the DNR. In that report, they said 6.8% of hunters tagged out in the state of Michigan. And in the same report, they said there was 606,000 hunters. That comes to 41,000 hunters that tagged out. Those 41,000 hunters shot 82,000 bucks. That is more bucks than the entire state of Indiana. Let me repeat that. The people that tag out shot more bucks than the entire state of Indiana by themselves. So I'm here to speak on change. And I think we need 1 buck with APRs. Being from Macomb County, we've seen APRs worked. We harvested more does than bucks. More people got involved. And especially from running a co-op, it really helped us grow and getting more people involved. What state do you compare us to? And that would be, I think, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has the same amount of hunters that we do, which I was a little disappointed in Brett's presentation today. Out of all the states, he didn't have Pennsylvania up there for hunter per square mile, because I would imagine Pennsylvania would be right there with Michigan. They have the same culture that Michigan does. 14.2? Okay. So Pennsylvania has more hunters per square mile than Michigan, and the same hunting culture. They try to slaughter every single buck that walks. We look at Pennsylvania, 23 years ago, they went to 1 buck with APRs. The person that led that was Dr. Gary Alt, and at the time, most of the state hated him. 20 years later, he is now honored as a hero and one of the greatest biologists Pennsylvania has ever seen. And I'm confident that this commission in 20 years from now, you guys will be looked as heroes, and we can talk back on you about the courage that you all took and the bravery it took to implement 1 buck with APRs. A lot of people compare us to Ohio and Indiana. I don't think you can. They have half the hunters. So unless this commission has a way to eliminate 300,000 Michigan hunters, I think the APR needs to be on there. You also hear people talk about Iowa and how they have 3 bucks. Well, they also have a quarter of the hunters. If Michigan had a quarter of the hunters, I think we could probably go to 3 bucks. We have more hunters than anything, and I think with fishing, we get it. It's like if we overfish a lake, what do? You limit people, the bag limit. When it comes to deer, no, it's the opposite, right? We try to allow more people to hunt. I think these changes need to be done in 2026. We cannot wait till 27. I mean, once you make the changes, it's going to take another year. I mean, we're 2 years down the road. And as you can see with Pennsylvania, they shot 1.7 does to bucks 23 years down the road. So going to 1 buck with APRs is not an overnight change. It's going to take time. And I think it needs to be a 6 to 10 year plan to give it time to work. Next thing, gun season. I lived a few years in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has their gun season the week of Thanksgiving. Starts a Saturday, 2 weekends. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people say they wish it was the olden days where deer camp. You go to Wisconsin, they love that, because to them, they already have all the time off from work. So all those guys, they take the whole week off. They go. It starts on a Saturday. You get way more participation if we push it back to the week of Thanksgiving. And then the last thing I'll add is the 3-day gun season, or December gun season. I support it. I do wish you'd bring back muzzleloader, but I understand it gets more people involved in doing something similar to what Ohio does with a 3-day December gun season, I think works. Any questions? None. Thank you.
Jeff?
Oh. All right, good evening, Commission. I'm Jeff Antis. I'm with Carlton Miller out of Montcalm County. I'm the president of that cooperative. Like Carlton said, we have 200 paid members. We're a pretty big stakeholder, I think, and we're right in the epicenter of CWD. It's scary. I mean, I hear that we haven't did anything, or the CWD, we didn't do anything, or we didn't have a plan. We did. We were loaded down with disease permits. We were loaded down with doe permits, and we didn't use them. And the thing is, I really don't want to be disrespectful, but it's the fact of the trust. And that's the way hunters are. I deal with hunters just as much as these guys. I mean, I've been up to my elbows with my neighbors, with hunters around the community, and I'm talking about the CWD zone. I understand that we have to do something different. And when we did that, when we had APRs for 3 years in Montcalm County, we shot more does than we did bucks, but we didn't shoot more deer. And that's what the problem was. But the fact was that more does were shot. The baby makers were taken out of there when we restricted that. This has probably been about the best recommendations that I've seen come out of the DNR, and I'm very impressed. I told you a couple months ago, or even last month, I have been one of the biggest critics of the DNR and the NRC over the last 10 years to anybody, and I apologize. Because I see you guys listening intently. I'm seeing things coming out of the DNR, and you're building that relationship. But the fact is we can come in here and you can talk with the DNR, and we can talk about all these big programs and what we're going to do and how we're going to do that. But the fact is you're going to need us, because we are the ones that are going to do it. Now, if I can go back to my co-op and I can say the NRC and the DNR are getting it together and they're trying to do something for us, I can preach that. I can say, hey, we got 1 buck tag. We got to shoot more does. And people listen, but people won't do it if they don't try. You could give 100 free doe permits in my area to my neighbors, and not one of them's going to shoot one more deer than what they already do right now. And it's because of trust. And it's a hard truth. It really is. And I want you to understand that it's a trust thing. With the protection of a few bucks, it's going to make a difference, because then you're going to build that trust to say, okay, well, now the NRC and the DNR do want to do something. They want to do some deer management. We do a lot of habitat management. We plant food plots and timber management. You're not going to get on that property to go in and waste case deer. You're not going to do it. Them people in my area, around my neighbors, you want to do big mass shoot-offs, you're not going to do it unless you're doing it at night off of a helicopter. People aren't going to let you on their property. And if you do get somebody letting them on their property, it's going to cause friction between neighbors. You need us. You need us, the hunters. You need me and Carlton. You need that co-op up there. And I've said it before, I said it last month, I need that soapbox to stand on. Because I will stand up for you more than people will be shocked for me to hear me say what I think about the DNR and the NRC right now. Because it's always been negative Nancy. You guys have asked questions. There's been some big questions asked about CWD and what you guys are doing. But that APR and that 1 buck tag, that's what I support. And we need to do it now. There's no reason. We can do it. But I want to be your voice. I want to be the leader that I'm supposed to be. That's what we are. Me and Carlton are leaders of that group up there. And I want to work for you. I want to work for the DNR. We're talking about doing some different things and what we're going to do. Reach out to us. I will never turn away a phone call from anybody from the DNR. You can get a hold of me through social media. We have a website for our cooperative. The phone number on that goes right directly to one of our phones. Reach out to us. We'll be happy to work with you. We'll be happy to take the messages that you have and your concerns, and we'll be more than happy to to do what we have to do. So again, thank you all. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, but you can reach out to me anytime. Even John's got my number. Just say, hey, John, who's that Jeff guy? I want to get a hold of him. But thank you guys again for everything. Your attentiveness, paying attention, the questions. It's a great relief. So here we go. I think we got one more.
Yeah. Well,
Get two of us. Two for price for one.
two for.
Am I last? Are we last?
Of the 5-minute signups.
Save the best for last, huh? Well,
Sign up.
I'll give you a lot of your time back. You know, Becky, we had a conversation yesterday and I didn't really know where I stood on it. And I can tell you it's there's still a lot of unanswered questions in my head, on what's right. But I think Michigan bow hunters can support the $1 with some reservations, obviously, but certainly not with an APR attached to it. You know, I think that the number of bucks that might pass through to get to the next age class will be very minimal with the $1. But when we start talking about an APR and that rapidly advancing the age structure, I think we need to have our CWD response plan in place and know more about that, what that might look like before we would take that step. And I got anything to add, Lance?
Yeah, I'd like to, little anecdote myself. I started deer hunting back in the late 60s. And I gotta agree with, I think if I understood Mark correctly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is like the best of times. When I started hunting, it was very common for men to go 10 years without even getting a shot at a buck, any buck. And they rationed doe permits. And that with the rationing of the doe permits was tough. I couldn't get a deer my first year because I didn't have a doe permit. I didn't see any bucks. I got a doe permit the second year and got a doe. And but it was some years to get still before I got on a buck on that state land. I have a much easier time getting bucks now, and I also take does, of course, because I like to eat venison. So we haven't done everything wrong, contrary to what you might have heard from some of these folks. And keep doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that completes our 5-minute signups. Now we're dropping down to 3 minutes. Dave?
I think I'm taking over. Thank you,
Yep,
Chair
Commissioner
Humphreys.
Here.
Okay, well, for those who are wondering, we have 3-minute signups, so you can do the math. But first up is, I hope I get this name right, Sarah D. Donato. And after Sarah is Kevin Johnson. Sarah left. Okay, Kevin Johnson, you're up. And after Kevin is Ian McHale. Kevin Johnson left too?
No.
Oh, Ian McHale left. Okay.
Oh, I didn't. I'm still here.
Okay, all right. Kevin Johnson, I'm off to a great start. Floor is yours, sir.
All right. I have 3 topics. One being the elk. I know that you have some changes to the dates, and I appreciate that. As an elk guide for 30 years and been on 150 probably harvest, it's long past due, and we appreciate as a guide up there you considering changing those and extending those and getting it from the heat of the end of August to the first part of September to the latter part of September and into October. I know it overlaps a little bit with the bear people, so they shortened it potentially is what I think that the recommendations is, but it's a great step and we really appreciate it. There's a lot of people who can't get time off and they need more weekends in there and they need more flexibility. So that's great. I also support the one buck change and do it this year. I'm in a lot of businesses up there, and if we don't react quick in business, we're out of business, and that's the way the government needs to run. It'll be rare, but you guys can do it. Another thing that'll be nice with the $1 is we do a TV show up there, an outdoor TV show, and have done for, gosh, over 15 years. And we always have to do this disclaimer that when we hunt in Michigan, that now this is Michigan buck, and we know a 120 is like your Iowa 180 up there. And so it's going to be nice to maybe have a little older age group there so that we don't have to do those disclaimers anymore. Doe tags probably are a little bit too high. When you're selling a doe tag for 20, it's the same price as a buck tag, and then that devalues the buck. I think if you want people to harvest it, I think you need to go to $10. And I think that that'll help improve. There's a lot of hunters are older age groups, so $20 to some of us is a lot of money still, that perception is. And we're going to do a management program for you, but it needs to be $10. The last thing is the baiting issue. Nobody's talked about that yet. That needs to be addressed, and I think it's coming. Whether it's one bite bait, or it's the same thing as UP, so that the law enforcement division has the same as UP. That's probably going to be helpful. That way you're not making good law-abiding citizens into criminals, because that's what you're doing with the baiting, because people are not going to stop. And I think that's it. Under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Richie Scrander's on deck.
Thank you for all you guys do. It's the first time I've ever been to one of these. One of my friends on Instagram convinced me to do this, and I did it on a whim. I was actually in bed when I woke up and came here. So, I had something written down, but I'm just gonna. Traditionally, I've been a turkey hunter my whole life. I didn't get into deer hunting until literally last year, and I'm against the $1 rule strictly because of the area that I hunt in. I hunt primarily on state land and a little bit of public in Oakland County. I saw more bucks this last year than I saw does. I saw no does at all, and I bought 2 doe tags. How you hunt, keep it to yourself. I don't care if you shoot $1 or you shoot $2. It doesn't matter to me. We live in America, for heaven's sake. Oh, that's the other thing I had to say about the TB. It seems to me you had the biologists up here have all this data on TB, but don't have a solution. As of 2009, Scotland completely eradicated TB in all their cattle. And as of now, I looked at the data this morning, they have about 50% of their wildlife that had it don't have it anymore. That might be something you guys want to look into to look at if there's things we could implement here. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. McHale, for being here. Richie Scrander is up. Okay, and on deck after Richie is Thomas Rotarius.
Hello, my name's Richie Swander. Thanks for listening. I didn't write anything. I just figured I'd give you my opinion. Where I hunt, southern Michigan, everybody talks about how the hunting could be better. I mean, it always could be better. I think it's pretty good. I mean, me and my kids, we love going out, and if a 120-inch buck comes by me, that's a good buck. We talk to the neighbors, my family, we all hunt the same stuff, and we all do pretty good. Everybody's happy. It seems like it's too much media and antlers and inches. I love shooting big bucks just like everybody else. With that being said, I don't support the $1 rule. I'm not horribly opposed to it, but I like hunting and I love when my kids are out there and we like shooting deer and bucks or deer, you know. So I would go, I don't like the 1 buck thing. The other thing is the does. The thing we've come across out there is, the farmers. I got farms around where we hunt that they get these crop damage permits and I'm not, they bury them. There's nothing good comes out of them. And I've asked them before, you know, let me come in. Me and my daughter, we'll buy the tags. We'll come in, we'll shoot them. We'll donate them, go to the food pantry. And their answer is always, it's like a sin. Oh my God, you can't come onto my property and shoot these deer. And with talking with the other farmers today, they're saying liability. So I think if there was some type of incentive to get these farmers to let you get in, I think a lot of these does would be getting shot. Because I mean, me and my daughter, we shoot lots of does, and I mean that's coming out of my pocket. Where these farmers, I'd be more than willing to pay for it, you know, and donate it to the food pantry rather than see it buried. You know what I mean? So that's about all I got. Nothing major. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thomas, and after Thomas, as he makes his way up, is Philip Burgard. Philip, you're next.
Good almost after evening there, commissioners. I appreciate your time, appreciate your effort for being here and allowing us to be here. You have some tough decisions ahead of you, and I applaud your resolve for sticking it out and being so attentive to everybody. That being said, I'm going to get right straight to it. I heard Mr. Commissioner Eister say earlier that when he was a younger man, he didn't see many deer, right? Didn't see many bucks. And I experienced the same thing. I did not see many deer. Our hunting camp, traditional hunting camp, we had about 18 of our family members up there and we got 3 bucks out of a season first week, right? Today I see way more bucks, a lot of young ones. I'm privileged to have a family farm that I hunt off of, which helps. I've hunted public, I've hunted private, and I see an increase in bucks. The bucks are young. That's about it. I've started, now that I'm older, I have been able to hunt out of state. And so I've started hunting out of state for a better quality of deer, age class. We've managed our farm for more age class deer. And when I go there, I jokingly say to someone, well, I can bring you back to Michigan, you know, to our farm and, you know, take you whitetail hunting up there. And pretty much everybody, like they've said, is laughs and they're like, nah, we're good with that, you know. So that being said, we are kind of misunderstood on how we managed our deer populations. So that being said, I think the 1 buck rule is a good rule. I think maybe with the APR, it might be a little bit better because definitely what we need to do is encourage people to shoot more does. Typically my license goes with 1 buck, my combo license goes with 1 buck and 1 doe. So I would encourage you to maybe look at that. But definitely the 1 buck tag and then the DMU units for the does, more county by county DMU units for your doe tags would be, I think, very advisable. But I know you have a lot on your plate and a lot of information has come at you today, but those are 2 things that would strongly be recommended by me. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Philip Burgard. And after Philip is Jace Ostrowski.
Director, commissioners, thank you for listening to me. I'm excited. I'm excited from what I heard here today. We've had some great speakers, some fantastic ideas. I want to speak about the UP first. I'm a retired serviceman. I at one time had 500 acres in UP. and I sold it because I didn't like what you people were doing. And I have 80 acres left, but I don't hunt up there anymore. I hunt down here on a lease. The UP has a lot of big problems and they have to be recognized independently. You have to have a balanced herd. And the reason you have to have a balanced herd in the UP is these deer all need to be bred at one time. They have to be bred in November. So when their babies hit the ground in May, they only get so many of them little turtles that get to the beach, and only so many of them fawns are going to make it. But when you have them deer, because the bucks are so low not getting bred, you're going to have babies hitting the ground in May, June, July, and they're just feast on everything. We got to get, that's why we need a balanced herd in the UP. There's another problem that comes with that balancing act, is a winter like we just had. The first thing that's going to die are all the fawn bucks. The next thing that's going to die is all the old bucks. The next thing is the young does. The ones that are going to survive are the matriarch does. And they're going to drop dead fawns. They're going to carry them all the way to the end, and then they're going to drop them. So we have a lot of challenges there. But 1 buck limit in the UP is definitely a must do, and it must be 3 points or better to raise that structure. Mississippi, I hunt there. Their average buck killed there is 3.5 years old. I grew up, I know Gary Alt. I know what he did. I owned 80 acres there with my brother after I retired and hunted there. I know he was a hated man, and if you guys do the right thing, you'll all be hated, and I'll love you for it. You're going to be hated if you do the right. But in about 2 or 3 years, some of these naysayers are going to come your way. And the last thing I'm going to tell you is something I learned in the service as a lieutenant commander. Threatening to quit hunting is like going to work and threatening to quit. I show them the door. That is not what true hunters do. If you don't pass this, we're going to keep fighting and we'll talk to the next commission. You're not going to hear the end of us till something's done. We're going to keep coming back. I really think you're going to do the right thing, and I'm really had my eyes opened here today. Thank you very much.
Jace, floor is yours. Next up's Austin Barber.
My name's Jace Ostrowski. 40 years old. I've been hunting deer in Michigan for 28 years. So I kind of feel like I'm in the middle of like middle age, the old guard's kind of going off. And then I have 3 boys that are all deer hunters. One of my sons actually killed a doe. His first deer was a doe and he was ecstatic. We're at an opportunity here where we can change things for the better. A lot of people, are bringing up things like 1 buck. I'm a full supporter of 1 buck. I think there's things that you guys got to think about as far as revenue goes. Could it maybe lose some revenue? Maybe there's things we can do to be more creative with doe tags, maybe lower the price to offset that revenue. I think you guys, there's a lot of great momentum here. There's a lot of people, obviously you saw this room was full. There's a lot of younger people. There's the power of social media. I think that the Michigan DNR and the NRC do more to harness social media to educate the public on shooting does. Raquel had a great thing she brought up about DMU-based doe management. I think that's genius. I don't know who ever decided to go to 10 universal doe tags across the state. That's almost a criminal act, in my opinion. I don't hunt in northern Michigan anymore because there's no freaking deer up there. Like, unless you're around Torch Lake or Harbor Springs. Emmett County, my family has property in Emmett County, and we don't hunt up there anymore because there's just the deer are just gone in his area near Pelston. So I'm a big supporter of the DMU-based doe management. I think social media needs to be harnessed to educate the public. I think that we've all failed, not just you guys, but I think everybody in this room has failed to educate people on how and why it's important to have a balanced buck-doe ratio, why we need to kill does. Killing does isn't sexy. I mean, it's not. It's something that a lot of people don't want to do. They want to shoot that buck, but my son, my 12-year-old son, he shot his first deer was a buck, and he was thrilled. Sorry, he was a doe. He was thrilled.
So I think we need to educate, we could do more. And there's a lot of people, there's a lot of influencers in this room. There's people that have YouTube channels. I have a YouTube channel. You know, I would love to partner with you guys to help do that education. And, you know, I just ask everybody in this room, you know, did you shoot a doe last year? And if you didn't, you need to shoot one this year. So it's all of us have to do more. So thank you.
Okay. All right, Austin, you're up. And then next up after Austin is Zach Crawford.
All right. Hello, commissioners. I just want to start this discussion by saying I largely agree with everything that's been put forward by Dr. Rudolph today. That said, I would like to add a few caveats just to consider. My first point relates to the erasure of the limited firearms zone, which surprisingly hasn't been hit on a lot today in the public comment period. I'm under the firm belief that removing the straight wall restrictions will greatly increase the number of new hunters that will take to the woods, especially when it comes to the younger hunters. Speaking as a broke college kid myself, the greatest barrier to entry to new hunters is the cost of getting started. So, buying a used 30-30 or using your grandpa's old 3-06 is a lot more feasible for the younger generation than purchasing a brand new 350 Legend. That said, by enacting this proposal, you'll likely be subjected to some elevated pushback from non-hunters over concerns of safety. As such, I would like to suggest amending the proposal by implementing an increased blaze orange requirement of at least 400 square inches on the head, chest, and back. While we as hunters all know that the key to firearm safety is knowing what is behind the target, this will at least show that we are taking safety into consideration. My next point is tangentially related to the $1 rule. From my perspective, the proposed regulation is a lot like putting a Band-Aid on a compound fracture. Yes, it helps, but it's not addressing the bigger issue at hand. By managing Michigan's deer population from a statewide perspective, we are effectively hamstringing ourselves on addressing localized concerns. A deer does not know the difference between Midland and Gratiot counties. These are arbitrary lines that we drew up as humans to make a method out of the madness that is wilderness. A deer does know the difference, however, between the greater Saginaw River watershed and the greater Grand River watershed. Where a watershed lies determines the habitat structure of the area, whether that be food availability, types of food, water access, and cover, all of which determine deer densities and deer populations. Therefore, I'd ask you to consider moving from statewide management to dedicated watershed units. By doing so, the DNR could implement targeted population surveys, which in turn would inform specific localized management strategies like population diversity management, disease management, and depredation, which has been hit on a lot during the presentations we've had today. This is especially relevant when discussing deer sex diversity. As has been previously discussed, only 6% of hunters harvest more than 2 bucks, yet the disparity between buck to doe ratios have been extremely skewed in every region of Michigan. Simply changing to a 1 buck tag will not effectively target the issue at hand. However, if we switch to a watershed level management, the DNR can set buck quotas by unit, not by state. This would mean setting an exact number on the allowable number of bucks to be taken per watershed in a region and addressing many of the concerns that have been spoken of today. With all that said, if we stick to statewide management, I would like to advocate for the 1 buck rule personally and ask for an additional antler point restriction of at least 6 points or greater when combined. While I personally believe this will not solve the entire issue in perpetuity, it will at least be a start. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Austin. Zach Crawford. Okay, Zach is he's pulling his comment. Austin Fetak. I don't know if I got that right. All right, Austin, you're up. And after Austin is Dylan Donahue or Donahue. Sorry, I couldn't read the writing.
So bear with me. I just came up with the speech just today, pretty much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and good evening, Commission. So my name is Austin Fetak, and I hail from Gladwin County in Michigan. I am a student at the Mid-Michigan Community College, going to be a CO. I've also had the opportunity to see the retail side of hunting, and I really enjoy it. I myself am not a very traditional Michigan hunter due to the fact that I haven't been hunting in 12 years, and whereas a lot of the Michigan hunters here have been hunting almost their entire lives. And I am all for the $1 rule. And I also have hunted before. I lived in Minnesota, and I've seen firsthand what a strict regulation on bucks and does can do. I've downed a couple of does myself, and they were really big. um, so I'm all for the $1 rule just because I've traveled the roads of Ohio. I've hunted in Minnesota, and I've seen what it can all do. And I think that with the $1 rule, I believe that it would also bring in a much more consistent population of 50-50 between bucks and does, instead of such a drastic change in does compared to bucks. And I personally think that more people would become interested in hunting, and then that would help lower the population to a 50-50, or at least close to it. Now, the solution that was provided, I don't think would be permanent, but a very long-term solution, and it's a really good step in going the right way to help boost the population. Now, of course, the reason for the lower population could be up to interpretation as habitat destruction, disease, or predators. And I know that since I'm not a traditional hunter, I have no idea how much weight my words will hold. But I'm all for the $1 rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. All right, Dylan, you're gonna have to help me out on the name. All right. Kevin Garthy's up after Dylan.
My name is Dylan Donahue. I know it doesn't look like it. And I come to you today with appreciation for the work that has been done to get us to this point. Today, we find ourselves in a constant battle and possibility. While I am fortunate enough to hunt private land, I also enjoy utilizing our public lands as well. Through both of these experiences, my time in the woods and spent with other hunters as well, it has become apparent to me how important it is to properly manage our deer herds through responsible, intentional, and thoughtful harvest. With this in mind, it is imperative that these ideals are supported by the policies and regulations put forth by this commission. With that being said, I urge you to vote yes on the $1 rule recommendation. I urge you with the hope of more quality deer and a more balanced herd. This change makes the most sense from a biological and a conservationist standpoint and can be seen as positive in several other states in our region. We all share this wonderful resource that is the white-tailed deer. And I believe that $1 rule is a great start in ensuring that this resource will continue to be strong and healthy long after everyone in this room is gone. For those that think about a loss of revenue, I ask you to think about two things: age and access. The cold truth is that as a population, we are getting older. Specifically, in Michigan, we are the 16th fastest aging state in the country, according to the Population Reference Bureau. There are less people to physically buy tags, and that problem isn't going away. To my second point, land access is becoming increasingly rare, and that is just me speaking from my neck of the woods in southeastern Michigan. Hunters new and old are simply giving up or taking time away due to not having or losing permission. Many are turning to public lands, which is great, but I think public lands is one area that could specifically benefit from the $1 rule regulations. $1 rule, or the thought of it, is not the cause for declining hunter numbers. I urge you to adopt $1 rule for the state of Michigan to strengthen this great resource we all share and love. Additionally, I support the adoption of a shorter muzzleloader or late firearm season. If we were to remain at 10 days, I would definitely be in favor of bringing it back to a traditional muzzleloader season. That is all I have for you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dylan. Kevin Garthy, you're up. And after Kevin is Nate Roosevelt. You're good. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. All right, Nate Roosevelt.
Good evening, guys. Welcome, I guess, to the longest commission meeting we've ever done. And I just want to say the first time I came to a meeting was here last year, and to see the complete difference in what that time has been is pretty incredible. A lot of passionate guys here today and women. And I just want to say I'm 35 years old. I've been hunting Michigan since I was 12 years old. Love it. Very passionate. I've referred to myself as being a whitetail psycho last time I was here because I just think with deer all the time, But be that, that mindset of me wanting to hunt as much as I can, I fully am okay with giving up a buck tag to help the state as a whole. And I think sometimes what gets missed is being a proponent for $1 isn't necessarily directed at the 20% of hunters who are shooting bucks and does. It's more in the scope of trying to encourage the 80% to shoot some does, because the 20% of us are not able to pull the cart as far as high up the hill as we need to. And we need help from the rest of the hunters. And $1 in the statistics in other states and some of the things, it's giving all the hunters a doe tag, especially if it's paired with that combo tag, or the one tag for like the I recommended for the one rifle tag, or the one deer tag for one doe. And I think just giving guys the opportunity to have a doe tag in their pocket could have a ripple effect throughout the population of hunters. And it's a foreign concept to me because my grandpa's a dairy farmer. We want to protect the asset of his crop. So my first deer was a doe, and it was celebrated. It's on a picture in my grandma's photo album still this day. And I didn't really see the difference between shooting a doe or a buck. It was a deer. It should be celebrated. And I think we're in that mindset's a minority, obviously, because you have a problem. So $1, moving the gun season back to having 2 weekends around that Thanksgiving time, I think is a great idea. Also, increasing doe harvest will help with disease and help all these other issues that we see. And that's proven. There's a lot of biologists that talk about having too high of deer numbers affects the population in a negative way. So I'm very thankful for this. Appreciate you guys doing this. I think it's amazing that we have this opportunity to do this in the state of Michigan, to get up here, just a normal guy like me, and say what we want to say. And I think it's pretty cool. And I want to continue to do that. But I also think supporting education, I think you can tell a lot of guys are hungry because they want to know what they can do. They want to know how this whole thing operates. There's a lot of first time guys here. I can relate to that. I didn't understand the DNR, the NRC. I had no, and I also didn't understand the dynamic of deer biology completely, because I was just that young kid that couldn't wait for November 15th or October 1st because I wanted to go spend time in the woods. So I think a big advantage would be to continue to increase the education, especially if there's any changes. And I really hope in 2026, this fall, we'll have those changes and we can educate the hunters across the state to move forward in a positive direction. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nate. Jared Erdody. Is Jared here? All right. All right, Jared. And as Jared makes his way up, next up is Sam Rodia.
You nailed it though. I don't know if you've heard that one before, but not many people get Erdody on the first try. Good evening, commissioners. First time speaker. A million thoughts in my head right now from what I've heard today and then what I jotted down to talk about. But just a little background. I'm 50, lifelong Michigander. I grew up, my dad was a state policeman, a detective in the UP. I grew up in middle of Michigan, and then we moved to the UP when I was young. I've got experience hunting all regions of Michigan for 40 years now. And one of my passions when I was younger is taxidermy. And some of the troops at the post would bring me some big bucks, and I quickly learned they weren't getting them from Michigan, and so I had this fascination, and I learned that you kind of got to leave Michigan if you want to get big bucks, and it's just, and I was early in that thought process. But in the early 2000s, I'm going to jump around a little to save some time, but in the early 2000s, I started making some instructional hunting videos. And I've got thousands of customers that have bought my DVDs in Michigan. And unfortunately, a lot of my message was, well, if you want to kill big bucks year after year, you've got to leave the state. And I don't like that reality. And I'm here today because of that hope that I hear in everyone's voice and the messaging that's been out there about, hey, I think we stand to make a real difference here if we pass this $1 rule. So full support from me for the $1 rule. I think it's a great thing. APRs, I've always been a little bit on the fence of those, on the fence, because I think they get the oldest bucks in any age class, the biggest bucks in any age class shot. But I do see there's some value to them. One of the things my experience, I've hunted all over the Midwest. Okay, I'll wrap this up quick. Hunted all over the Midwest. Quick story, in Indiana, 2005, I met with a taxidermist that I was scouting an area down there. He said, we're getting 140s and 150s brought in now because of this $1 rule that passed 2 years ago. This past week, I called several tax because I can talk shop with them anytime. And I picked businesses that were 20 years old so that they have experienced that $1 shift. And they all said 2 to 3 years, vast difference in the age structure of the bucks that are coming in to get mounted. Last couple quick points. I've got an idea for you. I haven't heard a lot of suggestions today, but I'm with you on how many does need to get shot. I own a web design agency, web dev business. I do a lot of marketing. My idea is make it be a deposit type of scenario, like a bottle deposit on pop cans. Sell the buck tag, include the doe tag for free. If they kill a doe, give them some money back. That will incentivize them to kill more does. It's all in the verbiage of how you do it. You can have the same, because there's states I've hunted like Iowa where your doe included. But I think it's in the way you market it. It's an educational thing. And if you refund them something, then you might get more participation. Last question for you guys. Are you using AI or looking at using AI? Because I see data on up to 2024 and we're in 2026. And my curiosity is, are you going to be doing that and implementing? I mean, I see things that you could process data in hours versus weeks. And so I would encourage that too. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jared. All right, Sam. You are up. And I don't have anybody on deck because you're the last card I have. So
Really?
you're the lucky.
I got here at 8 a.m.
You're the lucky. Bring us home, Sam. Bring us home.
My name is Sam Rody. I'm from Manistee County. I'm proud to be part of the 1% of hunters, as I've learned today. I believe that I'm speaking with the majority of Michigan hunters that want to keep the current buck combo and stop the $1 nonsense. Today, I'm speaking perspective as a deer hunter of Michigan. Hunting is not just something that I do. Hunting is part of who I am. I began hunting at a young age because of my dad. He taught my brothers and I to hunt wild game and process the meat ourselves. Because of my dad, I was blessed to harvest my first deer at the age of 13 with a compound bow, but only after he came home from work and told me to stop playing video games and go sit in the tree stand. After harvesting my first deer, I was hooked on hunting, but not hunting not only for the chase, but also for the venison and possible rack to hang on the wall. Today, 26 years later, hunting is a necessary tool as I provide for my wife and kids. I'm against the $1 tag idea because it will limit my options to provide for my family, and it would further strengthen the trophy buck mentality that seems to be negatively dominating the hunting world. You never know how different each hunting season can be finding bucks or does. My options to harvest deer for the freezer and a rack for the wall can be quite challenging, and not just because I choose to only use archery gear. Don't misinterpret my words and come to the conclusion that I am just a meat hunter. Yes, I love the venison, but I also love to get a nice buck too. If you're a hunter, you can't separate the two. Let's not forget what Fred Bear said. A hunt based only on trophies taken falls far short of what the ultimate goal should be. In October of 2016, I arrowed a big 8-point that field dressed at 190 pounds and provided 70 pounds of meat. Bucks always have more meat than does, and I always look forward to harvesting at least one buck, not only for the memories, but also the meat. Every year I harvest 4 to 5 deer. Since 2020, I've harvested 26 deer, 19 does, and 7 3 to 4-year-old bucks. It seems that we are here today not just because of a large doe population, but because of something greater, a shift in society. Hunting is losing a prominent place in the lives of hunters as a tool to provide food. The hunting world is being dominated by thoughts of shooting the biggest buck in town, and this trophy hunting mindset is hurting hunting. Hunters are increasingly becoming concerned with only shooting the next record. A shift to one buck tag will hurt hunting as a way of life because it's making hunting all about shooting trophies. Let's teach people that hunting is more than trophies and that you can feed your family by hunting. In conclusion, a shift to one buck tag will not change the yearly doe harvest. Hunters are not concerned in shooting more does when professional deer processors charge $100 a deer. Limiting the freedoms of hunters will not increase the doe harvest, but investing in education and incentives will. Rather than limiting the freedom of hunters, invest in policies to get more people involved in hunting and education about self-processing your kill. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, it is 6:06 and that completes our public appearances. I presume you would like a bio break before we go into business, or do you want to keep plowing forward? Keep going? All right. We will do just that. New business. There's only one new item for the director this month. And that is your oil and gas lease auction.
Yep, we plan on doing that.
Yeah, presume that's an action item. Do you plan to approve the 3 land transactions? I'll remind commissioners, we're still holding one. He's holding one for that we flagged last month to resolve.
Yes, I plan to sign those.
Okay. There's one item order for information for the director and the NRC this month. We went over it as amendment number 6 of 2006 deer regulations. Under old business, just about ready to hand it over to you, Commissioner Nyberg. Under old business, you do not, the director does not have any old business, but we have, I think, 3 of them here. The first is Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 2 of 2006. These are the fur bearer regulations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there any discussion on this first amendment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. The amendment passes. Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 3 of 2006. This is for fur bearer and small game management seasons.
I
Do I
move
have-
to approve.
Second? Okay. Are there any discussion items under this order? I do have a question for Chief. This is just quick. Do we still give out information on live trapping rabbits? We had a individual that we used to put it in the guide or put it out in our information. Do we still do that?
I'm looking at my guide expert. I don't know for sure if it's in there because we redid the guide last year. So we do give out information at the local offices. So when you call, so if someone needs information, they can just call the local CSC, the Customer Service Center. We still give out information there.
All right, and that's usually where they get guidance on what they can legally do.
Yes.
All right, as long as we're still doing that. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Amendment number 3 passes. Amendment number 4, this is the amendment on migratory bird hunting seasons.
I move we approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment number 4 also passes unanimously. Wildlife Conservation Order, amendment number 5. This is
Move to
the
approve.
regulations. A second, do we have a second? Okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment, please, that I'd like to introduce. I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 5 of 2026 to have the elk hunt period start the day after the conclusion of opening of the open bear season in the Lower Peninsula.
Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
John, how much of a change is that?
I think
It's been a
2
long
days.
day. 2 days, okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think that, the stand, I know it's staff, you know, address this the last meeting we talked about it, but I know that they indicated that they've done a lot of this stuff.
The staff had indicated there was a lot of discussion on this issue and that they kicked around all sorts of things. They knew there were conflicts with certain seasons, and they came to the conclusion that this was the best that they could come up with, and they thought it was appropriate. And has staff reconsidered their position on this? Is anybody from staff? Staff, I don't know what that means. Okay, so staff approves of this. All right, thank you.
And the reason for the amendment, and I want to go on record by saying so, is it is a lifetime license to get an elk license, with the cow being a brief exception, but it's very difficult to obtain. It's also a very difficult license to obtain a bear license in Loretto area. We really didn't want the overlap, and primarily in the northeast quadrant of the Lower Peninsula, that's where both occur. So we wanted to make sure that there was ample time and space for each hunter to be successful with those hunts.
Yeah, and it is hound hunting.
Correct.
For bears, so having bear hunters run their hounds with someone out during elk. You have a question?
Oh, excuse me.
It's been a long day.
Yes, it has.
All right, do we want a friendly amendment to the amendment? Okay,
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 5 of 2026 to have the first elk hunt period start the day after the conclusion of open bear season in the Lower Peninsula.
all right. Any other discussion?
Just one more question. What days does that actually take away? I know we did have one speaker day about elk. And they were happy that there was, I think they were really pleased about there being additional weekends. So, but that will change throughout every year. It's gonna move a day or something. Okay, all right, thank you.
All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the same? Passes unanimously.
That
All
was
right.
on the amendment, so we need to now move on.
You're right, on the full order. It's been a long day.
I know.
Yep, okay. That's past the amendments. Now I'd like to call the
Got it.
question on the order as the amendment as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, the same? Now it passes unanimously. Okay, now we're gonna move into committee reports. Fisheries Committee.
Yeah, we had a meeting with Chief Claremont and Dr. Nathan yesterday. Getting my days all mixed up now. We discussed the fish pass up in Traverse City on the Boardman River. And I actually bumped into the spokesperson earlier that day, just by chance, within a minute or two before the call, Leah McCollum, and she's the spokesperson for the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. And she invited the commission to tour Fish Pass. They're pouring concrete in late May. And so anytime after that, it would be ready for a tour. If the commission is interested in potentially having a meeting up in Traverse City, a monthly meeting, then we could build that in as a little extracurricular to check that project out. If not, I'm going to do it anyways. And when I get a date finalized, I'll invite all the commissioners, and whoever wants to attend can do that. The other thing that I spoke with Chief Claremont about is following up with some of our tribal partners to, at some point this summer, get a chance to check out the Arctic grading project. And once again, I would, once we get a date figured out for that, would throw that open to all the commissioners if anyone was available. So that's my fisheries report.
Thank you. Wildlife Committee.
Wildlife Committee has met multiple times over the phone. We've also spoken with other commissioners regarding obviously deer regulations, but also waterfowl, elk, fur bear. So we had a very busy month this month, and we certainly have reviewed what the department has brought forward in their recommendations on deer regulations. And we have come up with a multitude of amendments. And when I conclude, I will then ask the other commissioners for any amendments that come from them. So I will get started with, and I'll go via item by item based on how it is listed in the memo. Item number 1, date change in the Upper Peninsula for muzzleloader season. And that would be December 5, 6, and 7, muzzleloader only. And the rationale behind that is we wanted a defined quiet period between firearm season and muzzleloader season. If we were to leave it as is, there are some years that the firearm season would close on Thursday, and then Friday would start muzzleloader season. So this would allow for a quiet period. Item 2, eliminate DMU 351 and 352 from the Upper Peninsula. These are blanket DMUs, and you will find later in my amendments in item 10, I will be requesting an amendment for antlerless management by DMU or by county. So right now, the department has requested to go to 0 antlerless deer in both counties. And I want to make the amendment that we eliminate DMU 351 and 352. Item 3, remove the limited firearm deer zone in southern Michigan. We have had discussions. We've had presentations from the law enforcement chief and his staff on safety. We feel very comfortable that that safety concern is at a minimum, and we would like to provide opportunity for other weaponry to be used in that area. Item 4, date change for Lower Peninsula December firearm hunt. The Lower Peninsula firearm hunt will begin, well, let me read it this way. It will start the second Saturday of December, including the Friday before and the Sunday after. They're again moving that back so that we have a quiet period between firearm and December firearm. Late antlerless deer season. Late antlerless deer season, no change, but in this case, if we pass item number 4, it would then begin on December 14th of 2026. So just a correction on that item. Item number 7. I would like to eliminate that from the recommendation and instead include all deer seasons would conclude after January 1st. Item 9. Change universal antlerless deer licenses from 10 to 5. Item 10, universal antlerless deer licenses use limit. Adopt a universal antlerless deer license use limit by DMU or county as outlined in the item 10 recommendation. The amendment shall provide flexibility and that's needed for adoption of management authorization to the department to establish universal antlerless deer licenses, use limit, and provide the natural resources approval. This limit would be reviewed and published annually, but at the same time, it would be in a 3-year cycle. Item 11, the Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment to be implemented effective March 1st, 2026. Of a 1 antler deer limit as well as 1 antlerless limit. So we would impose a 1 buck rule. And that would be statewide. And there are 2 amendments within this that I would like to have separated in the event that there is another amendment that is controversial or opposite what we're going to describe. So in the Lower Peninsula, hunters with a deer combination license could use a regular tag with no change to the option for tagging an antlerless deer. The only change would be on the restricted tag in zone 2 would be a APR of 3 on one side restriction, and in zone 3 shall have a 4 point on one side antler point restriction. And then B would be in zone 1, 3 point on one side for the restricted tag and antlerless on the other, on the second tag. And then we would eliminate in the Upper Peninsula the no change to the to apply to the single deer license. I would like to make the amendment that it would be antlerless only. It would also be those antlerless only tags in the Upper Peninsula would be used for archery season and in areas where the antlerless tags could be used in the southern portion of the Upper Peninsula. That concludes my my amendments. And that concludes my report. I would like to open this up to other commissioners for their amendments to be brought forward.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Nyberg.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Walters. I'm a member of the Wildlife Committee. Commissioner Walters, Commissioner Early, and I have talked about, as John mentioned, the amendments that he proposed. I intend to work with staff to propose another specific amendment, specific to the Upper Peninsula. Before I give you the overview on that, I don't know if it's going to require a separate amendment, but I'm going to suggest that we treat it, when we approach the vote on wildlife conservation or amendment number 6, if we can treat zone 1 separately from zones 2 and 3 as we vote on changes, I would prefer that, because then it would give optionality for commissioners to vote on these options. So with that said, my proposed amendment will be to preserve the current combination license and the single deer license in zone 1. And the rationale for that is based on differences that we've talked about in zone 1 compared to lower Michigan. And when we talk about our wildlife committee goals, including improving buck structure, I went over some of the data that was provided by the wildlife division earlier. The combination license in the Upper Peninsula is a bit different. It has a 4-point restricted tag APR and a 3-point regular tag APR, with the option commonly referred to as hunter's choice for hunters to alternatively purchase a single deer license for any buck. And when you look at the data for the effect of the combination licenses, hunters that are harvesting bucks under that licenses are by and large harvesting 3.5-year-old deer or older. And I think that the figure that was given based on estimates from Wildlife Division staff is about 72%. And of course, the efficacy for hunters, or the success rate for filling 2 tags in zone 1 or the UP, ranges from 1% to 3%. So when you look at the UP deer regs for bucks, I think of it as almost very near to a 1-buck rule already, based on the efficacy of the combination license and the fact that the hunters that are fulfilling that are harvesting older deer, which is a stated goal that we have outlined. And it also gives hunters a choice to choose to purchase a single deer license, which is a 1-buck rule, if they so choose. The other anecdote to this, and we've heard some of it today, and many of the commissioners have heard this from feedback from calls. And I know there are differences of opinion in the room here on this, but the combination license, or the hunter's choice option in the UP, has become to be a beloved option. And I just, as I hear about why I think there's a lot of merit in what's been proposed by the department in the 1-buck rule, I do worry that the benefits don't outweigh the costs as we think about what choices hunters in the UP would have, or what they would choose, and the overall impacts that might have, as opposed to the current structure that seems to be fairly popular. So that's my intended amendment. I will work with staff on that to make sure we get it right and we get it published in the order for next month. So thank you.
Others?
Two different amendments making.
Competing, yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
there was a voting committee and.
That one didn't make it.
Agreed to disagree
Right.
on that particular item.
And we're still friends.
Mhm.
Sorry. There's, I had one amendment that I spoke to staff about. I hope it's not a big issue, but I think that, with discussions with staff, it was for the senior license in the UP to allow for, under that senior license, to allow for crossbow use in the 2nd season. My thoughts on it were, well, for one thing, it was one of the earliest emails I got as a commissioner was from a gentleman in the UP who was 75 years old and hunts with a crossbow and wanted to be able to hunt with a crossbow in the 2nd season. And I'm like, if you're 75 years old and you want to get out in December and hunt with a crossbow in the UP, God love you, and like, you got my blessing too. So that was my thought. I suspect, I know there's a lot of opposition up there, but that's, the crossbow, and that's why they're not permitted that season. But I think that this is such a tiny number of people that we're talking about, that the impact on the herd is just not gonna be noticed at all. And so anyway, so that's something I that staff has indicated they're gonna prepare for me. And I'm assuming that that the amendments that have come out of the committee are gonna be drafted by staff and we'll get a copy of them. Cause I was having a hard
Yep.
time following some
Yes.
of this at the end there.
Yep.
So-
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Any others?
Commissioner Walters, I have one. I have contacted staff about taking a look at potentially modifying opening day of rifle season. The general premise would be is up in UP would remain November 15th. However, it'd be shortened to a 9-day period. In front of that would be a 7-day quiet period. In the lower peninsula, looking at doing it the third Saturday, or excuse me, the Saturday before Thanksgiving, and running a 9-day season, and ending on the Sunday after Thanksgiving. However, to be consistent with the UP, looking at instituting a quiet period as well. That quiet period, since the day would shift, looking at the numbers, trying to figure out and land at about 7 days on average. Once again, that would be a rotating day of the month. So if we ended it on November 12th, over a longer time period, it would average out to about 7.7 days for that period. So that would put that more in alignment with the Upper Peninsula. So I'll be working with staff on that.
Very good. Thank you. Any others? Hearing none, that ends my Wildlife Committee report.
All right, we'll move into commissioner reports. Commissioner Walters.
Wow, we have been busy. Thank you. I greatly applaud and appreciate all the letters, except from Carlton. Nonetheless, it has been voluminous and I applaud it. I appreciate it. The phone calls have been endless. I applaud it and appreciate it. And it hasn't been all one-sided. Trust me, it has not. It has been a mixed bag. And I think having the respect of all sides has been wonderful. There's no shouting and yelling and screaming. I know for a fact we're going to make a lot of people really happy with these regulations. And we're going to make a lot of people very angry with these regulations. That is not the intent whatsoever. It is to strive for a better deer herd in Michigan. That is the intent. It is not to make people happy or mad. So that concludes my report.
Commissioner Eister.
yeah, thank you. Well, thank everybody that came here. A lot of you are repeat customers. I think probably this meeting, some of you probably got a little bit of sense for where I'm coming from. It's probably the first time that I've really had, I mean, this is my third meeting. I've been here really on the commission for 2 months now, so it's a lot to take in. And but I just want to say I appreciate that everybody that's come here, no matter what your opinions are. It's a great thing that everybody that takes the time to come here and express their opinions, and it's really, I think, like I said earlier, it's kind of it's part of what makes this a great place to live. And to be able to have people come up here and express their opinions and have it considered. And with that, my wife wants to know when I'm going to be home, so I'll cut it short. Thanks.
Commissioner Ehrlich.
Yeah, again, like the other commissioners, want to thank everybody. I told my wife I'm going to Dagwoods, so I'll be a little later than Mark. But everybody's participation was great, the patience, all the ideas. We've been listening to the crowd here for 2 or 3 years since we tried this in 24. So we hear you loud and clear. Again, the patience and everybody's ideas have been great. And I look forward to a good vote in May. Thank you.
Commissioner Fewens.
Well, I got one last point for today. Moving on to my resolution. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to read this to everybody, and it's fairly lengthy. Just bear with us for a couple more minutes here. My resolution opposing the proposed sale of Consumers Energy hydropower projects. Michigan Public Service Case U-21985 in the matter of the application of Consumers Energy Company for the approval of the sale of its river hydroelectric generating fleet related to power purchase agreement and other relief. Whereas Consumers Energy for the approval from the Michigan Service Commission to sell its 13 hydroelectric projects to Confluence Hydro LLC, a subsidiary of Street Energies LLC, and has filed an application with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to transfer the federal licenses associated with these facilities. And whereas Consumers Energy has represented that the proposed sale would reduce long-term costs to energy customers, ensure continued safe operation of the dams, and provide economic and recreational benefits for nearby communities. Yet, significant uncertainty remains regarding whether these outcomes will be realized under the proposed ownership structure. And whereas Consumer Energy has decades of operational experience with these facilities, a demonstrated history of compliance with federal licensing requirements, and ability to recover reasonable operation and maintenance costs through its regulated rate structure. And whereas the hydroelectric facilities proposed for the transfer were constructed between 1906 and 1931, and therefore represent aging infrastructure that will require substantial ongoing investment for maintenance, structural rehabilitation, and eventual decommissioning in order to protect public safety, natural resources, and downstream communities. And whereas Confluence Hydro LLC represents a newly created ownership structure with a limited operating history managing hydropower facilities in Michigan, would be primarily accountable to private investors rather than the Michigan ratepayers, and its publicly stated commitments to dam safety and facility upgrades remain contingent upon future filings, approvals, and enforcement actions by federal authorities. And whereas under the Federal Power Act and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission maintains primary jurisdiction over licensed hydropower dam safety, yet enforcement actions have historically been limited and may occur only after significant compliance failures or safety concerns arise. And whereas recent history in Michigan illustrates serious dam safety challenges, including the 2020 catastrophic failure of the Edenville, which caused extensive flooding, displacement of over 10,000 residents, and more than 200 million in damages, and the termination of the all train dams federal license after years of unresolved safety noncompliance, underscoring the difficulties regulators face in ensuing private owners meet their safety obligations. Whereas when hydropower licensees fail to meet their obligations, or licenses are revoked or surrendered, the regulatory and financial burden for dam safety, environmental remediation, and long-term management may ultimately fall upon the state of Michigan and its taxpayers. And whereas Consumers Energy has asserted that it is more expensive to decommission these dams than to sell them, yet available information suggests that this conclusion remains subject to dispute and has not been sufficiently demonstrated. And whereas the rivers, fisheries, aquatic habitat, and recreational resources impounded or affected by these hydroelectric facilities are public trust resources held by the state of Michigan for the benefit of present and future generations, and decisions affecting these resources must ensure their long-term protection, stewardship, and public use. And whereas the Michigan Department of Natural Resources and the Natural Resources Commission have a vested interest in statutory obligations to manage and protect the public trust natural resources of the state of Michigan. Therefore, be it resolved that the Michigan Natural Resources Commission finds that the proposed sale of Consumers Energy's hydroelectric facilities to Confluence Hydro LLC presents significant uncertainty and potential risk to Michigan's public trust resources and to the public, and therefore opposes the proposed transaction as inconsistent with the public interest. Be it further resolved that the Natural Resources Commission believes it is in the best interest of the state of Michigan, its natural resources, and the public who depend upon them for recreation and enjoyment, that Consumer Energy retain responsibility for these facilities, including their continued operation, maintenance, and safety commissioning when appropriate. Be it further resolved that the Natural Resources Commission remains concerned about the ability of the existing federal oversight mechanisms to ensure timely enforcement of dam safety requirements, and the potential for the state of Michigan to inherit financial and regulatory burdens should the proposed owner fail to meet its obligations. Be it further resolved that the Natural Resources Commission encourages the Michigan Public Service Commission and other regulatory authorities to ensure that the approval of the proposed transaction include enforceable financial assurances sufficient to guarantee long-term dam safety, environmental compliance, and the safety, commissioning, or removal of these aging facilities so that the state of Michigan and its taxpayers are not left responsible for future liabilities.
Second.
Everybody get that, or do you need them to read it again? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passed unanimously.
I want to thank you for taking it upon yourself to get that resolution together. And I want to thank the department for intervening in the case. I think it's important that these viewpoints be put forward. I don't know the other interveners in this case. I don't know if any of those other interveners are bringing this particular viewpoint to the case. You know, I did a lot of work over there, and oftentimes it is crunching numbers and what's the, you know, with it doesn't usually get into these aspects of potential harm. And so it's good to see that this is taking place. I hope that this gets into the docket, also gets directly to the commissioners as opposed to just entered into the docket. And it quite honestly seems appropriate to me to send it to the governor's office. So
Here, here.
thank you.
Thank you for your work on that. Do you have anything else to report, Commissioner?
I think that's enough.
I do too. Commissioner Nyberg.
Okay. Like other commissioners have mentioned, just big shout out to all of you for being here and respectfully and professionally sharing your very helpful insight to the commission. When I was appointed to the commission, I was 36 years old. I certainly didn't feel young, but I felt young relative to my past experience of working in this body and also the experience of the work that is important for engagement with stakeholders. There's definitely you know, on all sides of these issues, there's a very positive energy, and that's cool to see. It's good to feel. I got, you know, to the Bexar County guys, I never thought I would see a day where I'd have, you know, a handful of guys in their 20s or 30s from Bexar County driving down to commission meetings and spending 12 hours. It's just never thought I'd see it. So really good stuff. Thanks to everyone. And we'll see many of you, I think, next month in Gaylord. So thank you.
And I think
Commissioner
you'll all,
Report.
yeah, I think you'll all be happy I'm last and don't have much to add other than what our other commissioners have stated. I can reiterate everything that they had to say. I am from Marquette originally, so I am a Youper always. So even though I live down under the bridge, so. Again, I appreciate everybody coming here today. It's been a great meeting. Everybody's been very respectful, which is good because we've had meetings where people aren't. And so it's always good to exchange ideas and come to good conclusions. I think that's ultimately what everybody wants. And there's no magic pill, right? Otherwise we do it. So we don't like making people mad. So I make my wife mad enough on a regular basis. So that's it. I'm good. Thank you all.
Director.
I hate to be negative Nancy, but I heard at least 3 suggestions that went the wrong way on money. Like the wrong way, like let's give back a refund. I'm just telling you that. And there was at least 10 suggestions that cost more money. And we're just not in a place to do that. I'm sorry, folks, but finance is science too. And I wish there was some energy to understand before you get up and say, you guys ought to do this and you ought to do that, it costs money. And the legislature is sitting on a bill that passed the Senate with bipartisan support, everybody from the NRA to the Sierra Club and everybody in between, everybody deer, trout, everybody supported it. And I can't get a vote in the House. Can't vote in the House. And it was bipartisan passed, supported by the governor. Can't get a vote. We've had 12 years, and hunters and fishermen pay for everything, everything. And we've had the same rates for 14 years. And I know $20 for a buck, okay, a tag. I know what kind of scope some of you guys got. I know what a taxidermist costs. And you guys, seriously, you spend more on Qdoba on your way to the blind. So just please treat this like you treat biology. You guys are really good at getting into biology, and sitting here for the energy that it takes to sit in here and to listen to all this stuff for as long as you did, just apply a little bit of it to the state house and ask them to take up the bill that already passed and go there and see them, look at them in the face and go, why aren't you supporting it? Because I can't get the DNR to do whatever it is you want us to do, habitat work or whatever. And it's going to get worse if we don't get a fee package. So I'm sorry. It was good mojo today. I'm sorry for screwing it up.
It was good mojo. First of all, thank you, everybody. I greatly appreciate everybody's politeness and their passion. It's good to have people attend, and meetings like this are the good meetings. Let's hope we never reach a day where we're talking about deer regs and no one's in the room. That would be a bad day. I'd also like to thank staff. I know you put a tremendous amount of work, not just today and not in preparation for today, but and talking over months in terms of needed changes and desired changes and undesired changes. So thank you. Well, staff. With that, I am out of voice. I think we're probably all out of energy.
Madam Chair, just one quick thing.
Of
course.
Did a motion to adjourn?
That will be next.
Okay.
We have heard a few times that this is a thankless job. Are you kidding me? I'm having the time of my life. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.